Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 3 up. 91 Chow. Lei Ying. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Destroying the island with one move will break the record held by the two admirals Qingji and Akainu at the same time. The words echoing in the air cannot be dissipated for a long time. The reflection of thunder and lightning flashes upwards. In an instant, this scene could not disappear from the hearts of all Marines who witnessed it many years later, and the legend of today is still circulating many years later. He wants to destroy the island with one move. Even Qingji, who had always had nothing to do with him, looked at the back in the sky in the distance in shock. Seriously? If at first, no one believes it, and direct denial will be contempt even if it is not ridicule. But after breaking 2 records in a row, even Kizaru, who was the most dissatisfied, did not directly ridicule him. My record is just the attack range, and does not need to pay attention to attack strength, while Akainu's record requires extremely strong attack power. Qingji frowned. The 2 records have similarities, but they also have opposites. To complete 2 records at the same time, the level of difficulty is equivalent to doubling the appointment. The record held by Qingji, the maximum attack range is 24 kilometers. As long as one attack can cover 24 kilometers, it will be considered a record breaking, no matter how powerful the attack is. When Qingji set this record, he directly froze a sea with an area of 24 square kilometers. The Qingji record only tests the attack range. As for the destructive power and time, it doesn't matter. As long as you do it in one move, that's enough. But the record held by Akainu was to destroy an island covering an area of 36 square kilometers in 15 minutes. Akainu records need to destroy islands that meet the specified area within the specified time. Within 15 minutes, no matter how many attacks, as long as the island is completely destroyed, the record will be broken. Advertisement. Many of the requirements for the 2 records are completely different. How can they be completed at the same time? If you can destroy a large island with one move, wouldn't the destructive power exceed us? Akainu didn't believe it. The attack range of any admiral attack was very large, and even one move could cover the entire island. But to completely destroy an island with one move, not even Whitebeard has absolute confidence, right? It's total destruction. What a terrible proposal. Is he arrogant because of his many successes? This is what he asked for. How can he still be proud if he fails? Kizaru is very happy to see the annoying guy dig a hole for him, and then jump out by himself. Go in. Even if he fails, Luo's previous success is better than any recruit in history. Zephyr said coldly. Kizaru was choked and speechless. It seems so. Strong people naturally have arrogance. Arrogance is not a bad thing. Trafalgar Law is not a big talker. Maybe he really has the means to do it. Sengoku chose to believe it for the time being, although he didn't know what kind of attack could reach this level. This level is a bit unimaginable even for a strong man of Sengoku's level. Lightning teleported to high altitude. Natural lightning can stay in the air for a short period of time. Opening his hands, Luo's whole body flashed with arcs of electricity, and a bolt of thunder and lightning shot into the sky. In the sky, dark clouds stretched for nearly 100 kilometers. Lightning and thunder in the dark clouds, the eve of the storm. This is the home ground of Thunderfruit, the most perfect reflection of the Thunderfruit environment. You can use the wide area thunderclouds created by Ark's proverbs, and then use your own lightning guidance to stimulate the electrons in the thunderclouds, thereby controlling the rioting thunder and lightning to form unimaginable terrorist attacks, presenting 2 moves of thousands of thunder and thunder welcome. When Luo brought the Ark proverbs, he intended to use them to create thunder clouds. Advertisement. I just didn't expect to be so lucky. The trial island happened to be covered with lightning, thunder and dark clouds. Ark proverbs. It takes time to create thunderclouds, and it is also difficult to create huge thunderclouds that occur naturally in nature. Thunderstorm weather is the time when Thunderfruit can best exert its abilities. This is an advantage that other Logias rarely have. Luo has never experienced how terrifying the attack caused by directing natural lightning is, but he believes that it is not difficult to destroy an island. It was precisely because of the thunderclouds stretching hundreds of miles in the sky that he had the confidence to destroy an island with one blow. Zilla. Luo's whole body was wrapped with thunder and lightning, which reflected the flashing thunder and lightning of the dark clouds. Call out. A bolt of lightning shot out from Luo Shangshang's fingertips and instantly merged into the thunderclouds that filled the sky. The storm was about to come, and the thunder snakes and thunder dragons shuttled in the thunder clouds, and at this moment they quickly gathered towards the dark clouds directly above Luo. ... Please give me flowers. Lei Ying. Rumble. The incalculable terrifying thunder and lightning of the thunder cloud burst out with the most dazzling light at this moment, illuminating the gloomy sky. This terrifying scene could not disappear from the minds of the officers for a long time. Lightning flashed and thundered, as if time was ending. Terrifying thunderclouds quickly gathered to form a huge spherical thundercloud, which seemed to be no smaller than the island below. The spherical black cloud is constantly flashing with terrifying thunder and lightning, and is filled with astonishing air currents and electric currents. Here, let the sea experience the terror of thunder and lightning. Advertisement. Huge spherical and black clouds fell towards the earth, covering all the sky above the island. Controlling natural lightning. Even the admirals looked at this scene in shock. They are also Logia, and can also use certain elements that exist in nature. However, it is difficult for them to directly control the thunder and lightning contained in the dark clouds like thunder fruit. This is an ability that is difficult for them to possess, and it is also difficult for them to have such an opportunity. Although thunderstorms on cloudy days are far worse than sunny days. But it happens everywhere. If you fight him in a thunderstorm, you will be completely at a disadvantage, right? Rumble. Spherical black clouds fell from the sky and landed on this huge island. The moment it fell, unimaginable thunder and lightning erupted, destroying everything. It was deafening, but not an earth-shattering explosion. The dazzling light covered the heaven and the earth. This miraculous scene will never be forgotten. No, get away from the island as quickly as possible. Sengoku's face changed with shock, and he roared. All the warships turned quickly and sailed away quickly, while all the marines on the warships always looked back blankly at the scene that could become a legend. Indescribable spherical thunder clouds fell on the island. Slowly sinking, it seems to merge with the island, and finally disappears on the sea level. The movement is not too shocking. But it was this eerie silence that made people's scalp numb even more. The spherical thunder ball disappeared. The island also disappeared, replaced by a huge pit. A huge body appeared on the sea, and arcs flashed on the sea, seeming to spread throughout the entire sea area. 92I. Kizaru, I'm not as good as Akainu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The island disappeared, leaving a huge pit. Countless seawater flowed back. The sea for tens of miles was rough, and seawater swarmed toward the deep pit. The waves are so big that all the warships are connected together. Even huge warships are difficult to stabilize under such rough waves. If they are sucked into Uzumaki, the warships will be destroyed. The entire fleet is connected by iron chains and is more stable than a single warship. We did it. On the swaying battleship, the strong men stared blankly at the empty sea in front of them. The island disappeared without leaving any trace. I didn't expect my record to be broken so easily. Akainu said with a wry smile. Shinji also laughed. It's unbelievable, but it's worth being happy about. Only records that are broken have the value of existence. 180. It is indeed a terrifying move, but with the help of natural thunder and lightning, the weather helped him. Otherwise, could he have performed such a terrifying attack just by relying on his ability at this time? Kizaru retorted. Even with the help of natural thunder and lightning, the power of Trafalgar Law cannot be erased. Sengoku said. During the recruitment period, he really surpassed us and surpassed anyone. Kizaru, don't be unwilling. Not to mention during the recruiting camp, even now, Kizaru, you may not be able to defeat Trafalgar Law, right? Zephyr asked in return. Kizaru's face turned even darker. Now he is Admiral. Advertisement. And Trafalgar Law is just a recruit, without any military rank. Admiral has Admiral's arrogance and strength, but after seeing Luo's power, Kizaru is confident that he is stronger than the opponent, but it is almost difficult or even impossible to defeat him. Just when the strong man was shocked by Luo's feat. Suddenly Garp slapped his forehead. I know, I have always wondered who in Eni's lobby has the strength to defeat Ace. Now it seems that the only possibility is Trafalgar Law. If he defeats Ace, then Ace will not be unjustly defeated. How dare you, Garp, mention this? Sengoku suddenly became furious, and the latter hurriedly laughed and looked away. A year ago, could you easily defeat Fire Fist Ace, who is now the captain of Whitebeard's second team? The admirals were even more shocked. Fire Fist Ace was already a super pirate with a bounty of nearly 500 million, and ordinary admirals did not have the absolute confidence to defeat him. Perhaps Luo's escape from the Whitebeard pirates was not as simple as what he said. Once doubted. Recognition now, as long as you are strong enough. Zilla. A bolt of lightning shot towards the main battleship at an extremely fast speed, and the thunder and lightning gathered into a crowd. How much time? Time. Because of the shock, everyone ignored the time and forgot that this was a record assessment, and the record kept by Akainu had a time limit. I forgot to stop the time. The officer who was counting the time looked defeated and hurriedly pressed down the seconds that were still moving rapidly in his hand. 14.26 minutes. Quote. Now, quite a while has passed since the island was completely destroyed, at least a minute. Advertisement. As the actual time about 3 minutes. Even if it is 4.26 minutes, it has completely broken the record. Sengoku stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, Trafalgar Law, for successfully breaking all the records in the recruitment camp. This achievement is unprecedented and almost unprecedented feat." Luo couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Did he do it? It seems a little simpler than expected. The strong men with twitching corners of their mouths chose to ignore this sentence, otherwise they would vomit blood. Don't you know that when we set a record, we tried our best to complete, surpassing should be more difficult. It actually feels easy. Do admirals suddenly feel that they are useless? Since you think it's easy, why not set a record, a new record? Fight with me, fight with Admiral. No matter how long you persist, you will be qualified to be on the record stone, right? Kizaru said. Every record on the record stele is a new record for the first time. As long as the record is approved by all the instructors in the recruit camp, you can board the stele. But in the past few decades, only a few records were qualified to be recorded on the recording stone tablet. Recruit Camp Record Stone Tablet. It was created 50 years ago to encourage recruits. In the past 50 years, only 5 records have been recorded, and now they are all held by Trafalgar Law. Fight with you. Luo looked at Kizaru, feeling a little moved. Now Luo doesn't know how powerful he is. Compared with Admiral, is it equal or slightly weaker? Without a real battle with Admiral, any estimate is incorrect. 0. That's right. If you can last for 1 hour in my hands, 1 hour as a recruit in Admiral's hands is enough to become recruits 10 new records. Kizaru said. After many embarrassments, Kizaru wanted to get back on his feet. Luo glanced at Kizaru. Not interested. Advertisement. Quote. It's enough for the record stone to have my name on it. I don't want a record like this to appear. The recruiting camp defeated Admiral Kizaru record holder Luo. Your name is an eyesore. Kizaru's eyes instantly flashed with anger. You actually said you would defeat me. Am I an admiral? Although you beat our record, we were just recruits when we set the record, and now we are admiral. Marine has the highest combat power, and you actually say you can beat me. Who in the ocean dares to say that he can definitely defeat an admiral? Even the 4 emperors dare not say it. What's more, if I want to fight, I won't find you. 0.1. Luo looked at Akainu. The meaning was obvious. Even if he fights with Admiral, he doesn't want his opponent to be Kizaru, but Akainu. Me. Akainu couldn't help but feel a little happy. In the eyes of such an amazing recruit, am I, Akainu, better than Kizaru? You. Kizaru was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Akainu is strong, but I, Kizaru, is weak again. This time, Luo really didn't mean to tease Kizaru. He really wanted to fight an admiral to know his true power level now. However, Luo could predict the battle situation with Kizaru. It almost becomes a comparison between speed and reaction ability, making it difficult to test one's true calendar area. Akainu's explosive power and attack style clearly make him the best opponent for the 3 admirals. 5%. 93 become a Vice Admiral. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sengoku looked at the 2 people fighting with a headache. One side is Admiral. One side is the rising super recruit. Even Martial Marine's Buddha Sengoku felt a headache when facing the 2 of them. Now that the island has been destroyed, Do you want to fight on the warship and let us all fall into the sea? There is no top-level combat power in the Marine headquarters now. In order to prevent accidents, return first, and whether you want to fight in the future, you can discuss it yourself. Buddha's Sengoku doesn't bother to care about these things. It seems difficult to control. Not even a marshal can forcefully order an admiral to be restrained. HMPH. Kizaru snorted depressedly. He regretted so much. He regretted why he came today. He was so angry that he had no place to vent. When had he been so angry in the past? The entire fleet returns. There seemed to be no difference between the arrival and return, the same fleet and the same people. But obviously Luo's status has changed. If ordinary officers didn't know Luo at all when he came, the top experts would be even more suspicious and disbelieving. Then on the return trip on 22nd, Luo's brilliance was better than Admirals. Even many veteran Vice Admirals respect Luo very much. Advertisement. Even Admirals like Akainu, who were very proud at heart, took the initiative to talk to Luo. Status is achieved by oneself, relying on one's own strength. Back at Marine headquarters, Kizaru disappeared. Luo followed the strong men to the Marine building, and the other officers who followed naturally returned to their own units. Today seems to be the time for the Trafalgar Law application record assessment. I don't know what the situation is now, and I don't know which record can be broken. The recruits during the training were obviously not paying attention. The instructors didn't care, because the instructors were not focused on coaching and training. They wanted to go with the fleet to witness it. It's a pity that their status and qualifications are far from enough. It's probably hanging. There are several records left. Apart from the holders, no one in the entire Marine Corps can break them, right? Let alone recruits. Indeed, those records are too pervert. Luo has already broken a record, and he will definitely break another record. Ain said firmly. Although no recruit dared to refute Ain's words, it was obvious that the recruits' disbelieving eyes had not diminished at all. At this time, several officers walked into the recruit camp carrying mysterious objects wrapped in black cloth. We came to the broken stone platform, which was once the location of the record stone tablet. Be careful, there must be no damage at all, be more careful. Vice Admiral kept scolding the officers and carefully placed the mysterious object behind the main entrance of the recruit camp, in the most dazzling place. That's it. The recruits looked curiously from a distance. Advertisement. Although it is covered with black cloth, the shape and location are obviously that of a stone tablet. Has a new recording stone tablet been made? Okay. After careful inspection, the Vice Admiral put it down perfectly and lifted up the black cloth. Even the elite Vice Admiral named Ghost Spider couldn't help showing shock in his eyes. Even if he knew it a long time ago, he still couldn't calm down his heart. Shocking. What an amazing recruit. No, his status may not be lower than mine after today. The officers quickly left the recruiting camp. The training ground and the recruiting camp rushed here in a hurry. With the new record stone being completed so quickly, it is clear that Trafalgar Law did not break the new record. No matter what, he is also a record holder and the glory of our class. I believe that there are definitely 2 signatures of Trafalgar Law on it. Ain was the first to come to the recording stone tablet, and looked at the stone tablet with a determined look, and his cute eyes got even bigger. The little mouth becomes, oh, shaped. What? The recruits rushed over, all looking at the stone tablet with dull eyes. They had no time to look at the recorded items in front of the steel. The signatures of each record on the back of the steel were so neat. When lined up, they all read, Trafalgar Law. How is it possible? At the same time, there are many Marines in Marine headquarters showing a shocked expression. How is that possible? The Marines who returned with the fleet returned to their respective teams. How could they not show off such a legendary event? Advertisement. Have the recruitment records been broken? Most Marines know what the recruitment record means. Even Marines who have never known the recruitment record, when they hear that it only takes 1 second for a recruit to reach 8,000 meters, and that it only takes 1 strike to destroy an island, when 1 blow has 17,000 power. Lots of horrifying data. It was enough to make the Vice Admiral who had just heard it freeze in place. Are all recruits so scary? One word spread to 10, and soon the headquarters Marine knew that a terrifying pervert had appeared in the recruit camp, with power comparable to that of Admiral. I practiced for decades before I became a colonel. During the recruitment period, my power surpassed that of Vice Admiral. God must be too unfair. How many Marines looked up to the sky and sighed at this moment, and how many officers felt that they had been living in 407 dogs all these years? Got it on him. It's comparison that hurts. Ha ha ha. That guy Luo really did not disappoint. After Corazon from the intelligence department got the news, he fell from his chair to the ground in excitement. Marine building. Buddha Sengoku looked at Trafalgar Law, the smile in his eyes getting thicker and thicker. When he was on Mignon Island, he regretted that he didn't completely destroy Don Quixote when he had such a good opportunity, but now it seems that Marine was the real winner in that incident because he got Luo. Sengoku tried to calm down his excitement. Holding the file in hand. According to Trafalgar Law, your various assessment results in the recruitment camp should have been awarded the rank of sergeant. However, according to Trafalgar Law, you have received first-class merit twice, excellent results in graduation assessment, and created various records. According to military rank, granted, Vice Admiral feels a little wrong to you, but, now I can only grant you the rank of Vice Admiral. Sengoku apologized. It seems that when we graduate, the highest level is only Rear Admiral. But with Trafalgar Law's achievements, although it breaks the previous rules, I believe no one will have any objections. Qingji said. Congratulations, Trafalgar Law. 94 Time to act. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Vice Admiral. Took the Vice Admiral shoulder strap and marine coat. Becoming Vice Admiral was exactly what Luo expected. Although Admiral is the goal, I also understand that it is impossible to become an Admiral just after graduation, and now is not a special period. The three current Admirals are in their prime, the sea is calm, and no matter how good they are, they cannot be directly upgraded to Admiral. Trafalgar Law, what department do you want to enter? Sengoku asked. Ordinary Marine promotion. Marine headquarters can directly issue orders, but there are always special people with special rights, and Luo can naturally have special rights. The Marine headquarters is mainly divided into the United Front Department, the General Staff Department, the Intelligence Department, the Logistics Department, and the Combat Department. As for the branch, Sengoku didn't say anything at all. How could such a person go to the branch? We should enter the Combat Department. With such strength, it would be a waste not to lead the fleet to chase the pirates. This was the unanimous thought of the powerful people present. Even General Qing Ziyan, who was in charge of the intelligence department, knew that such a person would not be able to come to intelligence logistics and other departments. I want to go to Eni's lobby. Luo's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. Luo, although I sent you to CP9 before to train you, now CP9 obviously can't train you anymore. Zephyr said hurriedly, the choice of department is a lifelong matter. Although entering the logistics department is relaxing and safe, it is not conducive to improving one's strength. Although the combat department is dangerous, its combat strength continues to improve rapidly. Eni's lobby. Sengoku looked at Luo in surprise, but he was in the same area. That's right. Even if he alone commands a fleet, the command is still issued by the Marine headquarters. In Eni's lobby, Luo is the absolute master, not to mention that the research on the body secrets of Kaido of the Beasts has reached the most important stage. Eni's lobby belongs to the world government, not to the Marine headquarters. Sengoku said with some distress. He was definitely not willing to let Luo leave the Marine headquarters, so the talent should stay at the Marine headquarters instead of going to Eni's lobby. Advertisement. But Sengoku also knows that whether it is an admiral or a super recruit in front of him, mandatory order restrictions will only be counterproductive. Are you sure? Zephyr asked seriously. Right. Zephyr turned to look at Sengoku and said, Sengoku, since Luo is willing to go to Eni's lobby, then agree. Luo's strength and achievements are almost all obtained by his own cultivation. Any environment should have no impact on his growth. Although Eni's lobby it's not affiliated with the Marine headquarters, but it's easy to create a fleet at will, right? Sengoku nodded helplessly. In that case, Trafalgar Law was awarded the rank of Vice Admiral and led the fleet to take charge of the Eni's lobby defense force. Yes. You can take office within 3 months. Now go and enjoy your glory. Luo left. But the strong men have not left yet. Marshal Sengoku, don't you ask him why he can have 2 kinds of devil fruit. This is breaking the rules of the sea. If Marine can get it. Akainu asked hurriedly. Sengoku shook his head. Everyone has his own secrets. No matter what the answer is, pressing him will only be counterproductive. Do you want Marine to lose a rising strongman, a peak strongman in the future? But as a Marine, for the sake of justice, I should sacrifice everything for Marine. Akainu said seriously. Akainu, there are many kinds of justice. Shinji patted Akainu on the shoulder and turned to leave. Advertisement. Really? Akainu frowned and left the Marine building. Only 3 old guys, Garp, Zephyr and Sengoku, are left. Sengoku, didn't you promise me to go to the World Government Arsenal to ask for a famous sword? You haven't gotten it for so long. The translator asked dissatisfiedly. I have been waiting to surprise Luo. Sengoku's face became even more bitter. The World Government's arsenal does have a 12-sword supreme sword that the 5 elders have kept privately for many years. It can suit Luo's abilities, but the 5 elders have never agreed. But with Luo's current performance, I hope to get that supreme sharp knife from the 5 elders. Breaking all records in the recruit camp, reaching the level of an admiral in strength, and being awarded the rank of Vice Admiral immediately upon graduation. Each item is enough to cause a stir in the Marine headquarters. When gathered in one person, it becomes the center of discussion among everyone in the Marine headquarters. Walking home from the Marine building, Luo met too many people, but not many strange looks. Everyone was talking about him, but they didn't know that Trafalgar Law had just passed by them. It's so powerful. Our junior fellow student, who is in the same class as us, has achieved such success. Hina is really happy for him. That bastard. Is he so strong? Will he never be able to take revenge? A colonel, Drake gritted his teeth and heard the discussions of the officers around him, but he was powerless in his anger. I am also a student of Mr. Zephyr, and I was also a recruit, but I brought shame to the recruiting camp, while he allowed the recruiting camp to enjoy supreme glory. Am I still far behind? Thousands of miles away in East Blue Log Town. Advertisement. Smoker also got the news, with a wry smile on his face. Colonel Smoker. Who is he? A girl with cute eyes looked at Luo's photo on the table curiously. Is he your friend Smoker? Is he strong? Can he compare to you, Colonel Smoker? Smoker smiled bitterly and looked at the cute Tashigi next to him. Maybe he would think that I am the strongest. In fact, it is nothing in the grand line. Compared with Luo in the photo, it is even worse. Is he a swordsman? Cute Tashigi looked at the photo of Luo wearing this saber. Li Chenjiao, he, should be considered right. Really. Luo is famous, and a famous one. Especially at the Marine headquarters, it was so popular that even many Marine branches heard about it. But compared to the sea, it has not caused much sensation. Most pirates at most know that there is a very young Vice Admiral in Marine, and that's it. But in the eyes of interested people, this news attracted all their attention. GG, has Trafalgar Law finally exploded after being unknown in Marine for so long? Doflamingo looked at the information in his hand and showed a cold smile. Luo will not disappoint anyone. He became the Vice Admiral in a blockbuster. It seems that he is already very strong. Now, which ability are you already qualified to use? Under the sunglasses, there is ambition in the coldness. Is Eni's lobby in office? Then it's time to act. 35%. 95 Take action yourself. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Such an astonishing incident did not subside even after several days. On the contrary, the Marine headquarters was talking even more. But Luo was a little busy. Suddenly many officers invited Luo to various banquets. He had attended them a few times before. The banquets were very lively, and Luo was also the centerpiece. Many beautiful officers took the initiative to join them. Luo did not pretend to be a gentleman, and he was indeed romantic for a while. But gradually I became unwilling to attend these boring banquets. But new troubles appeared. Every time I return home, there are many more love letters. Hey, our Luo has grown up, and someone likes us. Corazon couldn't help but joke every time. Burn it for me. A large love letter was thrown to Corazon. Don't want to take a look. If you miss any beauty, don't be sad. Boring. The indifference did not make Luo calm down. It seemed that more eyes were focused on this place, and finally he had no choice but to leave the Marine headquarters early. And there are many beautiful officers looking for traces of Luo. The recruitment camp has also become a bit lively. A large number of Marines come to the recruitment camp every day to see the record stone that represents glory. The guard keeps bragging to the Marines who are inquiring about information. When I saw Trafalgar Law when I first saw Vice Admiral, I knew he was very strong. When others doubted him, I fully believed he could break all records, and sure enough he did it. Advertisement. Really? Did you really see through it at a glance? That's natural. The guard enjoyed the adoring looks from the Marines. The recruits seem to behave in the same way. It seems that everyone is very familiar with Trafalgar Law. It seems that everyone has practiced and fought with Law. Don't worry, I'm very familiar with Trafalgar Law. I will hand these letters to Luo personally. A recruit covered with acne vowed to a female officer, a very beautiful female officer. Thank you, I must give it to Luo. Of course. The acne recruit reluctantly watched the beautiful officer leave. She was so beautiful, but it was a pity that she was looking for Luo. Hey, it would be great if you gave these love letters to me. Acne recruit said obscenely, CCDJ. Suddenly a chill ran down my back, and I felt a very cold murderous aura. Looking back, he hurriedly hid the letter behind his back and said with a dry smile, Senior Sister Ain. Hand it over. Ain said with a cold face. What? Are you still pretending to be stupid? This is to be handed over to Lord Trafalgar Law. The acne recruit weakly handed over the love letter. Do you know Trafalgar Law? Ain said coldly, looking at all the recruits. Please give all letters you receive in the future to me. Advertisement. Yes. Ain, who collected a large number of letters, returned to his office with a cold face. Looking at the letters on the table, he got angry and said, Luo Kai is not yours. He just tore them all up. This excitement will only slowly subside with the departure of Trafalgar Law. Ennie's lobby. Spandam looked at Luo with a sad face. He thought that after the adult graduated, he would definitely not return to Ennie's lobby. Then the top executive of Ennie's lobby was still his, so he would definitely give his heart back to me. Luo left Ennie's lobby for graduation exams, and Spandam celebrated every night. It's just that happiness comes and goes too quickly. Why do you hate seeing me? Then you must be blind. How dare I, my lord? Spandam smiled quickly and flatteringly. Remember your identity. Luo's look made Spandam almost kneel on the ground. Everything is as usual. Luo glanced at the CP9 members who stayed on the island and walked towards the Tower of Justice. The last secret of Kaido of the beast's body was about to be revealed. And thousands of miles away, in the palace of New World Dressrosa. GG. Our Luo has become the Vice Admiral. Doflamingo smiled coldly. Advertisement. Really? The cadres recalled the once surprisingly stubborn kid. I thought he died in the Marine, but he suddenly became the Vice Admiral. He is worthy of being valued by the young master. 1 inch. Being a Vice Admiral is enough to prove that our Luo has grown up. Doflamingo's expression became even colder. He is our family, how can he always be a Marine? It's time to bring him back. Young master, although Trafalgar Law works in Ennie's lobby instead of Marine headquarters, it is a world government organization after all, and it is also very close to Marine headquarters. Trafalgar Law has been away from the family for 9 years. Top Cadre Torapal said worriedly. Is Luo still the kid who hated everything and wanted to destroy everything? Maybe Corazon and Marine have changed him. Will he come back with you, young master? That's right. None of the officials believed that Luo had changed. GG. No one can change the fact that Luo is our family. I believe Luo will come back with me. Doflamingo sneered. Even if you act a little bit, it'll be fine. You will always come back with me, right? That's natural. The cadres nodded. If Luo doesn't come back, he will have to come back. It's just that the young master, Ennie's lobby is too close to the Marine headquarters, accidents are prone to happen, and it is against the world government and Marine. Even if the young master is 7 warlords of the sea, it's hard to shoulder such a responsibility, right? What if no one is alive in Ennie's lobby? Doflamingo sneered. Last time Luo was very lucky and left birdcage early, but what about this time? Doflamingo slowly walked to the balcony. Although there are indeed some costs to pay, these costs are nothing compared to getting Luo. Even if it is exposed, there is always a way to make up for the dissatisfaction between the world government and Marine, right? Nothing is worth mentioning compared to eternal life. In that case, young master, let me go. Virgo stood up and said, it's enough for me to bring Luo back. There is no need for young master to dispatch. Virgo, you are the top cadre. There is no need to dispatch an ordinary cadre. Is it enough? No, I will take action personally this time. Doflamingo's eyes became colder, his fingertips moved slightly, and he flew out of the palace. 96 Doflamingo is coming. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The nucleus of Kaido of the beast's cells is 100 times smaller than that of ordinary people, and the number of cells is 100 times larger than that of ordinary people. Is this really the key? In the laboratory, Luo looked at the data in his hands. It is well known that the stronger the physical strength, the stronger the defense and recovery power. Kaido of the beast's physical strength has reached the peak level of the sea, and he has the most terrifying defense and recovery power, which is natural and reasonable. Luo had never thought that he could possess the power of Kaido of the beasts by transforming his body. It was simply impossible. Power could only be accumulated through continuous practice. But one thing can be changed. Although Kaido of the beast's pure power has reached its peak, there are still 1 or 2 people in the sea who can rival it. For example, Garp was not weaker than Kaido of the beasts in his heyday. Garp's power of recovery is strong, but he can never achieve immortality. Degree. This was personally tested by Luo controlling Kaido of the beasts in battle. So Kaido of the beast's immortal body has terrifying resilience. Although his own strength is an important reason, his physique that is different from ordinary people is also one of the fundamental reasons for his immortality. It is rumored that Kaido of the beasts has demon blood. Demons are far superior to giants and have natural divine power. Although Kaido of the beasts is tall and strong, he is not as good as a giant and even worse than a demon. Does his mutated demon blood give him different powers? The resilience of ordinary people? Luo pondered. All the secrets of Kaido of the beast's cell genes are turned into data and studied. He thought to himself, if I have a physique as different from ordinary people as Kaido of the beasts, will I be immortal when my strength is not inferior to that of Kaido of the beasts? Regarding physical training, Luo never gave up. Even though the fruit's ability is already very strong, it also requires great physical strength. Advertisement. Luo K doesn't want to be a strong man with powerful fruit abilities but poor physical skills. He doesn't want to be an example like Enel in the original work. It is not difficult to have a physique that is different from ordinary people like Kaido of the beasts, and it is not difficult to transform it. But now that my body has been transformed, I have Blackbeard's physique that is different from ordinary people. If I transform it again, if the two conflict with each other, difficulties will occur. Imagine the consequences. The price may be lives. How could Luo risk his life so easily? Without being infinitely close to 100% sure, he would never gamble, even if he gave up his future immortality. We can only do physical experiments. On the experimental bench, Luo Qingche successfully transformed the experimental subject into a Blackbeard physique and asked him to take 2 devil fruits, which blended perfectly without any abnormalities. The next step is to add Kaido of the beast's genetic cells to the current experimental body. The next step is the most important step. The room space always wraps the experimental bench. The cellular genes of the experimental subjects are being modified in subtle ways. There must be no mistakes in any tiny details, let alone any interruptions. Any interference from foreign objects will cause the experiment to fail. Last step. Before the transformation was completed, the ground suddenly shook, and the laboratory also shook slightly. The slight shaking caused the gene chain arranged by Ben Luo to instantly collapse and fail. Luo's eyes turned cold. After days and nights of hard work, he was just missing the last step. A terrifying chill filled the entire laboratory. 1 minute ago. Advertisement. On the Eni's lobby observation deck, Marine was using a telescope to check the surrounding sea area. Suddenly he noticed a black shadow appearing on the horizon, especially approaching Eni's lobby at a very fast speed. Is it a bird? No, it's a human. The disapproving Marine's face changed drastically. A person with flying abilities. He quickly sounded the alarm. Unhappy, Spandam suddenly received the news, and said in surprise, Marine will be notified when he comes to Eni's lobby. If he doesn't come in person, is it an intruder? Yu Fei's ability user. Who is so bold? Dare to come to Eni's lobby? Spandam walked to the balcony, looked at the black shadow that had flown into the sky at the front entrance of Eni's lobby, and said disdainfully, "What do you think of this place? This is Eni's lobby. Are you looking for death? And who else is here? Who dares to invade? Die. Call out. Come on. Doflamingo. Gia Gia, is Luo here?" From high in the sky, Doflamingo looked at the entire Eni's lobby, with a large number of silver threads beating in his palms. The next moment, countless silver threads shot out into the sky. Birdcage. Please give me flowers. Countless silver threads shot into the sky and then bloomed like fireworks. All the money shoots out at the edge of the Eni's lobby island, forming a huge birdcage that wraps around the entire Eni's lobby. Everyone is caught up in it. It's 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo. Why is he here? Many Marines saw the person coming in the air clearly and backed away in panic. That was the legendary Joker. How could he be his opponent? Call out. Advertisement. Doflamingo fell from the sky to the street, and his cold eyes swept over the frightened Marines around him. Where is Trafalgar Law? He's looking for the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Point 0. Now Eni's lobby Marine knows that the real owner of Eni's lobby is not Spandam, but the appointed Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Doflamingo, even though you are 7 warlords of the sea, you entered Eni's lobby without permission and used your power to imprison the entire Eni's lobby. Aren't you afraid of the world government's blame? An officer scolded. Retreat immediately. Our Marine the Admiral will be here soon. Wonderful. Doflamingo sneered and stepped forward. Notify Marine headquarters immediately and we will stop him. The officer roared. The frightened Marine hesitated for a moment and then surrounded him. Even if you are 7 warlords of the sea, there are so many Marines here, and strong Marines can arrive quickly, so there is no need to be afraid of him. Taking an arrogant step, Doflamingo walked along the street towards the inside of Eni's lobby. As for the Marines surrounding him, he never caught his eye. With a slight movement of his fingers, the angry Marines were suddenly locked in place. The body assumes strange postures. Then, amid the frightened screams, they attacked their companions around them. It was completely chaotic. A large number of Marines in Eni's lobby were manipulated and killed each other. In the melee, Doflamingo strolled forward arrogantly. At this moment, he seemed to be a god controlling everything. P.S. Please subscribe automatically. If possible, friends who own this book can set it to automatically subscribe. Thank you. 97 I'm out. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Is it Doflamingo? Spandam turned pale after hearing the news. Doflamingo is 7 warlords of the sea, a terrifying pirate famous in the sea. How could such a terrifying person come to Eni's lobby? Even an adult may not be able to stop Doflamingo, right? Doflamingo's reputation is too big. Facing such a person, Spandam has endless fear. He hurriedly picked up the phone and connected to the Marine headquarters. The arrival of Admiral will ensure everything is safe. Quote. Doo-doo-doo. What's going on? Can't connect to Marine headquarters. What about world government? Still can't connect. How could this be? How could there be no signal? Spandam wanted to hide under the table in fear. You guys think of a solution quickly. An opponent like Doflamingo, even if all of us CP9 members are here, 14-0, cannot be an opponent. Jabra, who has always been arrogant, flinched. Wrapped in Eni's lobby, it has the strange ability of birdcage. It should be able to block all signals, right? Khalifa pointed at the huge birdcage in the sky. Now, I can only rely on an adult. Call out. Suddenly a figure appeared in the office out of thin air. Sir, are you out? Spandam's eyes lit up as he looked at Luo who suddenly appeared. Although he doesn't think Law can beat Doflamingo. Doflamingo is a super pirate who has been famous for a long time, and even Admiral may not be able to capture and defeat him. But if you are so strong, you can always block it for a long time, right? The Marine headquarters can always detect the movement and provide support, right? Advertisement. Birdcage. Luo, who was in a bad mood after his experiment was interrupted, looked through the window at the dense silver threads in the sky outside, his eyes even colder. Is Doflamingo here? Sir, I heard that Doflamingo is here to see you, sir. Spandam said weakly. I don't know how your lord had any conflict with that guy Doflamingo, and actually let him invade Eni's lobby in person. I know. Of course Luo knows that Doflamingo has never given up on Op fruit, nor on himself. In the past, When I was a recruiter, my reputation was not good. Doflamingo could not know my movements, but now that I have become Vice Admiral, have I finally been found? Luo teleported to the balcony and looked coldly at the arrogant figure 1,000 meters away. The chill is even worse. It's not like 9 years ago now, and I don't dare to face you anymore. All signals are blocked. Sir, do you have a way to notify Marine headquarters? No need. Luo turned around and walked out the door. But sir, the other party is. Shut up, or you'll die. He turned around and pulled out the gun, which was pointed at Spandam's head. I'm alone, that's enough. He walked out of the door without looking back, with a bit of madness in his cold eyes. Doflamingo's combat power should not be inferior to that of an ordinary admiral, right? It's just a test of where my limit is now, so I can enjoy it. Being pointed at gunpoint, even though Luo had already left. But Spandam was still trembling. Sir, it's so scary. Thump thump thump. Khalifa suddenly rushed out the door. Khalifa, it's very dangerous outside now. Jabra and others exclaimed. Advertisement. I am your lord's secretary. I will naturally go wherever your lord goes. What's more, your lord has said that he can do it. Khalifa's voice came from the distance. Can it be done? Jabra and the others looked a little stiff, but that was Doflamingo. At why? Cha-cha. The way Doflamingo arrived was very arrogant and domineering. The Marines killing each other along the way became his background wall, and the houses he passed were silently cut open by invisible silver lines, a horrifying scene. Luo, I didn't expect you to come to greet me. I'm so touched. Sure enough, you are still my family. Doflamingo suddenly stopped and looked at the figure who suddenly appeared in front of him, showing a gentle smile. Luo's eyes were cold. Yes, that's it. Luo, your eyes are colder than 9 years ago, and contain more crazy ideas. This is the real Luo, how could you be a Marine? Doflamingo's welcoming gesture. Luo, you are if you want to destroy everything in the world, come back to the Don Quixote family, come back to me, and let us destroy the dirty world together. Or maybe Doflamingo is still holding on to a glimmer of hope. I hope Luo can take the initiative to follow me back, it would be best. It would be better if Luo could take the initiative and voluntarily use the immortality surgery for himself. Luo, Corazon betrayed the family. His justice seems so ridiculous. The Don Quixote family is your true destination. Come back with me. Doflamingo's seductive voice kept coming. Such a wordy guy, is he worthy of being my family member? Chuan sneered. Advertisement. Doflamingo's gentle smile froze in an instant, and his expression slowly turned cold under his sunglasses. Luo, have you been changed by Corazon's ridiculous justice? No, your eyes tell me that you don't have that in your heart. Ridiculous justice, aren't you willing to go back with me? Don Quixote is too small to accommodate me. Luo said disdainfully. Doflamingo looked stiff. His eyes became colder and colder. Luo, are you going to betray the family? No, I never thought of myself as belonging to the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo let out a weird and unique laugh. Luo, are you being petty? You have always been my family. It is inevitable for family members to have conflicts, and some petty tempers are understandable. But if you leave the family has been with us for too long, it's time to go back with me, are you right? The fingers moved slightly. The Marines fighting each other behind Doflamingo were like puppets being manipulated. While wailing, all the Marine guns were aimed at Luo. Luo, I can allow you to have a 0.7 child, but the family must go back. Then let's see if you can take me away. Luo shrugged and spread his hands, and a sword blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. Luo, your confidence is nothing more than Marine headquarters, but Birdcage blocks the signal and you can't notify Marine headquarters. No one in Birdcage can leave. Luo, you can only go back with me. Doflamingo said proudly. Everything is under his control. Where Birdcage is, people from outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out. Even if a strong Marine arrives, they won't be able to support Birdcage in the battle. They can still knock Luo out and take him away. Really? Room. Luo disappeared instantly and appeared outside Birdcage the next moment. I'm out. 98 Ennie's lobby requesting support. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In Birdcage, you can't get in or out. Doflamingo's confident voice still echoed in the air. I'm out. An understatement destroyed Doflamingo's pride. The sound is outside birdcage. 17 Doflamingo, with a frozen expression, looked at Luo outside the birdcage with a slight twitch in his mouth. I came in, and I went out again. Luo appeared inside birdcage out of thin air, and then teleported out again. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth kept twitching. I can still come out like this. Luo hit the birdcage instantly, and the sharp silver wire opened his body, and his body turned into lightning and condensed outside the birdcage. Doflamingo swallowed stiffly. I can still bring others out. Luo disappeared again, and the next moment he appeared outside birdcage with a marine. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth were twitching crazily. You continue. Luo 22 teleported back to the original place and said lightly. Doflamingo's eyes bulged. Luo. How can you break through birdcage? So many times, you still haven't understood. How many more times do you need me to come? No need. Doflamingo laughed a few times, but his heart was in turmoil. He thought he had the strongest restraint ability, but he was easily broken through. To be honest, it was really hard to accept. No one can restrain me, not even you Doflamingo. Luo said proudly. Advertisement. With the ability to move space and naturalization, there are almost no dilemmas. Keep laughing. Doflamingo stared at Luo with even more burning eyes. Luo, you will not disappoint. It seems that you have extremely terrifying possibilities. Come back, the family needs. So much nonsense. Luo's voice appeared next to Doflamingo. The room space has been wrapping the surrounding earth, teleporting to Doflamingo's side. The cold light swept away. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks burst out, and the blade crossed the 5-color strings that Doflamingo's fingertips traced. Doflamingo looked at Luo with a sneer. It seems that I can only take you away by force. GG. Even if he can't be restrained by birdcage, Doflamingo still believes that his power will definitely surpass Luo. Call out. A thread column wrapped with dozens of silver threads burst out from his hand. While retreating at a high speed, Luo quickly pulled out his silver gun, and fired bullets with thunder and lightning with a bang. The high-energy electromagnetic gun was not the most powerful, but its activation speed was the fastest. Call out. The trajectory of the bullet caused the earth to crack and collide with the shooting line pillar. The terrifying air wave cut through the surrounding houses, and the ground collapsed layer by layer. The bullets quickly destroyed the wire pillars and collapsed into a large number of silver wires. Keep going forward. Advertisement. The end of the line column is naturally Doflamingo. The power of thunder and lightning. The ground in front of Doflamingo swarmed into countless silver lines. Several huge lines crossed in front of him to block the incoming bullets. In the collapsed ground shrouded in smoke, Doflamingo walked arrogantly. Bu walked out. Luo, you have the thunder fruit ability. What do you think? Luofu flashed an electric arc. Gravity. It is a charged body, changing the gravitational intensity of the room space. Boom. The surrounding ground for hundreds of meters continued to collapse, houses and roads collapsed rapidly, and cracks spread throughout the area. As this gravity, Doflamingo's face changed in shock. Dozens of times of gravity would have a big impact on even top experts. Luo can now maximize the effect of dozens of times of gravity in the room space. Although he himself has to bear it, with his spatial transfer and naturalization, he obviously has very little impact. However, gravity and repulsion have not yet been developed and studied. Dozens of times gravity severely limits Doflamingo's speed. The situation is under my control. Luo pointed at Doflamingo's fingertips. It disappeared instantly, and a stone changed its position under Doflamingo's feet, and appeared instantly. High-frequency scalpel. The blade flashed with electric arc, leaving purple traces across it. Chang. Blocking the blade with one hand, armament hockey hardened. But Doflamingo couldn't help but take a few steps back. Thunder, space, gravity. Can this really be developed with op fruit? Doflamingo was shocked. Even if he could develop derivative abilities, it would be too shocking, right? Doflamingo, your power won't be that much, right? Use all your power. Luo's whole body flashed with terrifying electric arcs, and a large amount of thunder and lightning condensed behind him. Thunder Beast. The ferocious beast formed by the condensed thunder and lightning roared and crashed into Doflamingo. Advertisement. Boom. The earth collapsed. Thunder and lightning tore the earth apart, and there was smoke and dust. Several silver lines cut through the smoke. I didn't expect that, Luo. You actually have two abilities. It seems that you really have the power of thunder fruit. It's really scary. Brontosaurus. The flashing thunder and lightning all over his body condensed into a roaring dragon and charged towards Doflamingo. Big white line. Dolphron 240. The ground beneath Mingo's feet turned into silver threads, quickly spreading and turning into a sea of silver threads. Countless lines shot out and collided crazily with the thunder dragon. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the lines continued to collapse. GG, you have actually been underestimated by Luo. Doflamingo's 8-character step was still arrogant. It would be a shame for you to think that you could surpass me even for a moment, Luo. On top of fruit development, did you know that there are also fruits? Wake up. Wherever Doflamingo went, the houses on the earth turned into silver threads, and countless houses turned into huge lines like tentacles dancing in the air. It's so scary, the city has turned into a sea of lines. Everyone retreated in fear, away from the fighting range, and all retreated to the edge of the silver line. Notify the Marine headquarters immediately. Spandam put the phone bug through the gap in the silver wire outside the birdcage. There was a Marine outside the birdcage. It was the Marine that Luo had brought him down just now. Yes. I hope your lord can hold on. Spandam was very anxious, and the terrifying battle in front of him made his legs tremble. Outside birdcage. Marine panicked and used a phone bug to connect to the Marine headquarters. Marine headquarters, please help. Eni's lobby has been invaded by Doflamingo. Eni's lobby is about to be destroyed. Eni's lobby is requesting support. Support. 37%. 99 Luo vs Doflamingo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine headquarters. What? Doflamingo invaded Eni's lobby. Buddha Sengoku's face changed and he stood up in shock. Doflamingo, what does he want to do? This is not good. The Doflamingo guy's behavior is very scary. He may really destroy Eni's lobby. Chief of Staff, he said seriously. Eni's lobby can't stop him. Support him immediately. Birdcage exists, and Logia can only be dispatched. Buddha Sengoku looked at Kizaru, who was the only one at the Marine headquarters at this time. Kizaru helplessly spread his hands and said, Marine Science Force, it seems there is something urgent. He remembered that Eni's lobby was the territory of that annoying guy, which happened to make him suffer and let him understand that Dahai didn't think recruits could be arrogant. Kizaru, don't be wordy, you start immediately. Buddha Sengoku gave the order directly and forcefully. Okay then. Kizaru stood up helplessly. I am only responsible for support. As for what happens before we arrive, it has nothing to do with me. You. Buddha Sengoku stared at Kizaru's leaving figure angrily and helplessly. Sengoku, don't worry too much. Trafalgar Law is here in Eni's lobby. Although I don't know how strong he is definitely not weak. Garp ate senbei leisurely. It is precisely because Trafalgar Law is in Eni's lobby that I am worried. Sengoku of Buddha is not willing to let Marine lose a strong man with amazing potential. The strength of Doflamingo is not weak. It is very difficult for Admiral to face him. After all, Luo is still young. Some quote. Even if you lose, you can easily protect Trafalgar Law, right? Garp said. It shouldn't be difficult to protect yourself and escape. Call out. Luo kicked casually, and the stone under his feet shot out. When it hit Doflamingo, Luo disappeared instantly and appeared in front of Doflamingo out of thin air, with the blade in his hand sweeping past. Chang 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 backquote. Several lines crossed in front of Doflamingo. Advertisement. Space transfer. It seems that it needs to be transferred with physical objects, so can we detect the defense in advance? Doflamingo looked at him coldly. Yumahara Shirami. A large number of lines danced in the air like tentacles, and dozens of lines shot towards Luo. Call out. Using the ability to transfer objects in space, he quickly shifted his position to avoid the continuous attacks. At the same time, he drew out the silver gun again with his right hand and shot it accurately towards Doflamingo. Boom. The terrifying air waves from the high-energy electromagnetic cannon made the feathers on Doflamingo's shoulders rustle. Turning sideways at will, bullets flew past Doflamingo. Call out. The bullet disappeared. Luo appeared here out of thin air, and the blade wrapped with electric arc swept across. Clang. Quote. I knew Luo's attack would be like this. Armament Hockey held the blade with his hardened palm, and Doflamingo looked at Luo. Call out. Luo let go of the blade and quickly came behind Doflamingo. With a hand, mysterious gamma rays gathered in his hand, forming a gamma with a partial hollow near the handle. Short sword. Gamma knife. A large number of lines are entangled towards Luo, both feet have been entangled by the lines, and dozens of lines are shooting out towards Luo, with the top of the lines showing a dark color, Armament Hockey entanglement. The blade in his hand quickly stabbed Doflamingo in the back. Call out. The back hardened by Armament Hockey and its terrifying defense blocked the blade. The blade could not penetrate the body, but the sword tip penetrated the body. Chi-Chi. Advertisement. Doflamingo's face changed drastically and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the terrifying lines seemed to have entangled Luo into a silkworm chrysalis. He only needed to tighten the twisting force to crush everything in it. Call out. The silkworm chrysalis entangled with lines shriveled up in an instant, and Luo disappeared out of thin air, appearing on the broken earth hundreds of meters away. Ah! Doflamingo, in the center of the silver sea, clutched his chest and screamed. The gamma knife attacks the body. As long as it pierces the opponent's body, the rays that are very penetrating, carry high energy, and are powerful enough to kill cells will destroy the opponent's internal organs and cells, leaving the opponent with irrecoverable damage of serious injury. It will cause damage to the opponent's body instantly and will not cause external injuries. God's sanction. A pillar of thunder descended from the sky and hit Doflamingo. Boom. Dozens of silver wires destroyed the pillar of lightning. Luo. Doflamingo, who lowered his head with blood at the corner of his mouth, suddenly raised his head, his eyes cold and terrifying. His right hand kept flicking on his chest, and a large number of tiny silver threads quickly repaired the broken internal organs in the body, causing extremely serious injuries. Luo, you pissed me off. This 1,000-meter-long ocean of silver threads spreads rapidly. This guy. Luo's eyes turned cold. The tower of Eni's lobby turned into silver threads, and the underground was a laboratory. You've pissed me off too, Baton. Luo raised his fingertips, and hundreds of tons of broken ruins in the distance shot towards Doflamingo overwhelmingly. Advertisement. Boom. A large number of lines quickly destroyed this massive amount of boulder fragments. It is impossible to get close to Doflamingo, but the sky around Doflamingo is densely covered with debris. Call out. Luo disappeared instantly and changed places with one of the scraps of skin. He was only a few meters away from Doflamingo, and the pistol in his hand instantly fired thunder bullets. Boom. Bu Nuo Hao Jiao kept pulling the wrench. In an instant, several lightning bullets were connected in a line and shot out. Boom. Several silver lines crossed for defense, and dozens of high-energy electromagnetic cannons bombarded here at once. Rumble. Rumble. The terrifying explosion ring instantly covered the land for thousands of meters, the silver wire of the earth continued to disintegrate, and thunder and lightning flashed in the explosion. Doflamingo, who was protected by massive silver threads, kept retreating, and the silver threads in front of him quickly disintegrated or even broke. A figure was pushed out of the explosion ring. It's Doflamingo, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Whoops. A bolt of lightning opened the explosion ring, and Luoji quickly teleported toward Doflamingo. The terrifying lightning quickly gathered and formed an arrow. Lo! Doflamingo roared in a low voice, opening his hands, thousands of arrows piercing the heart, feathers striking, and threads. Thor's spear. 100 strong men of equal existence. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kizaru Admiral, everything is ready. Let's go. Target Eni's lobby. Kizaru sat lazily on the bow. Oh, by the way, you don't have to go through the gate of justice. Huh. The officer looked at Kizaru in astonishment. Kizaru Admiral, go to Eni's lobby. Passing the gate of justice is the closest and takes the shortest time. Eni's lobby is imprisoned now, but it is impossible to open the gate of justice and bypass the gate of justice to sail to Eni's lobby from other ships. Kizaru said casually. Yes. The warship turned quickly. Marine headquarters, Impel Down and Eni's lobby are three important institutions. The finished glyphs are presented in the swirling sea current triangle, each occupying different gates of justice. Passing through the gate of justice to reach the other two institutions only takes a very short time and is the safest navigation. It only takes half an hour to pass through the Gate of Justice, but it will take at least 2 hours to sail around the Gate of Justice and sail from other places. Kizaru said with a sneer on his lips. How can that boy persist for 2 hours? Kizaru knows that Trafalgar Law is not weak. But Doflamingo is a top player. You can protect yourself in a short time, but can you hold on for 2 hours? Kizaru showed a 707 teasing and obscene smile. When he is desperate, I will show up again to see what qualifications that boy has to continue to be arrogant in front of me. Quote. Only in despair can one understand how ridiculous one's arrogance once was. Thousands of arrows pierce the heart feather strike thread. When the battle has reached its most intense, everyone displays their own terrifying moves. Advertisement. Thousands of silver threads wrapped in armed colors rose from the ground, and the silver threads surrounded Luo in the shape of flamingo wings. Shooting out from all directions, this is an attack that is capable of precise strike but also large-scale destruction. Thor's spear. Silver-purple arrows condensed in front of Luo. A whooshing sound shot out instantly. The Thunder God's gun, which travels at the speed of light, carries terrifying energy, spreads out like invisible wings, and cuts everything around it horribly. One arrow, against thousands of silver threads, is a completely unequal number of attacks. Chi-chi. A sharp screeching sound surrounds the island. Amid the collapse of the earth, two terrifying moves met. Although there is only one spear of the Thunder God, the energy it carries is like a cutting air wave. The moment the two met, the sparks formed a line, dividing the sky into two halves. The massive silver threads continued to disintegrate, and the power carried by the Thor's gun was rapidly consumed. This was an astonishing, terrifying attack from the sea. Boom. The air waves swept through the entire Ennie's lobby, everyone crawled to the ground in fear, and the broken earth spread rapidly. After the earth shattering, on the broken earth, countless silver threads were scattered on the ground. Only the air was filled with astonishing momentum. Blocked. Doflamingo looked ugly. Advertisement. The super powerful attack launched by his fruit in its awakened state was actually blocked. Call out. Luo waved, and the blade in the hand of a marine in the distance instantly disappeared and fell into his hand. Armament hockey hardened the blade and disappeared instantly, teleporting to Doflamingo's side and slashing wildly with the blade. Chang chang chang. Under dozens of times of gravity, Doflamingo cannot show speed at all, not to mention that he is not a speed expert in the first place, facing crazy attacks that constantly teleport to his side. Doflamingo chooses passive defense. The 5 color strings in his hand cut quickly, blocking the sword's edge, and turned into the land of a sea of silver threads. Dozens of lines attacked the surroundings crazily, perfectly protecting themselves. No one can do anything to anyone. Whoosh. The blade was blocked by Hockey's hardened arm, while a line pillar passed through Luo's body. Doflamingo took a few steps back. Luo collapsed into thunder and lightning, which quickly condensed in the air. Luo, I didn't expect you to become so strong. Doflamingo looked at Luo in shock. Of course he was happy to learn that Luo became Vice Admiral and that Luo had grown up, proving that Luo was qualified to use the immortality surgery. But now the strength shown by Luo shocked Doflamingo. It is not a good thing to be not inferior to him at all. Why should a similarly strong man force Luo to use the immortality surgery for him? Luo did not continue the attack. Advertisement. The fierce battle seemed to last for a long time. Recalling the details of the battle in my mind, I came up with the answer. In terms of overall strength, it is no worse than Doflamingo now, right? How does Doflamingo compare with Admiral? Luo knows and experienced the strength of Doflamingo. Luo also knows and experienced Admiral's strength. The gap in strength between top admirals such as Doflamingo and Akainu is very small. Such a gap cannot determine the outcome without a life or death duel. So, Luo came up with his current strength level. Not inferior to the average admiral, but slightly behind the top admiral. This is Luo's summary of his overall ability at this time. Perhaps what he lacks is some experience and physical strength. It seems I won't be able to defeat you in a short time. Doflamingo said with a bitter smile. Today, first offended the Marine headquarters by offending the world government. But he didn't expect that it would not succeed. Doflamingo never considered such a result before taking action. As the Marine strongman coming soon, Doflamingo looked around. It was even more impossible when the Admiral was coming. But he didn't have any confidence to defeat Luo in a short time. In a long-term extreme life and death battle, he was still confident of winning, but he didn't. Time. Can you give up? Doflamingo was unwilling again. Luo, there's nothing you can do, and this is Eni's lobby, your territory. If Eni's lobby is completely destroyed, you can't bear the responsibility, right? Doflamingo opened his hands, and Birdcage quickly retracted. Except you, everyone else, no one can escape. Then, instead of being blamed and punished by the world government, why not follow me back to the family? The top cadre belongs to you, and we will join hands to destroy the boring world. Coercion and inducement are Doflaming's current plan. I said, your family is too small. 101 Chase. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo casually struck out with his sword, and the terrifying sword energy made Doflamingo rush to block it. As for avoidance, under dozens of times the gravity, Doflamingo has almost lost most of his mobility, making it difficult to dodge some sudden and fast attacks. Of course, his ability does not require dodge. Do you want to be blamed by the world government? Intimidation is the only option. Do you think anyone can blame me now? Luo asked funny ly. Doflamingo, are you so naive now? Doflamingo looked stiff. After looking at each other for a moment, he finally sighed helplessly. The look in your eyes, Luo, tells me that you will indeed not accept any threats or intimidation. With your strength, the sea cannot go anywhere, and the world government cannot control you. The strong are free. If something doesn't go your way, the worst possible thing to do is just leave. Unfortunately, the time is not right today. Doflamingo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Birdcage was slowly fading away. Since he could not threaten Luo, destroying Eni's lobby would be unnecessary. On the contrary, it will completely anger the world government and marine headquarters. Although Trafalgar Law will take responsibility. But the price Doflamingo has to bear is heavier, and the world government may not be able to tolerate such a crime, even if his identity is astonishing. Luo, next time we meet in the sea, I will definitely bring you back to the family. With a slight movement of his fingers, Doflamingo flew into the air. He knew that the powerful marine would definitely arrive soon, and there was no chance of taking Luo away now. If you stay any longer, you will be in danger. Want to leave? Advertisement. Luo disappeared in an instant. The battle had just ended and he actually wanted to leave. You can leave whenever you want. Come here whenever you want. What kind of place do you think this is? Is it the back garden? Running wildly in the air, Moonwalk shows the ability to fly a little faster than Doflamingo, catching up quickly, attacking madly, lightning and thunder, and the blade flashing. Clang clang clang. While flying out of Eni's lobby, Doflamingo quickly cut the silver wire in his hand to resist all attacks. Luo, there's nothing you can do to me. Clang clang clang. The two people who were fighting madly in the air went from the sky of the Eni's lobby tower to the height of the main entrance, with the sea in front of them. Boom. The thunder dragon blasted out, and Luo slowly fell to the ground, landing on the main gate wall, looking coldly at Doflamingo who was getting further and further away. Moonwalk is stuck in the air, which is a waste of energy. Pursuing in the air will sooner or later exhaust your energy, and the final result will be defeat. Luo, it won't be that simple next time, Gia Gia. Doflamingo flew away in the distance and heard a cold laugh. The arrival of arrogance. Leaving in style. Luo's eyes became colder and colder. Looking back, he didn't care about the broken Eni's lobby, but he had already discovered the situation inside the laboratory. Although the laboratory is underground, it is not far from the battle site. The terrifying confrontation was so violent that all the scientific researchers in the laboratory were shocked to death, and the first-floor laboratory suffered great damage. The damage to the laboratories on the second and third floors was not great. But Luo was in a bad mood after suffering these losses for no reason. Advertisement. In contrast, all members of Eni's lobby marine cheered. Doflamingo actually took the initiative to retreat. Lord Trafalgar Law 1. Marine cheered and looked at the figure on the wall with admiration. The big pirate with a ferocious look on the sea was actually forced to retreat. Sir, you are too strong. Spandam couldn't help but want to worship. Khalifa's big watery eyes said without blinking, Sir, we can indeed do it. These honors did not make Luo feel better. He came to the laboratory instantly with a cold face, collected all the important experimental data, loaded it up, and destroyed the other less important things in an instant. The huge box contains the body of Kaido of the beasts and important experimental data. Leave the laboratory in an instant. At this time, the laboratory no longer has any secrets. Sir, what are you doing? Prepare warships immediately. My lord, where are you going? Spandam asked in surprise. Dressrosa country. Luo said coldly, his eyes always looking at the horizon with cold eyes. Doflamingo's shadow had disappeared. If you mess around in my territory, let you try it. What will happen if you mess around in your own territory? Question mark quote. Spandam looked at Luo in horror. Sir, are you going to? Dot. Please give me flowers. Stop talking nonsense and prepare the ship. Yes, yes, yes. The frightened Spandam swallowed his saliva in horror, and made up his mind that he must not offend the Lord, otherwise Kakuzu would die miserably if he fled to Tianyahai. A warship quickly left Eni's lobby and disappeared into the depths of the sea. Advertisement. And an hour later, the warship Kizaru was on slowly appeared in the horizon of Eni's lobby. The battle is over. Kizaru looked at the somewhat quiet Eni's lobby, but there was no sign of strong men fighting, and there were no shocking and terrifying explosions. The silence was a bit scary. But the broken walled land of Eni's lobby. You can tell at a glance that an amazing battle has just been staged here. That kid won't be defeated and killed, right? Kizaru's face froze slightly. Although he didn't care, he knew that if this was the result, he would definitely be blamed by Mr. Sengoku. That kid isn't so useless, is he? Kizaru hurriedly reached the front entrance of Eni's lobby at the speed of light. Spandam rolled around and hurriedly came to greet him. Kizaru Admiral. It's strange that the battle ended so quickly. Is Trafalgar Law dead? Your Excellency is not dead. Are you not dead? Kizaru's only worry disappeared. He was still worried that he would be blamed for Luo's death. Since he was not dead, Kizaru didn't care about the other consequences. Walking leisurely into the broken Eni's lobby. Where is Trafalgar Law? Is he seriously injured? Is he being treated now? Spandam looked stiff and didn't know how to answer. He didn't dare to offend anyone. Where's Doflamingo? Are you gone? That guy from Trafalgar Law is really useless. He didn't wait for my arrival. Kizaru said disdainfully. Now that kid should understand that just because White Hits broke the recruitment record, it doesn't mean that he can stand at the top of the sea. It's peaked. Feel the failure. Do you know that you are arrogant? Well, Doflamingo was forced back by the master, and the master is now chasing him. Looking back, Kizaru's pupils widened. Are you talking about real death? 102 Why take a step back? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's terrible. Doflamingo was defeated. Kizaru couldn't believe this result. Doflamingo's strength was defeated so easily. Is it difficult for Admiral to do this? Is Trafalgar Law stronger than Admiral? How is it possible? Tell me about the battle. Spandam hurriedly described the battle situation, his tone full of admiration for Luo. The battle lasted less than half an hour. Did Doflamingo retreat on his own initiative? I see. Kizaru showed his usual wretched smile again. Maybe the smile was not wretched, but it was a pity that his appearance was too wretched, and every smile was a wretched smile. How could we tell the winner in such a short period of time? It turned out that Doflamingo evacuated on his own initiative because he knew I was coming. That guy had great luck thanks to my 960, and now he went alone as an idiot. Aren't you afraid of death if you chase? Kizaru took out the phone bug and said, leave these troublesome matters to Mr. Sengoku. The details of Eni's lobby were reported to Marine Headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku. What? Trafalgar Law is hunting Doflamingo. Sengoku was shocked. Is Trafalgar Law already so powerful? No, Mr. Sengoku. Doflamingo was not repelled by him, but evacuated on his own initiative. This is enough to prove the power of Trafalgar Law. Sengoku said. Kizaru, you immediately go to Dressrosa country to assist Trafalgar Law. Advertisement. Mr. Sengoku, this is not assistance. It seems that I am going to rescue. I have to fight the entire Don Quixote family single-handedly. This is not what a smart person does. Kizaru said jokingly. The distance is not close. Anything will happen before I arrive. I can't guarantee anything. Go immediately. It's too dangerous to be alone. Call out. In the sea and sky, a huge black shadow passed across the sky. Is it a boat? Controlling the ark's proverbs alone, Luo quickly moved forward in the direction pointed by the eternal pointer. Sitting on the throne, Luo's body was flashing with electric arcs, his eyes were cold. The voice of Buddha Sengoku came from the phone next to me. Trafalgar Law. The world government just issued an order. Doflamingo is still a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, do not conflict with him. So, everything I endured was in vain. No way, this is the order of Lord 5 Elders. I don't know what the 4 elders are, I just know that I want to go. After saying this, he pointed his finger and thunder and lightning destroyed the phone bug. In his previous life, Luo had a ruthless nature. How could he have gone from being lonely and helpless to becoming a big boss without being crazy? And now, Law is not in the mood to take over the world, become the pirate king or control the world government. His goal has always been simple and clear, to become an immortal strong man. Advertisement. Live wantonly in this sky. Since you are wanton, then do whatever you want without fear or restraint. He has always worked hard for this goal. He has never cared about the conflict between the pirates and marines, and has never thought about the so-called justice. I never thought about becoming a righteous good person, nor did I want to become a bad person who does all kinds of evil. He was not in the mood to get involved in things that had nothing to do with him or things that were not beneficial to him. But if you mess with him, he will instantly turn into a furious lion, the lion majesty in the darkness. It is not his character to hold back when suffering. What's more, there is no need to keep a low profile and hold back now. His own strength is already strong enough, and his life-saving ability can definitely rank among the top 3 in the sea. And can control Kaido of the beasts. With such power, why should we endure it? Why should we take a step back to gain access to the world? Single-handedly hunting down Doflamingo and invading Doflamingo's lair, such a crazy move is incomprehensible to Admiral. Without careful consideration, even the Marine headquarters, even Admiral, would not take action against such a huge pirate group without authorization. What's more, Doflamingo's identity is unique and amazing. He had played too many conspiracies in his previous life, but now Luo didn't want to play with them, didn't want to think too much, he just wanted to use force to solve the problem. Tolerance was not Luo's character. He seems to be indifferent to everything at ordinary times, but once he becomes crazy, he will become the most terrifying person. Luo had no other purpose in pursuing Doflamingo, and he had no idea of making a success or becoming famous. It was very simple, just to make Doflamingo sad. Although if he can really destroy the entire Don Quixote family, he will definitely instantly enter the eyes of everyone in the sea and become the most dazzling person. With such a record, it will naturally be easier to become an admiral in the future. Advertisement. But Luo didn't consider this at all. All he was thinking about was how to tease the Don Quixote family. Becoming an admiral is one of Luo's goals, but he only believes that admirals are worthy of his status. Luo has already had an idea and plan on how to become an admiral, and does not need the Don Quixote family as a stepping stone. Now even if you have the power of admiral and have the merit to become an admiral, it is difficult to become an admiral because the quota is full. Still need to waiting for the change of office. Luo's goal is very simple. According to the original work, after the battle on the top 2 years later, great changes have occurred within the sea and marine. That is the best time to become an admiral, and he only needs to perform better than the admiral in the battle on the top. Even more dazzling, isn't it easy to become an admiral afterwards? Doflamingo, wait a moment, prepare to experience real pain. There was only endless chill in his eyes. 0.5. After several days of healing, Doflamingo finally returned to the country of Dressrosa. As he passed by the city, he accepted the kneels of all the citizens. The highest honor. He is the absolute master and absolute king of Dressrosa country. He is the god in the hearts of the people. Call out. Taking an arrogant step, Doflamingo walked into the palace with his usual evil smile. Young master, are you back? Where is Trafalgar Law? Young master, have you already asked Trafalgar Law to use the immortality surgery on you? The officials gathered around Doflamingo, with ecstasy in their eyes. Young master, have you already become immortal? The last king of the sea will one day be. It falls into your hands, young master. 38%. 1.03 million thunder. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Among the excited cadres, only a few noticed Doflamingo's increasingly grim expression. Doflamingo looked ugly, especially now, in front of his subordinates and his family. The depression in his heart that cannot be vented is even stronger. Gia, Trafalgar Law has changed and is no longer our family. Doflamingo smiled evilly. Did Luo betray you? Has it been corrupted by Marine? The officers were murderous, but they were not surprised. Trafalgar Law only stayed in the Don Quixote family for a very short time, and 9 years had passed in Marine, so changes were inevitable. The cadres did not regard Luo as their own family, he was just a pawn to make the young master stronger. Since he is not our family, the young master does not need to be polite to him and forcefully take him back. Or should we kill him? The officials did not care about Trafalgar Law's life or death, they only cared about whether Law used the immortality surgery on the young master. Gia. The ferocious smile on Doflamingo's face became even thicker. Trafalgar Law has become 22 very strong and has spatial abilities. It is difficult to catch him in a short time. In order to avoid direct conflict with Marine Admiral, let him go this time. Quote. Isn't Trafalgar Law very lucky? I guess after today, Luo will always be hiding in the Marine headquarters, terrified all day long, afraid to come out, right? No one among the cadres doubted their king, so they naturally ridiculed that Luo. At this time, a huge black shadow appeared outside the horizon of Dressrosa country. Violet's stare fruit ability among the cadres allowed her to immediately notice the strange black shadow outside the horizon, but she remained calm. The flying ship, is he Trafalgar Law? When Luo was in the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo had not yet occupied the country of Dressrosa, and Violet had not yet been forced to join the Don Quixote family. Advertisement. But she had seen Luo's photos before. It was established that he was Trafalgar Law. It doesn't seem to be consistent with what Doflamingo said. Violet looked at the arrogant Doflamingo with a calm expression. If it is true as Doflamingo said, as the cadres ridiculed. Why did Trafalgar Law dare to chase Doflamingo to the country of Dressrosa? Is he looking for death? Is he stupid? Could it be? Violet's eyes lit up. Call out. The ark's proverb passed over the city thousands of meters above the sky, leaving strange black clouds in its path. A large number of black clouds continued to emerge from the ark's proverb, darkening the bright sky. Sheila. Above the throne of ark proverbs, Luo's whole body was flashing with terrifying thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning was transported to the golden throne. The thunder and lightning caused the complex machinery in ark proverbs to operate rapidly, and finally turned into dark clouds. Flying ships. How is this possible? The citizens on the street looked curiously at the ark's motto flying in the air. No one has to worry, this is the Don Quixote family, who dares to act so arrogant here? In the palace of the royal palace. Doflamingo laughed wildly and said, Trafalgar Law, you should hope not to meet me again. Next time, you won't be as lucky as this time, but you will die. Thousands of thunders. A small dark cloud with an area of only 1 kilometer. At this time, thunder and lightning flashed, and there was a bright sky outside the dark cloud. It was extremely weird weather. The area covered by the thunder and lightning cloud happened to be the palace high ground. Advertisement. Thousands of thunders in a small area only attack the palace high ground and do not affect the city. Boom. In the frightened eyes of tens of thousands of citizens in the city, hundreds of thunder and lightning fell from the dark clouds, covering the entire palace high ground. The glare obscured the sun. Only the dull eyes remained. Next time I will kill. Thunder and lightning fell on the palace, reflecting on the face of the arrogant Doflamingo and also on the faces of those cadres. Boom. Thunder and lightning. The palace heights were destroyed by lightning, and every place suffered from lightning. The palace continued to collapse. Under the wanton destruction of lightning, the earth cracked and houses collapsed. Many members of the Don Quixote family were struck by lightning and turned into scorched earth while screaming. Doflamingo was confused. The cadres were also confused. The next moment, the faces of the cadres and Doflamingo changed drastically, and they hurriedly avoided the thunder and lightning, looking inevitably embarrassed. 5 fingers crossed, and the silver line actually cut through the thunder and lightning. The slightly embarrassed Doflamingo was filled with murderous intent, staring at the sky, staring at the weird ark motto, his pupils suddenly widened. Found Luo on the golden throne of Arc Proverbs. The aloof Luo is like a thunder god looking down on the entire Don Quixote family. Boom. Advertisement. In a very short time, the entire palace high ground was completely destroyed, the collapsed high ground completely collapsed, and the scorched earth was riddled with holes. The palace disappeared. Luo. Doflamingo's cold murderous aura filled the entire sky. Why are you here? Doflamingo, the battle is not over yet. You can run away if you want. In Arc Proverbs 243, Luo looked at Doflamingo. Now is the time for you to feel the pain. Society N. Doflamingo laughed ferociously. Okay, very good. The palace heights were completely destroyed, making Doflamingo completely angry. The entire Don Quixote family has never attempted such a big loss, and for everyone to see it. Luo. The embarrassed cadres all looked up and stared at Luo. There was shock and astonishment. How dare Luo come here alone? Is he looking for death? Does he still want to fight against our entire Don Quixote family alone? Who does he think he is? He is just a kid from our previous family. Trafalgar Law, do you remember me? I once taught you swordsmanship. Diamante smiled jokingly with a clown-like appearance. The kid who was once trained by us. Do you still want to rebel now? Who are you? Quote. Diamante was furious. Luo, you are seeking death on your own. If you hide in the Marine headquarters, there is really nothing you can do. This is not Annie's lobby, but no one will come to rescue you. The grinning Doflamingo moved his fingers slightly and flew high into the sky quickly. His hands crossed, and the silver line cut everything in front of him. 104 Invasion of the Don Quixote family. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. P.S. Please subscribe automatically. Room. A huge space appeared instantly, and a quarter of the city was wrapped in the space. Luo and the Ark's motto disappeared instantly and appeared on the streets in the distance. The people on the streets looked at the huge battleship that appeared out of thin air in horror. Call out. Disappear again. Several times later, the Ark's motto appeared out of thin air on the sea. Call out. A bolt of thunder and lightning burst out from the Ark's proverbs, leaving traces of thunder and lightning in the sky. When it passed the port, lightning and thunder burst out, and a large number of thunder and lightning shot out, destroying all the ships in the port. Chi-chi. A bolt of lightning swept across the street and passed through various alleyways. In a very short time, we arrived at the ruins in the center of the city. Come on, the whole Don Quixote family. Luo looked at Don Quixote for all the strong ones. Excuse me. Doflamingo landed on the ground and smiled ferociously. Behind him were more than a dozen cadres, and there were a large number of black-clad members surrounding him. This was Doflamingo's lair and his territory. Luo, you came here on your own. Even if I kill you, Marine will have nothing to say. Doflamingo smiled ferociously. There is only murderous intent in his heart. Although his real purpose is to hope that Luo can use the immortality surgery for himself. But Doflamingo already understood that it was impossible to do it. Even if he defeated Luo, even if he caught him and imprisoned him, Luo's eyes told Doflamingo that it was impossible. There was a crazy look in his cold eyes. Advertisement. Never be afraid of death. No compromise is possible. In this case, Doflamingo's current goal is to kill Luo. If he kills him, Op fruit will naturally reappear somewhere in the sea and slowly lay out its plans. It is still possible to have an immortal body. It's in chaos, it's in complete chaos. Dressrosa country is in complete chaos. Thousands of thunders appeared in shock, and the palace high ground was destroyed in an instant. In an instant, all citizens knew that the Don Quixote family had been invaded. Dressrosa is a big country, and there are a lot of pirates and merchant ships staying here at any time. Interesting, someone actually dares to attack Joker. Isn't this looking for death? A guy who overestimates his own abilities dares to go against Joker. The pirates who stayed in the country of Dressrosa laughed and said that they were all partners of Doflamingo. I hope Joker will resolve these troubles soon and continue trading. Don't worry, it will be soon. No one thought that Doflamingo would lose. He was the Joker in the underground world of the New World. His power and influence were extremely astonishing even in the New World occupied by the four emperors. Such a family, such a strong man, unless the four emperors and Marines' top combat forces are deployed, it is impossible to shake the Don Quixote family. As for that guy just now, Who is it? So young. I don't know him at all. It seems that that guy is the guy who caused some trouble some time ago. Marine became the Vice Admiral guy the fastest. Marine Vice Admiral. A Marine Vice Admiral also wants to defeat the Don Quixote family. Is it possible? Advertisement. Vice Admiral already has well-known strong men in the sea, but except for a guy like Chief of Staff Garp Crane who completely surpasses Vice Admiral in strength, other Vice Admirals, even elite Vice Admirals, cannot defeat the Don Quixote family alone. Damn intruder. Humph. The citizens were also very angry and scolded the invaders. In their hearts, they admired Doflamingo very much. The most excited ones were the journalists. Big news, contact the headquarters immediately. Dover, am I alone enough? Virgo came out holding a bamboo recorder. The battle can be over in an instant. Call out. Virgo disappeared instantly and was shaved by Marine 6 styles, and the shave was faster than the one used by ordinary Marine strongmen. Instantly appeared behind Luo, and his fingers shot out instantly. The finger pistol, which was more powerful than a bullet, penetrated Luo's body instantly. Afterimage. Virgo looked at the figure that slowly disappeared. Too slow. A joking voice sounded behind Virgo, along with the sharp sword energy. Can you break through the defense? Virgo's whole body was pitch black, and his whole body was hardened with armament hockey. Above the level of hockey, Virgo had reached extremely high attainments. Call out. The sword edge swept across. Not good. Doflamingo's expression changed in the distance, and his feet instantly turned into a sea of silver lines. Dozens of lines crossed in front to protect himself in all openings. Whoosh. The invisible sword energy passed around, and all the houses hundreds of meters or even kilometers ahead were cut off at this moment, and the invisible energy cut through everything in front. Rumble. Advertisement. A large number of roofs rumbled into the ground. The first thing to be cut off was not the house, but Virgo. He was cut in half. As this, the lines slowly faded, and many cadres looked around in horror. How could they actually cut open all the houses within a kilometer? Such a terrifying move. Virgo. The cadres looked at Virgo in horror as he fell to the ground in 2 cuts. That was the top cadre. Got killed instantly. How can it be? Am I defeated? Virgo couldn't imagine that Hockey's body was hardened and he couldn't defend himself. How is that possible? Hockey. Luo had it 7 years ago, and has been practicing hockey hard. Maybe Luo may be slightly weaker than Virgo in terms of hockey, but the gap is definitely very small. If coupled with the op fruit ability and Luo's own strength, using op fruit to cut open Virgo's body will not be enough. Disaster. Luo could do it in the original work, let alone the current minister. Although there is no sense of achievement in defeating you group of cadres, I am here to vent good, so don't blink. The voice appeared in the group of cadres, and Luo teleported here. The room space has always been wrapped around the surrounding land of thousands of meters. Many cadres looked at Luo beside them in horror. Naturally, Baby 5 was also among the cadres. She looked at Luo blankly. Luo, do you really want to fight us? When they were in the Don Quixote family, Baby 5 and Luo were of the same age, so they had more opportunities to get along and chat with each other. We can't say they have a deep relationship, but at least they were more familiar with each other than others. BABY5, are you still in the family? Are you still in this family with no future? Do you want to leave? Leave. You need me. Doflamingo was furious and stared at Luo angrily. He actually said that you are here to vent. I should vent too, right? Now you are poaching, which is unbearable. 105 Playing with the Don Quixote family. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Call out. The cadres immediately dispersed and surrounded Luo with vigilance. Some cadres quickly picked up Virgo's separated body and put it back together again. Gia. The grinning Doflamingo's feet quickly turned into a sea of silver lines, and dozens of lines attacked Luo crazily. Call out. Luo disappeared. Luo, aren't you here to find me? Why are you hiding? Doflamingo flicked his fingers, and the silver lines crazily cut everything around him. Luo disappeared, and no one could find where he was at this time. First place. Diamante. An indifferent voice echoed in the air. Me. Diamante raised his cloak, flashing with cold light. The cloak made of steel has strong defensive power, and he looked around with his sword in hand. Call out. Luo's shadow flashed in front of him. Half-moon funeral. A sword was swung out, and the terrifying wave of sword energy separated the earth, and the terrifying crack spread for hundreds of meters. TCH. You don't even dare to dodge my sword moves. Diamante smiled disdainfully. 100 million volts. Luo Lidian teleported behind Diamante, his fingertips flashed with lightning, and he aimed at Diamante's back, hissing. Thunder 513 attacks in the most basic way, a pure lightning attack. Chi-Chi. Advertisement. A 100 million volt lightning attack struck Diamante, and the steel cloak was the best conductor at this time. Crackling, Diamante's whole body flashed with terrifying thunder and lightning. Ah! The screaming Diamante was completely covered by thunder and lightning, and the surrounding earth turned into scorched earth. Diamante. Kadri's Doflamingo looked at Diamante screaming in the thunder and lightning, but they were helpless. The terrible thunder and lightning made it impossible for them to rescue her. The thunder and lightning disappeared in an instant. In the scorched earth, black smoke emerged from Diamante's body. When she opened her mouth, it was filled with black smoke, and she fell to the ground without a trace. Trafalgar Law, so strong. The Kadris looked at Luo in horror. Virgo and Diamante were killed instantly. Both of them were top Kadris, but the result was just an instant kill. How strong must Na Luo be? Luo, you completely pissed me off. Doflamingo smiled ferociously, and the land with a radius of several hundred meters turned into a sea of silver lines. Massive lines, CCEB, shot towards Luo, and the top of the lines turned dark, covering armament. Hockey. Next. Gradius. Luo disappeared again. Me. Gladius's body swelled. How can you attack me like this in the face of an explosion? Gladius expanded extremely quickly, turning his whole body into a huge ball, which could break at a touch. Phew. When Luo appeared in front of Gladius instantly, at this moment, the expanded Gladius reached the condensation point and exploded. Luo didn't move, but the explosion did not appear around him. Instead, he appeared next to Doflamingo, and Ronaldo changed positions between Gladius and Torbal next to Doflamingo. Advertisement. Ahem. Doflamingo, who suddenly suffered a horrific explosion, hurriedly swallowed the warmth in his throat while being embarrassed, stared at Luo angrily, and controlled a large number of lines to attack Luo. But Luo Shangxia went head to head with Brother Dove. The target is only the Kadris. Call out. The Kadris attacked at the same time, and when they caught Luo Shili's trajectory, all kinds of crazy attacks continued to load. Just as Luo landed, a large number of rock spikes shot out from the ground. The ground beneath your feet ripples. Senor Peak stretched out his hands from the rippled earth and grabbed Luo's feet. Caught. Here. Luo instantly turned into thunder and lightning, and at the same time, a thunder dragon crashed onto the earth. As the earth collapsed, a figure vomited blood and flew out. It was Senor Peak. Be careful, Luo also has Logia Thunder Fruit. Doflamingo's face was terrifyingly gloomy. But his attack speed couldn't catch up with Luo at all. Although they continued to attack and suppress, in the end they watched helplessly as they continued to take action against the Kadris. Logia Thunder Fruit. The Kadris looked at Luo in horror. Generally, they would not be afraid of Logia, but Thunder Fruit is a top Logia. Doesn't Luo have Op Fruit? How could he have two abilities? Just attack with Hockey. Call out. Three figures instantly appeared next to Luo, Virgo, Dellinger and Rao Ji. All three of them were strong in physical skills. Advertisement. The three of them were extremely fast and attacked at the same time. Rao Ji's weird boxing skills, Dellinger's sudden kick of high heels, and Virgo's finger pistol that presented Hockey. Call out. Three terrifying attacks came from three parties. PFF'd. Boom. A huge explosion suddenly covered the area, and the three people flew out. How could it be? The three people who were flying upside down looked at Gladius, who was slowly recovering from the explosion. How could it be him? Why am I here? Gladius held his chest. He withstood three attacks and was seriously injured. The moment he was attacked, he spontaneously used his self-destruction ability, injuring both sides. A bunch of idiots. Luo has the ability to move in space. He can move himself and objects at will, and he can also move other items. Please be careful not to make such stupid mistakes. Doflamingo roared. What? The Kadris stared at Luo with numbness. How to fight this? The Kadris are pretty strong, and almost all of them are ability users. Being besieged by them, even Doflamingo needs some energy to deal with it. However, Luo, who is comparable to them, is able to get by like a duck in water, because his ability does not care about group attacks at all. On the contrary, it is more beneficial to the development of his abilities. Why don't you dare to attack? Standing on the broken eaves, Luo looked at the many cadres. Even if you are on defense, most of you are unable to resist with your strength. I can still force you to move your position. You still dare to attack? All you have to do is wait for me to slaughter them one by one. Rumble. The eaves where Luo was standing were instantly destroyed and covered by dozens of lines. Doflamingo, your attack speed can't keep up with mine, what should you do next? Joking laughter echoed in the air. 106 The Master of Battle. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone, please pay attention. Although Trafalgar Law's ability is weird, it is not unpreventable as long as you are vigilant. Doflamingo said gloomily. And the cadres who suffered several big losses. Now they no longer dare to attack at will, they disperse. Our cadres with stronger ability to cooperate gather together in pairs. The cadres who threw the rat weapon were at a loss. They had never experienced this kind of battle. It was clear that their side had an absolute numerical advantage, and the battle should be completely controlled by their own family. Unexpectedly, they were led by the opponent in the end. This kind of frustration made them want to vomit blood. In just 9 years, Luo has grown to such strength. How did he do it? Luo is actually so strong. Baby 5 looked at Luo in surprise. She entered the Don Quixote family earlier than Luo. At first, she was slightly stronger than Luo, but now Baby 5 is a Don Quixote cadre. 1, but not the main combat power. Obviously he joined the family at the same time, but Baby 5 couldn't help but compare. He was just an ordinary cadre, far away from the top cadres. But Luo can easily defeat the top cadre, and directly confront the young master. Don Quixote family, actually facing one person and having nothing to do. Now, Violet was the most shocked. Although she is a member of the Don Quixote family. But the Don Quixote family is her enemy. After deeply understanding the power of the Don Quixote family, she only felt powerless and fearful. Such a huge family could not be overthrown. The family that once thought it was invincible is now difficult to face even one person. Already hopeless, now there is hope again. Mind peeping. Violet was eager to know what Luo was thinking at this time. She used her unique ability to assume a strange posture, touching the tips of her index fingers and thumbs and placing them in front of her eyes. Advertisement. Looking at Luo with a strange posture. Instantly read Luo's inner thoughts at this time. Violet looked at Luo in horror. How could it be possible? Violet thought that Luo must have thoughts of anger and hatred in his heart, but she didn't expect that what he was thinking at this time was so incredible. People like this are the most terrifying ones. Since you don't dare to attack, just stand there and wait for me to harvest. Luo's whole body flashed with thunder and lightning. Gravity. The hundreds of meters of land covered by the room instantly experienced dozens of times the gravity. The terrifying gravity caused the broken houses and buildings to collapse instantly, and the ground showed a large number of tiny cracks, like cracks. In the room space, everyone has to bear this kind of gravity. For strong people such as Doflamingo, although the impact of this kind of gravity is not small, they can still resist it calmly. However, there are also people among the cadres who are not strong in physical skills. Cadres who are not very strong, such as Baby 5, can still stand up despite their trembling legs and gritted teeth. It's like putting a yoke on everyone. Call out. Luo disappeared, and all the cadres couldn't help but feel numb. Who is he going to attack? Stuck. On the floor of a multi-story house in the distance, several journalists were lying on the roof, their cameras pointed at the distant fighting site. The people near the fighting place had already fled here. Did you take the picture? The camera flashed. It was filmed. I didn't expect that a Vice Admiral would make the entire Don Quixote family feel helpless. Moreover, he was a young Vice Admiral. Big news. Such news would definitely shock the world. Advertisement. Yes, our newspaper will also become famous. Call out. With lightning and thunder, dozens of Taoist gods sanctioning thunder pillars fell from the sky almost at the same time, bombarding every cadre. Boom. The cadres each use their own different abilities to resist, evade or destroy. Luo, do you know how to hide? Doflamingo, vomiting blood in depression, controlled dozens of lines and chased Luo crazily, but he was one step slower every time. Kadri's always maintained absolute vigilance. He almost didn't dare to attack until the last moment. Luo appeared in front of Dellinger in an instant, and a bolt of lightning shot out from the flashing arc at his fingertips. Whoops. Under gravity, Dellinger, who was no longer too fast, was lucky enough to avoid the lightning attack. At the same time, his high heels instantly kicked towards Luo. Please give me flowers. Whoosh. Luo disappeared, and an arc of electricity seemed to pass quickly around Dellinger, while countless cold lights enveloped Dellinger. Ah! Dellinger's ear-piercing howl was the only sound in the sword shadow. Asshole! Doflamingo growled, and dozens of lines swarmed towards him in an instant. Other Kadris also performed long-range attacks. Boom! In an instant, this place was surrounded by massive attacks and exploded wildly. What? In order to attack me, you don't care about your family? Luo leisurely came to the angry Dolphlan Minchu. Advertisement. The emerging lines instantly wrapped around Luo, but only air was wrapped around him. Call out. Luo appeared out of thin air behind Torbal, holding a silver gun in his hand and pointing at Torbal. Bang, bang, bang. Torbal, who didn't dare to look back and couldn't escape, quickly burst out with mucus all over his body, and the lumpy mucus completely enveloped Kifang. Boom. A terrifying high-energy electromagnetic gun carrying thunder and lightning shot out from in front of Torbal. It tore open the earth and penetrated Torbal's body instantly. The powerful power shattered the surrounding earth. At the same time, as Torbal screamed, all the mucus on his body splashed out, revealing his skinny body, covered with blood. Luo. Doflamingo's face became even more ferocious. Countless silver threads surged crazily, and a large number of silver threads covered Haki and stabbed towards Luo. Call out. Luo had already left, appeared in front of another Kadri, and took action quickly. Clang, 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 compete with Virgo several times, Haki confronts, then disappears, competes with Pika several times with sword moves, and the Brontosaurus collides with Buffalo. Among the Kadris, Luo changed positions at will. Without a clear target, they attacked anyone at will. Faced with constant sudden attacks, the Kadris were exhausted and looked embarrassed and miserable. Many Kadris soon suffered injuries. Even seriously injured. And from beginning to end. Luo didn't go head-to-head with Doflamingo for a single move. Doflamingo instead became the most fringe one-man pill. 40%. 107-second request. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo, you are looking for death. Doflamingo's bulging blood vessels and veins made his face even more ferocious. Seeing Luo attacking so wildly and unscrupulously. And this is still his own territory. Doflamingo, who had never endured such humiliation, was furious. However, although his attack was fast, it could not move faster than the space. Although the massive lines were entangled with armament Haki, it was really troublesome to move naturally. But there was nothing he could do about the space transfer. Luo, you can't last long with an attack like this. Doflamingo smiled grimly. Oh, Luo, who was attacking Raoji, suddenly stopped and looked back at Doflamingo. The ability to transfer space is indeed very strong. Luo, your ability is perfect in all aspects, but the display of such an ability requires a lot of physical strength, right? Doflamingo smiled coldly and said, with your physical strength, you can't hold on too long. Indeed. Luo nodded. The consumption of space transfer is indeed very scary. The space consumption of rendering room is already very large. The consumption of any ability of op fruit is extremely terrifying. Although Luo's physical strength is not weak now, he has not yet reached the point where he can ignore these consumptions. To tease Don Quixote, almost all Kadris have endured Luo's teasing. Under the entire siege of Don Quixote, they have achieved such perfect results. It would be difficult for ordinary Admiral to achieve it, but Luo did it easily. But the cost of all this is that Luo's physical strength has been exhausted by as much as 40%. How long can you hold on? Doflamingo smiled sinisterly. This is Dressrosa, my territory, you have nowhere to escape. Advertisement. Oh, really? A gentle smile. Can you still teleport back to the Marine headquarters? You can't escape my pursuit. Even if you escape into the sea, I will kill you. Doflamingo was cold and arrogant. He spent almost nothing. And Luo consumes a lot of money. He does have such confidence, and Doflamingo, who has the ability to fly, can indeed easily hunt down anyone who leaves by boat. Go on, why don't you continue to attack? Let me see how long you can hold on and how long you can play with us. Doflamingo mocked. When you are exhausted, that's when you die. You can escape now. Let me see how far you can escape in the sea. Okay, let me go then. Luo glanced sideways at Doflamingo and really put away the blade and walked towards the port. The cadres looked at this scene in astonishment. He couldn't help but smile. They were so frustrated in the previous battle. They played the role of being abused perfectly. Any counterattack did not attack the opponent. They had long wanted to end this kind of battle. Dozens of lines shot towards Luo. Although he was easily dodged, Doflamingo did not show any expression of frustration. He just wanted to force Luo to constantly use his space transfer ability. Because he doesn't care about the conditions of ordering Admiral, doesn't care about nature at all, and doesn't pay attention to it. If Admiral can do it, can't he do it? Can't Kaido of the Beasts do it? Kizaru couldn't help but feel angry. I am an Admiral as a person, and you are just a Vice Admiral. In terms of strength, although you have amazing potential, can you really compare to an Admiral? World government orders, Marine cannot conflict with Doflamingo, Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, come back with me immediately. Kizaru ordered directly. Advertisement. I didn't expect that the first request would appear now, and it was still such a request. Admiral has the highest combat power in Marine. He can order Admiral to do 3 things. It is estimated that everyone will be cautious and will never maximize the city's interests, unless it is absolutely necessary. He looked at Luo jokingly. Luo, does it seem that something is not good about you? It was only at this moment that she showed a look of ecstasy. Admiral was here. Did Marine really want to destroy the Don Quixote family with all his strength? Kizaru and Doflamingo were dumbfounded. It seems that it is necessary for Kaido of the Beasts to come out and play with Doflamingo. Luo glanced at Doflamingo jokingly and continued to walk leisurely towards the port. Quote. Question mark quote. Blinking, Kizaru suddenly remembered that he seemed to have made a bet with Luo. If he lost, he would indeed do 3 things for him. This has always been a thorn in Kizaru's heart and even a shame. Kizaru. Doflamingo's proud expression turned ugly in an instant, and the entire Don Quixote family cadres had pale faces, with the exception of one cadre, Vio Watson. The thing is, defeat Doflamingo. Forget it, embarrass you. A bloody fight with Flamengo for 1 day and 1 night is enough. Luo said jokingly. Kizaru, why are you here? Marine cannot enter the 7 warlords of the sea territory without permission from the world government. Doflamingo looked at Kizaru coldly. He was not afraid of Admiral. Shut up, Kizaru. Law looked sideways at Kizaru. What's more, now I am your savior. Without me, you would be besieged and died by the Don Quixote family. As long as he is exhausted, he will win. Shut up for 3 days, this is my first request. Luo said coldly. I told you to shut up. Question mark quote. Advertisement. It's so scary. Kizaru curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. If I hadn't come, Luo, you might call out. Run away. Keep running away. Doflamingo kept attacking crazily. It is a shame for you to think that you can be above the Don Quixote family, even for a short time. I will let you understand how terrible despair is, Doctor. Shut up. It's so strange. The Don Quixote family cadres were obviously seriously injured. Have you lost? But why is Luo being hunted down again? A lewd voice sounded, accompanied by a beam of light that was constantly reflected from a distance. And Luo asked for it. If you are not grateful or respectful, forget it. Kizaru was even more angry and cursed secretly. I am 0.7 Admiral. With such conditions, you just told me to shut up. What do you think of Admiral? Actually, I don't want to come either. Kizaru said lazily. How dare you order me? But now he doesn't want Admiral to get involved, because there is really no chance of killing Luo. The tone is very strange. The battle that Kizaru saw was Doflamingo chasing Luo, who was heading towards the port. In his mind, he naturally thought that Luo was at a disadvantage in the battle and had to escape. Doflamingo's evil grin echoed in the air. The anger could no longer be concealed. At the end of the reflected light path, A figure appeared instantly, Kizaru. There would never be such a weird request. 108 Go to the theater. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kizaru and Doflamingo looked confused. Fight to the death with Doflamingo for a day and a night. Kizaru was confused. What else is the request for me to shut up for 3 days? Don't you know that I am an admiral? Don't you know how lucky I am to be able to command an admiral to do 3 things? What kind of crazy request is this? Kizaru could understand the second condition Luo asked for, but he couldn't accept the first condition at all. And Doflamingo is completely unacceptable. What's going on? Doflamingo, whose mouth twitched, still looked at Luo and Kizaru with a confused expression. Vice Admiral ordered Admiral. Why is this? Kizaru, the world government does not allow you, Marine, to have conflicts with the Don Quixote family. Do you want to disobey the world government's orders? Doflamingo smiled grimly. The status of 7 warlords of the sea does bring great convenience. In order to prevent Marine from retaliating against the Enies lobby incident, Doflamingo also spent a lot of energy using his identity to influence the world government so that Marine could not send troops to the Don Quixote family. It worked. But what is the situation now? Kizaru, do you want to listen to a Vice Admiral? You are an admiral. Doflamingo is absolutely unwilling for Kizaru to get involved. Although he is not afraid of admirals, if an admiral intervenes, he knows that he has no chance of killing Luo. Instead, the Don Quixote family is in crisis. Advertisement. Kizaru looked blank. Shut up. Luo reprimanded directly. What? Kizaru, are you going to break the bet? Forget it, Kizaru, I don't expect you to keep your promise anyway. As long as you say it loudly, you are not keeping your word, and you don't mention the 3 conditions. The contemptuous look made Kizaru furious. The bet was verified in the presence of all the powerful Marines. Was it violated? Kizaru couldn't afford to lose face. But now the world government has given a serious order not to conflict with the Don Quixote family. What to do? If you still have any integrity, just shut up and fight. Luo looked at Kizaru jokingly. At 3:10, the battle will end at 3:10 tomorrow afternoon. Don't be happy. Kizaru was about to cry without tears, his face drooped in mourning. Damn, this kid is really good at finding opportunities. I take the responsibility and become his thug. The depressed Kizaru wanted to vomit blood, turned around, looked at Doflamingo, raised his fingertips to condense a beam of light. Kizaru, are you really going to attack me? Doflamingo's pupils tightened. He's not afraid of Kizaru. But if he is dragged out by Kizaru, Doflamingo really doesn't have much confidence in the family cadres. Can they stop Luo? Call out. Kizaru said nothing. He had no choice but to shut up, and a laser shot out instantly. Damn it. The depressed Doflamingo cursed secretly, hurriedly avoiding the laser, and quickly bypassed Kizaru and rushed towards Luo. Whoops. Kizaru, moving at the speed of light, appeared in front of Doflamingo in an instant. His raised right foot condensed a large number of light particles and kicked at the speed of light. Whoosh. Advertisement. Rumble. The 2 top powerhouses had a crazy confrontation, constantly destroying the Earth. But during the battle, the 2 of them had miserable expressions on their faces. This was a battle that none of them wanted to participate in. They were both forced to fight. How could they be in a good mood? During the battle, the 2 of them cursed Trafalgar Law thousands of times in their hearts. All over. It's still early, let them fight slowly. Luo turned around and walked towards the frozen cadres. It's better to find a good place and watch the show. This guy. The cadres looked at Luo warily. Call out. Luo disappeared and appeared in front of a cadre in an instant, stabbing him with a knife. Rumble. The resistance of the cadres is like the waves of the sea, appearing and disappearing in an instant. No matter how powerful the waves are, they will eventually disappear in the sea. It just took a little effort to solve Picaro. 100-meter tall rock giant, it is difficult to attack Pika's entity anywhere. Luo could only make Pika lose contact with the earth first, then cut off the rock giant's feet with one knife. When the rock giant's body was cut off, a large number of lightning attacks appeared instantly, and the rocks were splashed. Pika's real body had to appear, and the final result was the same as other cadres. Boom. The laser and the silver wire continued to fight in the air, sparks splashed and the golden light flourished. Kizaru, don't be lazy, but in a bloody battle, there must be blood. Whether it's yours or Doflamingo's, there must be blood to be considered a bloody battle, right? A figure sat leisurely on the broken wall. Luo shook his legs leisurely, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Advertisement. On both sides, there seemed to be a dozen people lying on the wall with their heads exposed, acting as spectators. If you look closely, you will see that it is not lying on the wall at all, but only one head is placed on the wall. It is the head of all the cadres of Don Quixote, beheaded 643. That's right. These cadres had their heads cut off by Luo, were forcibly placed here, and were forced to serve as spectators. Boom. In the battle between the top experts, even if the two of them are unwilling, even if there is no real killing move, the power is extremely terrifying. The destructive power exceeds the range of a kilometer in an instant, and powerful explosions are heard in the center of the city. Never stopped. Panic. The city citizens were completely panicked. They also knew that Admiral was coming and that Admiral was attacking the Don Quixote family. The nation adores the Don Quixote family. Because they know that King Doflamingo is the seven warlords of the sea, Marine will not attack here, and its own power is not afraid of other pirate groups, but now Marine Admiral is here. The people fled in fear, and many people even began to flee the island. No way. Does Marine really want to destroy the Don Quixote family? This is terrible. What about our deal? The pirates who cooperated with the Don Quixote family were also panicked and fled here in a hurry. Horrifying news began to radiate to all directions across the sea. Shocked the sea. The Dressrosa battle also lasted for a whole day and night, and thousands of meters of ground collapsed. 41%. 109 Heart Reaper. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hoo ho ho. The auras of the two fighting men were already disordered. Although there was no real desperate and bloody battle, the two of them did not fight like each other, and they were still somewhat powerful and angry. One day, one night. Both of them had consumed a lot and looked slightly tired. Especially Doflamingo. He is Paramecia rather than Logia. Each move consumes more energy than Logia, and during the battle, he has been worried about the safety of his cadres, and is also worried that today's situation will be more serious. Physical and mental exhaustion. On the contrary, Luo's physical strength consumed in yesterday's battle has already been recovered. Whoa! Armament hockey's hardened lines shot out instantly, collided with the laser, and exploded. At the same time, a large number of light bombs burst out. Doflamingo quickly retreated, controlling a large number of lines and light bombs to fight wildly in the air. Is it almost time? The tired Doflamingo looked up and had no energy to look at the time, so he could only estimate it. It's past noon. Is it almost 3 o'clock? Is this inexplicably frustrating battle finally coming to an end? Whoa! The lightsaber slashed quickly. Kizaru moved close at the speed of light, and the lightsaber condensed in his hand slashed quickly. Clang clang clang. 5 color strings kept cutting out, and the battle between the two top powerhouses was not over yet. Boom. Dozens of lines on the hardened top of armament hockey collided with a large number of light bombs, completely destroying the land of 1,000 meters. The terrifying air wave swept across the entire city. Advertisement. During the explosion, Kizaru instantly turned into photons, while Doflamingo was forced to retreat quickly by the air wave. Dang dang. A bell suddenly sounded in the city. At every hour, the bell would ring. If I remember correctly, this is the 3 o'clock bell. Is it 3 o'clock? Doflamingo was overjoyed and ignored the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Is it only 10 minutes? Is it finally over? Finally smiled. Shoo. The golden light flashed in front, and a large number of light particles condensed in front of Doflamingo. In the last 10 minutes, Doflamingo, who was full of motivation, cheered up. Call out. Suddenly a figure appeared behind Doflamingo out of thin air, and the gamma short sword condensed by gamma rays stabbed Doflamingo in the back. What? Doflamingo's expression changed drastically. During the battle, he never lowered his vigilance towards Luo. It was just the joy that the bell was about to end that made him ignore it for the time being. Whoa. Gamma's short sword instantly pierced Doflamingo's back. With a ferocious face, the veins and blood vessels protruded under the skin like a horned dragon, and the horrific pain made Doflamingo's face turn blue. He endured the gamma knife at Eni's lobby. His internal organs suffered a lot of damage, and a large number of silver sutures were used to suture and repair the minor wounds in his internal organs. After a few days, he recovered well from his injuries, but he did not fully recover. Now, withstand such an attack again. Advertisement. The previously sutured wound opened again, and a large number of additional wounds appeared. Poof. Blood spurted out from Doflamingo's air, mixed with minced meat. Kizaru, this is a bloody battle. Standing behind Doflamingo, he looked at Kizaru. Stuck. Flashlights appeared again in the distance, and journalists from major newspapers appeared in the distance. The situation here was constantly being spread to the sea through the camera. I'm going to kill you. The ferocious Doflamingo roared, and thousands of meters of land turned into a sea of silver lines, and a large number of armament hockey's hardened lines rose up and covered the sky and the earth. Whoosh. Luo disappeared instantly. Doflamingo, bleeding from all his orifices, stood up with difficulty, his face as ferocious as an angry beast. There are still 9 minutes, Kizaru, don't be lazy, even 1 minute less will do. Luo's voice came from a distance. The moment he heard it, Doflamingo was furious, and at the same time, countless lines shot out. Whoa. But it was blocked by a large number of light bombs. Kizaru took action, although he refused in his heart, but what could he do? The furious Doflamingo was blocked by Kizaru, while Luo walked leisurely towards the port, carrying a mysterious black cloth bag behind him, swaying casually with his steps. What's inside? It is the heart that makes one's scalp tingling, and it is all in the hearts of all the cadres of the Don Quixote family, including Davran Akifu. When the gamma knife appeared, Luo K not only seriously injured Doflamingo, but also wanted to take advantage of his carelessness and weakness to take away his heart. Otherwise, it would be difficult to take away Doflamingo's heart during his heyday. Leave the rest of the trouble to Kizaru. Teleporting back to Arc Proverbs, the driver Arc Proverbs took off and flew into the distance. Good mood. Advertisement. The purpose was achieved. Boom. A crazy fight between Kizaru and Doflamingo. When the Arc's motto had already disappeared into the horizon, 310 finally arrived. Is it over? Kizaru and Doflamingo took action at the same time. The two people fighting were not very angry with each other. The person who made them angry was the same person. The two of them were looking for traces of Luo at almost the same time. That guy Luo is gone. Kizaru cursed secretly. Leave this mess to me. Luo. Endless murderous aura seeped out of Doflamingo's body, and the world became cold. Luo disappeared. Doflamingo had nowhere to vent, and the angry and depressed fire in his heart seemed to burn him, but there was a glimmer of relief deep in his heart. With his current situation and strength, he really couldn't deal with Luo in his heyday. Trouble. Kizaru's face drooped, and the small phone bug in his arm suddenly rang. Not yet. Get money, Kizaru. What are you doing? Instead of asking you to bring Luo back, I'm not asking you to fight with the Don Quixote family. Why did you disobey the order? Buddha Sengoku's angry voice came from the phone bug. Luodo chooses, by the way, why are you writing about the Don Quixote family fight? Kizaru was about to cry but was dumbfounded. Mr. Sengoku, the situation is not like this, doo-doo-doo. Quote. Come back and explain to the world government yourself. The call was hung up immediately. Kizaru was confused. My mistake. Did I provoke someone? Did I mean to fight for so long for no reason? Fortunately, I came here from the Marine headquarters, and the responsibility is mine in the end. Why? Trafalgar Law got the benefit, but he was praised and left in style. I worked so hard that I became a sinner. Luo, I'm not done with you. Kizaru was so angry that he vomited blood and roared. 110 Luffy went to sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hello. Luo was in a good mood and left calmly. He didn't care about the consequences. He only knew that he had a bottom line and did what he thought was happy. The only influence is Buddha Sengoku's phone call. Well, I am indeed dissatisfied with Doflamingo for being so arrogant, destroying Enies lobby and killing Marine at will. It is indeed intended to make the Don Quixote family pay the price. I didn't expect that Kizaru Admiral was so righteous and did not want me to face the enemy alone. He took the initiative to participate in the war. I admire Kizaru Admiral. For justice, I wasted 2 conditions to express my respect for him. Really? Why didn't Buddha Sengoku feel that Kizaru was so good? And then, Kizaru heard Luo's explanation. A mouthful of old blood finally spurted out. You bastard who bullies others too much. Kizaru, You are ordered by the world government to go to the Holy Land immediately to explain and report. Another mouthful of old blood. The Battle of Dressrosa shook the sea. For the first time since the founding of 7 Warlords of the Sea, the Marines fought against the members of 7 Warlords of the Sea. Both Doflamingo and Kizaru are famous figures in the sea. This kind of battle instantly radiates the entire Great Route. Caught everyone's attention, including the 4 emperors. Trafalgar Law became famous, and with his fame, he fought against the Don Quixote family alone, which made many strong men in the sea remember this young Vice Admiral, but more of his light was overshadowed by the Kizaru Doflamingo battle. This is what everyone is most concerned about. Advertisement. Only a handful of people stared at Luo's photo in the newspaper. Like Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates, he gritted his teeth. For example, in Amazon Lily Country, the Empress holds a slightly red face and looks at Luo in the photo. Sister, I didn't expect that boy to actually do it. In just a few years, he really became an admiral-level figure. Hancock's 2 sisters said in shock. And all this has nothing to do with Luo. He doesn't care much about the name. If you want to be famous, with his current strength, he can easily do a few big things and attract all the attention of Dahai. What he cares more about is his own strength. My own strength is not strong enough, even Doflamingo can't do anything. Although Doflamingo can't do anything to Luo, the result makes Luo very dissatisfied. Even though Doflamingo is the top powerhouse, Dahai can rival him with more power than he can count on both hands. The strength of Dahai exceeds that of the strong Doflamingo, and also exceeds the number of hands. If I really fight to the end, maybe I will lose. The continuous battles made Luo Yi clearly aware of all the shortcomings of his abilities. First of all, the physical strength is still not strong enough, so it is difficult to fight for a long time. Secondly, the various abilities are not powerful enough, making it difficult to cause serious injuries to top experts. Not enough, the strength is far from enough. Luo spends most of his energy on cultivation, and only studies some experiments in his spare time. Now, although he only has the Kaido of the beast's physique, he does not have immortality. Advertisement. Focusing on physical training to improve strength, every time he was in crazy extreme training, squeezing out the last bit of strength, every time he was exhausted and unable to move, every time he broke through his physical limit yesterday. The current maximum power of Thunder Fruit is not even as good as the original Enel, which is far from reflecting the power of Thunder Fruit. Half-year later, it is already the 3rd desert island, and the 1st and 2nd desert islands have been completely broken and sunk into the sea. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and huge thunder and lightning fell from the sky. But it is still a big progress. Next, we just need to try our best to improve our strength. Boom. After several successes, Luo Kai transformed himself into a perfect physique. Under Dam's mournful face, Luo finally stopped asking for devil fruit and the prisoner experimental subjects. Luo forgot everything about the outside world and focused all his energy on cultivation. At this time, in a corner of East Blue, a no-man's land, a vigorous young man wearing a straw hat went out to sea on a raft. Ace, wait for me, I'm coming. Crazy practice. This is his constant goal. One morning half a year later, after dozens of failures, Luo finally succeeded in transforming a more perfect body, which not only had the physical characteristics of Blackbeard, but was also perfectly compatible with the physical characteristics of Kaido of the Beasts. Gravity is such a terrifying ability, but now it can only be used to slow down the enemy. It is too wasteful and cannot be directly converted into attack power. Repulsion and gravity are also extremely terrifying forces. In the quiet sea, a young man practicing in an unknown place is sweating. Secondary development of Thunder Fruit power. Advertisement. On the steep cliff, a man carrying dozens of tons of boulders climbed up the cliff with difficulty, stood on the top of the mountain, and struck the top of the mountain with a pure punch. Cracks spread all over the top of the mountain quickly to the foot of the mountain. Although the ability to steal the life force of others has not yet been developed, Luo knows that young bodies do not need to consider lifespan for the time being, and strength is more important. Otherwise, even if they have the ability to become immortal, they will be easily killed by others. What is the use? Immortal. As long as the power is as terrifying as Kaido of the Beasts, you can also have terrifying recovery power and immortality, right? Luo's eyes glowed. All strength is suppressed and exercised to the extreme all the time. Increases the power of Thunder Fruit. Focusing on developing the ability to seize life force while neglecting cultivation is putting the cart before the horse. Luo ignored these amazing abilities for the time being, such as dimensional slashing, real space teleportation, attacking souls to control souls, and seizing life force, and did not spend a lot of time developing them. All the power that had been accumulated was slowly channeled through such terrifying training, and the time had come for the accumulation to flourish. Crazy practice. The next time. In the desert island, the earth continues to collapse, and the forest is destroyed in an instant. 2 years have flown by. Instead, focus on improving existing capabilities, such as gravity ability. Naturally, it is impossible to ignore Op Fruit. Compared with the degree of emphasis, Faye attaches more importance to Op Fruit and then Thunder Fruit. It has a physique that can hold various fruits, and also possesses the demonic physique of Kaido of the Beasts. 42%. 111th or. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. An uninhabited virgin forest island. Here, a bolt of thunder and lightning shuttled through the dense and impenetrable forest. Silently, it passed through the forest, and finally the thunder and lightning condensed on an ancient tree dozens of meters high. He stood on it, with his right hand open. Room, gravity. The body flashed with thunder and lightning. The room space instantly expanded to several hundred meters in diameter. In silence, all the ancient trees in the forest within a few hundred meters collapsed, and countless fragments were embedded on the ground in an instant, and even the tiniest smoke and dust fell onto the ground. A hand. Dozens of tons of boulders embedded in the ground 100 meters away suddenly flew out and flew towards the figure. Boom. When it was sucked into the figure, the boulder flew out with a bang and instantly disintegrated into countless rubbles, which penetrated a forest like bullets. Here, the figure disappeared, leaving only a trace of lightning in the sky. The thunder and lightning disappeared deep into the forest. Roar. The giant orangutan dozens of meters high in the forest slapped its chest, coming with a violent momentum, and slammed its terrifying fists at the sudden appearance of the figure. Boom. Armament Hockey's hardened fist blasted out instantly and collided with the Great Ape King's fist. The terrifying air wave shattered everything around him, and as the earth cracked, the Great Ape King screamed and retreated. Roar. The lion, which was several stories high, roared and rushed out of the forest, its sharp claws slicing across the figure. Advertisement. Whoosh. There were cracks in the ground, but the figure disappeared, leaping in the air. Roar. The lion roared, and bit into the figure in the air with its big mouth full of sharp teeth. Whoops. The big mouth bit the afterimage into pieces, and the figure fell from the sky. Armament Hockey's hardened right foot suddenly struck the lion's head. With a cry, the lion hit the broken earth with great force. Hiss. A giant python wrapped around the ancient tree suddenly burst out, and its ferocious snake mouth bit and entangled the figure falling in the air. Call out. The afterimages disappeared one after another, and they gently touched the python 7 inches away. Hiss. The giant python screamed in pain. Last time. The figure turned into thunder and lightning, continued to disappeared into the forest, and finally stopped at the foot of the cliff. The burly and fierce man leaning casually on the cliff suddenly opened his eyes, and a violent and fierce aura instantly filled the entire island forest. The monsters in the island forest were stronger than ordinary pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. They all fell to the ground in fear. This momentum is the king, Kaido of the Beasts. Roar. Hundreds of people looked up to the sky and roared. The ground shook as they ran wildly, and their energy instantly destroyed everything around them. Thor. The visitor roared, and thunder and lightning surged all over his body. The thunder and lightning condensed into a terrifying thunder god, surrounding him. The astonishing momentum was not much weaker than Kaido of the Beasts. Boom. Kaido of the Beasts' fists wrapped in golden light and Thunder God's giant palms suddenly met. The terrifying explosion ring instantly covered the entire forest, and the monster-like beasts inside screamed and fled. Advertisement. Rumble. The energy and thunder and lightning destroyed everything. The entire huge island was shaking horribly, and waves tens of meters high rose from the sea beyond the horizon. The 1,000-meter cliff suddenly collapsed in the air waves. Countless boulders turned into powder in the air. Boom, boom. The terrifying Kaido of the Beasts and the astonishing God of Thunder engage in a crazy confrontation. With each blow, the earth shatters and the island is split into two halves by thunder and lightning and golden energy. What a terrifying momentum. My dear sister. No, Trafalgar Law has encountered a strong enemy. Overseas, a pirate ship pulled by a giant python rushed toward the island amid huge waves. Such momentum. On the bow of the ship, Hancock's expression changed with surprise. Get to the island as quickly as possible. Yes. No matter who you are, if you dare to hurt Luo, I will never forgive you. Boom. The two people on the island attacked wildly. The broken earth instantly spread to several thousand meters, and the abyss-like cracks seemed to completely disintegrate the entire island. Boom. Another crazy confrontation. ... Please give me flowers. Hancock is here, the training is temporarily over. The amazing thunder god presented by Trafalgar Law turned into thunder and lightning and dissipated in the air. Kaido of the Beasts and Luo showed the same smile, closed their eyes again and leaned casually on Rushi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged. Kaido of the Beasts alive? Not really. Kaido of the Beasts will not be owned by anyone else. Advertisement. This is actually a battle between oneself and oneself. 2 years of extreme training, 2 years of continuous improvement of various existing abilities. Controlling the Kaido of the Beast's body is no longer as troublesome as before, and there is no need to put the entire soul into the Kaido of the Beast's body. Controlling Kaido of the Beast's shells is now easier, similar to controlling them with your mind. But not absolutely perfect. Now Luo can control his own body and control Kaido of the Beasts at the same time. Kaido of the Beasts is like a clone. It is much more perfect and simpler than before. There is no need to worry about the danger of controlling Kaido of the Beasts. But here's the downside. The distance between the main body and Kaido of the Beasts must be no more than 2,000 meters. In other words, within 2,000 meters, Luo can use his mind to control Kaido of the Beasts, but if the distance exceeds 2,000 meters, then he cannot use his mind to train Kaido of the Beasts. Although there is still a long way to go before the ability to control distance regardless of distance is reached, this is already a big leap forward. 2 years. Luo K not only improved this ability, but also had amazing improvements in various abilities. The various abilities shown just now are enough to reflect it. Thump thump thump. The 3 Hancock sisters landed on the island and rushed inside. As Hancock here, Luo instantly turned into lightning and disappeared, rushing toward the edge of the island. This is an uninhabited island, where all kinds of terrifying monsters grow. This island is the island where Pluton Rayleigh in the original book guided Luffy to practice hockey, but it is now occupied by Rayleigh. An island like this is the best place to practice strength. At the same time, this island is very close to the Amazon Lily country. For others, this is hell, but for Luo, this is heaven. 42%. 112 Marriage. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Time. Lightning teleported and appeared in front of Hancock, who had just arrived on the island. Luo, are you okay? Just now. Hancock hurriedly pulled Luo and checked his condition. He was relieved when he was not injured. It's okay, I'm just training some abilities. Luo smiled. Looking at the beauty in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. Finally, the main reason why I chose this training venue is that it is very close to the Amazon Lily country. She had left a deep impression on Empress Hancock and had a close relationship with her. He was only one step away from conquering her completely. How could Luo, who was already 24 years old, let go of such a beauty? It's okay. Hancock only cared about Luo's safety. After making sure nothing happened, he directed the girl thief to move a large amount of food, 673, from the island. It's just practice. Grandma Yi looked at the collapsed mountain peaks and forests in shock. The cracks even spread to the feet. It was so terrifying that it was just practice. So what is the difference between this young man in front of me? My mother-in-law couldn't help but feel glad that she had made the right bet. If we had to fight against such a person, maybe the Amazon Lily country would have been destroyed by now, right? Soon, a large number of female pirates moved mountains of food and piled them in front of Luo. Luo, please enjoy, Hancock said tenderly. Hancock, Trafalgar Law has been practicing hard, so treating him like this is detrimental to his practice. Cultivation means hard work and... Shut up, old woman. Hancock looked back and scolded arrogantly. When he looked at Luo, he said tenderly, it's because of the hard work that I have to add more food. Advertisement. Hancock, how did you? Will you forgive me? Hancock turned around and walked to Grandma Yi, saying weakly. Huh. Faced with such a charming and stunning beauty, even a woman can hardly stop her. Yes. No. Wait until we get down the mountain, Hancock. Hancock carried Grandma Z to the beach domineeringly. Hancock, you can't do this. I'm old and I can't help it. You will forgive me, right? As soon as she let go, Grandma Yi screamed and fell directly into the island room. At the moment when she fell into the sea, her mother-in-law and a small stone on the shore suddenly changed their positions, and ended up falling into the sea. Hancock, you are so rude, you don't understand how to respect your elders. Mother-in-law Yi looked at Luo gratefully with lingering fear. Shut up, old woman. Hancock said coldly, but when he looked at Luo, he suddenly said softly and angrily, Luo, why are you saving this old woman? It's too annoying and is getting in the way of us. Luo smiled and touched Hancock's cheek. Walked to the food and started enjoying the food. This is a wedding. Hancock stayed in place, holding his hands on his crimson cheeks with a happy face. Hancock, you are overthinking this. Old woman, are you looking for death? Looking at the innocent little girl, Cook couldn't help but smile. Of course, Hancock also has shortcomings, including arrogance and narcissism. But for such a woman, once she falls in love with her, she will give everything, and those minor shortcomings will not be mentioned at all. Advertisement. Such a beautiful woman who can give everything for love. Lord Hancock. Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. According to the time, Luffy should have gone to sea. We can't let that guy Tyrant Shang meddle in his own business and let that guy Luffy come to the Amazon City Gold Country. Luo always told Hancock not to prepare so much, it's such a waste. After a panic, the Nine Snakes pirate ship and Arcmato finally went in opposite directions and disappeared into the horizon. It's time for me to go back. After all, I'm a Marine. Luo explained hurriedly. Otherwise, with Hancock's often open mind, I don't know where he would have gone. Luo had never met him before. Totally cute. Luo knew that the calm sea would finally start to become lively, and now, he was strong enough to face any situation. The motto of the Ark is in front, and the Nine Snakes pirate ship is in the back. Hancock and the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom have become Luo's forbidden possessions, and any man can get involved casually. Hancock, I'll take you to the Marine headquarters. Sanji and Usopp, who were dressed as Sniper Kings, took the opportunity to sneak into the train. Water train. Good. It's time to leave. Hancock, after tomorrow, you don't have to go to such trouble. Although Luo consumed a lot of food like a small mountain due to extreme training, he only ate 1/3 of it, which was a waste. This book is different from Sinners Without Emperors in that the main plot is written in a different way, and the real plot of this book begins after the plot of the original book begins, and now the book reaches its climax. Advertisement. If at first, he conquered Hancock just for her beauty, but now, Luo admitted that he was tempted. Until they were about to leave the calm belt, the Nine Snakes pirates still didn't want to leave. The capital of water, the island famous for its sea. A woman like this can only belong to me. P.S. Please give me flowers and please subscribe automatically. I didn't want to write down the original plot so quickly. There were originally a lot of excessive plots, such as conflicts with some 7 warlords of the sea and some conflicts with revolutionaries, but these were deleted in the end. Plot. Hancock suddenly looked at Luo aggrievedly. Luffy and other large forces, together with Frankie's family, Water City Dockyard and others, chased towards Enies lobby. I want you to take care of it, Yin Po. Hancock was afraid that Luo was hungry. Are you leaving? Hancock was a little reluctant to leave, but he didn't try to persuade him to stay. Instead, he gently prepared everything for Luo. Then I'll send you away. Go back. Luo teleported to Hancock and gently lifted the long hair around her ears. Next time. I want you. Sister. Nico Robin, will never betray us, I never believe it. Luffy, who was hit by the finger pistol, roared. Enies lobby. I want to go. Quote. But next time, there was just a lot more food. 1.0 is the same as the original work. Lucci and other CP9 members grabbed Nico Robin, Frankie and others and drove towards Enies lobby. Then he passed out directly. Has the Enies lobby incident that shocked the sea begun? Mary. Hancock's face instantly turned into a red apple. 113 Straw Hat Pirates vs Enies Lobby. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Enies Lobby. Spandam sat leisurely on the chair, proudly placing his legs on the table. Lucci, you did a good job. Not only did you capture Frankie, you also brought back the devil's son that the world government has been chasing. Spandam looked at the handcuffed Nico Robin and Frankie coldly. Frankie kept yelling and cursing. And Nico Robin is lifeless and indifferent. Who is it? Lucci asked coldly. Lucci, don't be rude to anyone. Spandam looked around in panic. Although Luo had left Enies Lobby for more than a year, his prestige had already left a shadow in Spandam's heart. Really? Lucci said coldly. As the strongest person in CP9, he is also the strongest killer in CP9 history. He has his own pride. Especially since he left Enies Lobby for 5 years, he didn't have much respect for Luo, but was unwilling to do so. In terms of wheel status, CP9's status is not lower than that of Vice Admiral, and CP9 is affiliated with World 22 government, not Marine. Depending on the system, Vice Admiral cannot command CP9 at all, let alone CP9's master. Round strength. The attempt failed, but Lucci never gave up and regained the glory of CP9. Advertisement. He has been practicing crazily in the Water City in order to one day regain the glory that CP9 once lost. Lucci, your strength is not something you can spy on. Although your majesty is not in Enies Lobby, you should still be careful. Khalifa said coldly. She had always been by Luo's side, and she surrendered in her heart. I have also seen Luo Dafa Kamui many times, and I have already regarded myself as Luo's person. Lucci snorted coldly and looked at the other members with disdain. Did he not even have the courage to resist? Lucci, don't offend me, otherwise I won't be able to protect you. Spandam said coldly. Lucci's eyes were colder, but he had no words. Sir. Nico Robin and Frankie looked at CP9 with internal conflicts in surprise. Which adult is who? Nico Robin entered the Grand Line a few years ago. Frankie is originally a native of the Grand Line. The two of them knew more about the sea. Isn't CP9 the highest authority in Enies Lobby? Is there a higher official in Enies Lobby? Who is it? Is it the Vice Admiral sent to Enies Lobby? 2 years ago, Luo already had some fame, but unfortunately he was not a big name. Disappeared for 2 years. Ordinary people may have forgotten that Marine was a short-lived young Vice Admiral. Frankie, you'd better hand over the ancient weapon Pluton design, and Nico Robin, cooperate with world government, explain the ancient characters on the drawing to us, so that you can have a chance to survive, otherwise. Spandam smiled coldly. But Frankie is unruly. And Nico Robin is hopeless. How could Rupam force the threat, but Spandam failed to achieve his goal? Advertisement. After questioning for a day, but still not getting what he wanted, the angry Spandam roared, send them into. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud sound in front of Enies Lobby, and the water train flew directly past the first main entrance and landed with a crash in the city of Enies Lobby. Kill. A large number of characters rushed out, including all members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Give me back Nico Robin. Straw Hat Luffy roared angrily and rushed towards the inside of Enies Lobby. All the sluggish Marines along the way were knocked away by him. Zoro, where is the port? You're going the wrong way. Really? The Straw Hat Pirates combined with the Frankie family and members of the Water City Dockyard to invade Enies Lobby. The Straw Hat Pirates are invading. After receiving the news, Spandam looked stunned. This year's newcomers also dared to invade Enies Lobby. Are they looking for death? As for the members of the Frankie family and the shipyard, Spandam simply ignored them. How dare those nameless guys come here? There are still people who dare to invade Enies Lobby. Don't they know who owns Enies Lobby? Khalifa exclaimed. Don't they know what happened to Fire Fist Ace and Doflamingo? It's a pity that no one is here. Jabra said. They are lucky. HMPH, does CP9 still need help from others? We are just a mere Straw Hat Pirates. We are enough. Lucci looked at the other members dissatisfied. Don't you think it's embarrassing to put your hopes on others? Is our CP9 so useless? It's just the Straw Hat Pirates, we are enough. Kaku said confidently. CP9 is not unknown. Advertisement. Then the Straw Hat Pirates are left to you. Spandam didn't panic at all. Although no one of the adults was here, couldn't all members of CP9 still be able to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates? Remember, defeat the Straw Hat Pirates as quickly as possible, and don't make a big fuss at this time, otherwise Enies lobby will be destroyed 3 times in 3 years, and the world government will doubt the power of our Enies lobby. Spandam ordered. Send out immediately. Give me defeat the Straw Hat Pirates. Yes. Call out. All members of 327 CP9 took the initiative. Luffy and the others are actually here. Nico Robin was a little shocked. In her mind, she was just a passerby of the Straw Hat Pirates, but they actually came to invade Enies lobby. How is it possible? Why, are you excited that someone has come to rescue you? Spandam looked at Frankie mockingly. Stop thinking about it, they are just looking for death. Enies lobby, how can it be invaded by others? Boom. A melee broke out in the entire Enies lobby. This invasion was different from the previous 2. In the previous 2 times, it was almost Ace and Doflamingo who invaded the entire Enies lobby with their own power and force. They almost fought against the entire Enies lobby alone. Now, there are 7 or 8 members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Including the Frankie family and shipyard members, as well as sea monsters and betrayal giants, it is a mighty invasion. But in terms of power, it is completely incomparable to the previous 2 invasions. Luffy took the lead and quickly penetrated into the Enies lobby, but his speed was far inferior to that of Ace Doflamingo and the 2 of them. The 2 of them rushed directly into the Tower of Justice with overwhelming force. Call out. Just broke through the second main gate. The CP9 members led by Lucci quickly blocked the Straw Hat Pirates and others. 43%. 114 which sir. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Straw Hat Luffy, you are so brave, do you know where this place is? Lucci said coldly. I don't care where this place is, I only know that you captured my companion and I want to rescue her. Luffy roared. Innocent and ignorant guys. CP9 members looked at the Straw Hats sarcastically. You will lose your life in vain. Kill such an innocent guy. Jabra smiled violently. Deal with them as quickly as possible, otherwise some adults will be very angry when they come back and see Enies lobby destroyed. We cannot afford to bear the blame. That's right, we can't let them mess around in Enies lobby. The other members felt their scalps numb when they thought of Luo's horror. Step aside. Shave. Finger pistol. Lucci rushed in front of Luffy in an instant, and finger pistol burst out. Second gear. Looking at the failed finger pistol, Lucci was slightly surprised that he had been dodged. He did not have such speed in the water capital before. Don't be in the way. Rubber rubber, bazooka. Countless fists attacked Lucci crazily. Paper arts. CP9's strongest Lucci, and the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, have a crazy encounter. The strongest versus the strongest. Zoro was holding a knife and stood facing Kaku. Sanji versus Jabra. Each has its own opponent. Advertisement. Boom. Everywhere in the city was covered by the fighting storm, and houses were quickly destroyed. It was a crazy battle. There was not much difference in strength between the 2 sides. It was fierce and terrifying. The fists were torn apart, the sword energy was across the body, and all kinds of terrifying abilities appeared all over the earth. The battle escalates. Kaku, who transformed into the form of a reindeer, and Zoro slashed rapidly with their blades, and the sword energy and Tempest Kick continued to tear apart the earth. No one came near the 2 of them. Joe Duan. Tempest Kick Hakurai. Hiran Shiger. Zoro, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally broke out and showed the 3-sword style, leopard hyphenation point Koden. Kaku passed by in an instant, blood splattered all over his body, and Zoro's attack appeared again, his arm muscles swelled, and the 9-swordsman style Ashura won heavy silver. Terrifying sword moves, shattering Tempest Kick, passing through Kaku. Blood splattered, and the outcome was decided. I lost. Kaku, who fell to the ground, looked at Zoro who passed by him and left. Don't be too proud. Enies lobby belongs to adults, and your fate has long been doomed. My lord. Zoro said disdainfully. I don't care who your lord is. And Sanji is slightly later than Zoro. Devil's Wind Kick. His right foot, covered in flames, kicked Jabra's chest crazily, vomiting blood and falling backwards. The finishing touch. Advertisement. The last kick completely knocked away the defense of Jabra's powerful iron body, flew out, and hit the ground hard. He vomited blood and had no strength to fight anymore. TCH, it's actually a little slower than the green algae head. Sanji was dissatisfied with Zoro, who was already fighting Blueno, and hurriedly looked for his second opponent. Even if we defeat our CP9, you will die miserably. Although he failed, Jabra looked at the members of the Straw Hat Pirates with a playful and sympathetic look. Once any of the adults find out, you will all be finished. Sir. Sanji was thoughtful, looking at Jabra, who was still arrogant after his failure. Could it be that there is a more terrifying person in Eni's lobby? A shadow was cast over his heart. Three-sword style. Zoro quickly dealt with Blueno. And Sanji also takes care of Kumadori. The rampaging chopper defeated Otonashi Fukuro. Usopp and Nami teamed up to deal with Khalifa, but they were at a disadvantage. The two were weak in melee combat and relied on various weird abilities to hold Khalifa back. Kaku, Jabra and the others have all been defeated. Khalifa looked nervous. She and Lu Chi were the only members of CP9. Watching Zoro and Sanji slowly walk over, Khalifa hurriedly got rid of Nami's attack, quickly took away the fallen CP9 members, and retreated far away. And this time, the members of Frankie's family unexpectedly rushed into the Tower of Justice, easily defeated Spandam, and rescued Nico, Robin and Frankie. Spandam was pulled out and thrown to the ground. Only Lucci and Luffy were left in the battle. Except for Khalifa, who gave up the battle on his own initiative, all other CP9 were defeated. Eni's lobby was a bust. Is Lucci the only one left? Spandam's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Advertisement. Didn't you say that we were bound to die? Didn't you say that we were seeking death? But now there is only one of you left. Frankie looked at Spandam mockingly. Zoro and others who were not fighting also came here and glanced at Spandam coldly. Don't be arrogant. So what if you defeat the CP9 members? Spandam smiled coldly. Oh, isn't CP9 the highest organization in Eni's lobby? Zoro asked curiously. The battle is over when Luffy defeats Lucci. Ha ha ha. Spandam laughed. The other CP9 members who were defeated and had no strength also laughed. How pitiful. Yes. Although they were the losers, the CP9 members looked at everyone with sympathy and ridicule. You had no hope of success from the beginning. How pitiful. Hey, Luffy will definitely defeat Lucci, and then you will be completely defeated. You are losers, and you have no hope. Usopp said. Priest. Idiots, you don't understand Eni's lobby and you dare to invade Eni's lobby. You will regret it. Khalifa said coldly. I can only say that you are lucky. The Lord is not here, so you can be arrogant for a moment. Once the Lord come back, even if you hide in the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape. Sir, isn't he the commander of CP9? Nami pointed at Spandam. The latter sneered. I am not an adult, there is only one Lord Eni's lobby. Who? Usopp and Nami both asked curiously. There's nothing to be curious about. Even if the guy who is pretending to be a ghost comes, just chop him with a knife. Zoro doesn't care about the so-called adults. It's enough to have a knife in his hand. I see, there are no adults at all. You deliberately lied to us and wanted to scare us. Usopp looked proud as if I had seen through it. I am the king of liars, but you can't fool me. Idiot. At this time, in the sky, a battleship flew towards Eni's lobby. 115 Shinra Tianjiang. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The strongest versus the strongest. The confrontation between physical skills and strength is the most intense and brutal. Second gear. The crazy battle made Luffy forget about the price his body had endured. He kept using the extremely taxing second gear. His skin was red and steaming. He disappeared very quickly and appeared above Lucci's head in an instant. Rubber jet tomahawk. Stretching his right foot, he whipped it down vigorously. Shave. Rumbling. Cracks appeared on the ground, and Lucci disappeared and appeared in the air instantly. Behind Luffy, Finger Pistol assassinated hundreds of them in an instant. In second gear, Luffy's speed exceeds what is visible to the naked eye and he quickly avoids landing. Lucci casually swept his right leg in the air, and a bird-shaped tempest kick shot out. Boom. The confrontation between strength and speed. Eni's lobby's only battle at this time is also its final battle. Luffy, we must win. Usopp and Nami Chopper kept shouting. Zoro and Sanji stood calmly and proudly, showing no signs of intervening in the battle. This was Luffy's battle, and they would not interfere. At the same time, they also believed that Luffy would definitely win because he is our captain. Trust Luffy. I didn't expect that a newcomer with a bounty of 100 million could actually fight Lucci to such an extent. Straw Hat Luffy is really capable. Luffy's power exceeded the expectations of all CP9 members. It can be said that the entire Straw Hat Pirates, their strength exceeded their expectations. Even if Lucci can win, it should be a miserable victory. It will be difficult to defeat all the sinners, right? Spandam looked ugly. Advertisement. Is Enies lobby about to fail again? It's a pity that you are not in Enies lobby. Spandam regretted that he should not have trusted CP9. If he had known this, he would have called the Marine headquarters for support from the beginning. Now that he is under guard, he has no chance to use the phone bug to request support. So what if they win? So what if they leave in style? When you come back, even if they are at the end of the world, you won't let them go. Khalifa's eyes swept across the Straw Hat Pirates coldly. Yes, because people will never let them go. Boom. During the battle, the two became more and more crazy. Luffy's second gear was used almost without interruption. Luffy, in the form of a leopard man, constantly showed his most terrifying power. CCEF. Third gear. It turned into a huge fist like a giant and blasted towards Lucci crazily. I will definitely defeat you and take everyone out of here. Along with Luffy's roar, a huge fist bombarded Tiandu. Iron body. Wood. Boom. The huge fist pushed Lucci back crazily, with blood at the corner of his mouth, and he was forced back 100 meters. HMPH, no one can leave Enies lobby. After defeating you, I will defeat everyone. Lucci said proudly. No one can leave. Boom. The battle became more and more fierce, and almost both of them were vomiting blood and getting injured. The two men, who were not much different in strength, were competing in willpower. All in all, Luffy was injured more often. Don't worry. Seriously, Luffy, no one can defeat him, he is our captain. Zoro said. Advertisement. At least let Nami Chopper and others feel a little calmer. It seems that this person is easy to talk to. Oh. The members of the Straw Hat pirate ship reacted instantly and turned to look at the figure beside them. Open black lens bracket. Interesting. Luo walked forward with a smile. As the original Enies lobby incident today. Then the top battle will happen soon. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates dispersed instantly, looking at the man who was a few years older than them in horror. Zoro and Sanji also glanced at each other, and there was nothing unusual about them. They were not wearing marine clothes, nor were they clothes of CP9 members, and there was not much hostility. 6 Styles, 6 King Gun, 17. T. Nico Robin's answer was to keep backing away. Are you from the Water City? Usopp asked curiously. Today's invasion of Enies lobby was not only the Straw Hat Pirates, but also a large number of members from the Water City. It is impossible to know all of them by heart. Not Marine. Huh, are you Marine? Usopp hid away in fear, but he was not scared out of his mind. Am I so scary? Luo turned sideways and looked at Nico Robin. A voice of grievance appeared, and Spandam rolled over and rushed over, crying with snot and tears. Sir, help me, these guys are going to destroy your Enies lobby. The Straw Hat Pirates have only entered the Grand Line for a few months. They don't know a lot of information about the Grand Line, but Nico Robin knows a lot about the Grand Line. The Trafalgar Law in front of him is by no means as gentle as he appears. Is he the adult that the members of Enies lobby CP9 say? Advertisement. Call out. Don't be nervous, I'm in a pretty good mood now. Luo showed a gentle smile to the Straw Hat Pirates. Is that the highest officer of Enies lobby? Zoro put his hands on the handle of the knife at his waist. Although he did not feel the oppression of the strong man, he did not dare to take it lightly. Rubber jet rocket launcher. Unlike the voices of Zoro, Sanji and the others, the Frankie family and everyone at the shipyard were also on guard against Marine from a distance. If you continue to mess around like this, Enies lobby will have to be rebuilt for a long time. He stepped into the panic of everyone, disappeared in an instant, and appeared between the two fighting people, opening his hands. Shinra Tenjang. Is Luffy okay? Usopp said worriedly. Trafalgar Law. Nico Robin looked at the visitor and said seriously, is the real controller of Enies lobby really the Vice Admiral who became famous 2 years ago? Of course, Luffy is very strong. Usopp said proudly, he is our captain. There are only two people who have no impact, that is, the two fighting people have reached the final stage of competition. Breathed a sigh of relief. The wounded CP9 stood up with difficulty and stood respectfully behind Luo, lowering their heads in shame. Indeed, the final winner is Luffy. There seemed to be some strange voice coming in. It doesn't seem too vicious, nor does it look like a strong man. Nami had the same idea as Usopp, and was not too scared. Grown-ups. Who's talking? Go quickly. Suddenly Nico Robin exclaimed. Get out of Eni's lobby quickly. 116 Universal Pull. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Lu Chi, who was in the middle of the battle, immediately noticed Luo's sudden appearance. He had already slapped his palms out, and a terrifying shock wave burst out, his strongest attack. If you can't hold back, don't blame me for getting hurt. The strongest attack has been used and there is no way to take it back. Lu Chi stared at Luo. He waited for the next moment, waiting for Luo's face to change with shock after suffering the strongest attack. Lu Chi wants Luo to understand his 5 years of growth and how powerful he is. Let the other party understand that Eni's lobby belongs to CP9, and CP9 will only be affiliated with the world government, not you. Get out of the way. Luffy, whose skin was red, was bombarded by countless fists, and it was impossible to take them back instantly. He shouted hurriedly. 2 super powerful attacks bombarded Luo, who suddenly appeared in the middle at the same time. So fast, why did he appear there? Zoro was puzzled. Could it be that he actively wanted to withstand the strongest attacks from the two of them? Was he committing suicide? Zoro knew that he could not withstand 2 major attacks at the same time, and there was no doubt that he would be seriously injured. What a strange behavior. Is the chief executive of Eni's lobby a little nervous? Sanji couldn't understand either. No one in the Straw Hat Pirates could understand such an action. Looking for death. Timid Nami has covered her eyes. Only Khalifa and other CP9 members showed smiles. How can you imagine the power of adults? Have you had enough trouble? If not, I will accompany you. Advertisement. Shinra Tenjang. The corners of the white shirt Luo was wearing were rising in the wind, and the room space had already wrapped around the earth before he knew it. Boom. The terrifying repulsive force is like an invisible wall or an expanding air shield, resisting everything and ejecting everything. The astonishing shock wave of the Six Kings spear was instantly shattered by the repulsive wall, and the terrifying repulsive force slapped Lu Chi on his body. His face changed greatly, and he wanted to use shave speed to transfer, but the repulsive attack came too suddenly and too fast. Poof! Lu Chi, who was vomiting blood, flew backwards, rolled hundreds of meters on the ground, and smashed the house before stopping. And Luffy's countless fists. He was instantly knocked away by the repulsive force, and the terrifying repulsive force slapped Luffy in an instant. The rubber man had terrifying elasticity all over his body. He was not knocked away at that moment, but his whole body was stuck to the wall of repulsive force like a spread of cake. Then he flew out. Boom. The land riddled with holes was instantly plowed flat, covering dozens of meters in radius, and all debris was blown away. Bang bang bang. Luffy, who was bouncing on the ground like a ball, could only stabilize his body after hundreds of meters. The repulsive attack seemed to have little effect on a highly elastic material like rubber. For example, although Luffy is in a sorry state now, he doesn't have too many injuries. But for a purely powerful person like Lu Chi, the attack history is too terrifying. PFF'd, Lu Chi climbed out of the ruins and took another mouthful of blood. He looked at Luo with a dull expression. This kind of power completely surpasses me. Reluctant. Angry. Advertisement. The 5 years of crazy cultivation and 5 years of persistence in my goals and dreams were completely destroyed. When it first possesses gravitational repulsion, it is difficult to control. It will suck in all the debris in the room, or bounce everything around it, even clothes. Universal pull represents gravity. If the planet is a huge magnetic field, and if the planet is compared to a magnet, everything is attracted to the planet, but magnets have 2 characteristics, attraction and repulsion. The former is gravity and the latter is repulsion. Increase your speed to the maximum extent, and if you want to get rid of it, you can't get rid of the package of gravity. Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull are abilities that do not belong to the pirate world, but belong to Rinnegan. Of course, Rinnegan Law does not possess them. The moment he had gravity, Luo thought of the two forces of repulsion and gravity, which were not inferior to the top abilities of gravity. Shave. What a terrifying attack. Luffy also looked at Luo with lingering fear. Shinra Tenjang represents repulsion. Clang. This. Lu Chi felt the situation at this time in horror. Nami shivered and hid in the distance. Zoro instantly pulled out 3 blades and showed the 3-sword style. In an instant, he knocked away Lucci and Luffy, who exploded. This man's strength is unfathomable. Luo finally mastered the 2 top abilities, and then only needed to increase the intensity of the 2 top abilities to increase their power. Moonwalk. The gravitational repulsion possessed by Law is completely different from that possessed by Rinnegan himself. Thousands of experiments and the sinking of Jiadao. Advertisement. If you have gravity, you can develop it in reverse, and you can naturally have repulsion. The feeling at this moment gave Zoro the same feeling as the young admiral he met before, powerless and fearful. However, he can change the electromagnetic field of the room space and change the gravity of the planet inside, thereby increasing the gravity inside the room space, presenting a gravity beyond the normal, guiding the gravity to control gravity. This ability was possessed by Luo several years ago. Usopp and Chopper were already shouting in panic. Point 0. Luo Chi glanced at Lu Chi, who stood up in the ruins. Compare yourself to a planet, with universal gravity and everything around you. Developing gravity is simple. 2 years ago, Luo had neither repulsion nor gravity. Still useless. I have continued to develop the strength of this move. The body flew forward uncontrollably. With a hand, the terrifying gravity pulled Lu Chi, forcefully pulling his body over quickly. CP9 and the others didn't lie. Enies lobby has such a scary person. It's going to be difficult today. Sanji's expression changed drastically. Please give me flowers. Universal pull. Of course, the principle is simple, but it is extremely difficult to develop. It takes a lot of energy to achieve the ability of gravity. However, with the ability of gravity, there are still too many difficulties to perfectly control gravity and use gravity to perfectly control everything around you. As for the name, Luo just borrowed the name of Rinnegan's repulsive gravity move because he was too lazy to think about it. 117 V's Straw Hat Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Universal pull. Lu Chi was forced to fly to Luo's side. Is all this your masterpiece? Luo looked at him. Lu Chi looked stiff and slightly panicked. What is he going to do? Zoro, Sanji and the others looked at Luo in complete confusion. How could he attack his companions? Why? The CP9 members looked at Lu Chi with sympathy. I told you earlier that we should solve these troubles as soon as possible, otherwise the Lord will be angry, and indeed the Lord is angry. Khalifa looked at Kaku and others complainingly. You should know what the Lord hates the most, right? Kaku and others lowered their heads in shame. Collecting ancient weapon Pluton is an order from the world government, and Nico Robin is a serious problem for the world government. Lu Chi gritted his teeth and said, this is a major matter for the world government, can you still blame me? 760, can you still directly refute the world government's orders? Order. Oh. A sneer appeared on Luo's lips. I don't care what the world government orders, I only know that Enies lobby belongs to me now, and now, it has been destroyed. 17. It was the Straw Hat Pirates who invaded. Lu Chi gritted his teeth. Luo sneered. You should understand that I don't care whether what you CP9 do is good or bad, but what I hate the most is people who can't deal with the consequences but do whatever they want, especially the garbage that brings the enemy into the headquarters because of their stupidity and weakness. Quote. Shinra Tenjang. Rumble. Advertisement. Lu Chi, who was still trying to quibble, spurted out a mouthful of blood, which was slapped back by the repulsive force and splashed on Lu Chi's own face. The powerful repulsion hit Lu Chi like a mountain. Like missiles shooting out, smashing houses, plowing a road through the city, creating an abyss, extending through the city walls to the depths of the sea. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Jabra looked at Lu Chi, who disappeared with sympathy and luck. Fortunately, the first time the adults punished me, they were not so severe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been lying down for a week, but I would have been used. Zoro and Sanji looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Lu Chi was a figure who had never lost in a bloody battle with Luffy before. But such a powerful person was easily knocked away and defeated, and he didn't even have the courage or qualifications to resist. Is he Admiral? At this moment, they recalled the fear and powerlessness Admiral had given them, the same as now. It's so scary. Nami and other timid people ran away in fear. Nami hid behind Nico Robin. Sister Robin, didn't you say that there are only 3 Marines with the highest combat power? Don't tell me, this is also an Admiral. He is not an Admiral, but a Vice Admiral. Nico Robin said with a wry smile. Huh, is Vice Admiral that strong? Although Vice Admiral is a famous person and powerful, for the entire Straw Hat Pirates, ordinary Vice Admiral is not a threat at all. Even the elite Vice Admiral is not afraid of them. Lucci's strength is absolutely impossible to be weaker than the elite Vice Admiral. He is different from ordinary Vice Admirals. Nico Robin looked at Luo with fear, and he is the Vice Admiral who cannot be provoked the most. Today. Did Nico Robin know about Doflamingo's invasion of Enies lobby 2 years ago? How? Luffy stared blankly. Advertisement. Have the Straw Hat Pirates had enough trouble? Looking back, Luo Lengrand's eyes swept across all the Straw Hat Pirates members. There were mixed reactions. Zoro Sanji and the others were on guard, while Usopp Chopper had a numb and trembling scalp. Come on, let's leave while he's not too angry, otherwise we won't even think about leaving. Nico Robin said anxiously. Luffy, leave quickly. Zoro also knew that such a strong man was not something we could deal with now. But Luffy, a fool, rushed to Luo instead. Are you a Marine? Why did you attack your companions? Luffy, that idiot. The Straw Hat Pirates members were completely speechless. Straw Hat Luffy, I'm looking for you. Luo looked at Luffy and smiled. He was about to stop the meddling tyrant bear from flying Luffy to the Amazon Lily country. Although he completely believed in Hancock, who was already in love, how far did Luffy fall in the Amazon? Some of them are annoying. I'm here. That would be easy. Why are you looking for me? What's the crime of trespassing in Enies lobby? Sir, if you break into Enies lobby without permission, you will be sent to Enies lobby for permanent detention. Spandam rolled over and ran over. You were the ones who captured our companions first, and CP9 is still messing around in the Water City. Luffy said angrily. I don't care about your grudges with CP9, or what happened to you, but Enies lobby is mine, and I have the final say. Luo glanced sideways at Luffy. I'm angry, I'm going to beat you up, rubber. The fists that hit him were knocked away by the repulsive force together with Luffy, and flew backwards with a crash. It hit the ground heavily and Luo Bian walked by. Advertisement. Just as Luffy was about to stand up, an invisible gravity suddenly hit his body, 100 times the force of gravity, which was enough to make Luffy unable to move at this time. Boom. The ground beneath Luffy continued to crack, and he was under 100 times the gravity, as if his whole body was being squeezed into a piece of paper. His rubber body saved his life. Boom. Luffy followed the broken earth and fell directly into the king of the pit. A deep pit with a diameter of only 10 meters appeared on the ground. But the room space wraps up an area of hundreds of meters. This is a more accurate use of gravity. 2 years ago, Luo showed that the gravity wrapped the entire room space, 0.9. But now, after 2 years of hard training, he can accurately control the change of gravity in a certain place. The power and practicality are far from what they were 2 years ago. Luffy, the Straw Hat Pirates exclaimed. Call out. Zoro and Sanji were the first to rush over. Curly eyebrow, you go rescue Luffy, I'll hold him back. Zoro pulled out 3 blades and rushed towards Luo Jaikyu. Green algae head, don't order me. I'll hold him back. I'm faster than you. As he ran wildly, the spinning Sanji's right foot showed a devilish foot, and he rushed in front of Luo faster than Zoro. Devil wind kicks. With flaming leg skills, he attacked Luo crazily. Footprints all over the sky covered Luo's whole body, and he was completely enveloped by the powerful attack. 118 instant kill, sent to impel down. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. An attack like this will always work, right? Usopp and the others opened their eyes wide, waiting for a miracle to happen. Boom. Hundreds of attacks were loaded on Luo's body. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I own the Logia Thunder Fruit. Luo stood there, letting Sanji attack, and the thunder and lightning quickly condensed on his broken body. Logia. Sanji looked at Luo in horror. They have long experienced the horror of Logia, especially Aokiji Admiral, who has fully realized the power of Logia. Top Logia Thunder Fruit, it's over now. Nico Robin weakly shook his head. Although I know that my attack is useless. But Sanji still attacked crazily, just to delay it for a little longer. Under the attack of the Devil's Wind feat, Luo disappeared, turned into lightning and disappeared, and instantly appeared in front of Zoro where he rushed into the deep pit. 3-sword style .22. A cold light flashed by. Cutting off Law's body, without Haki's attack, would be useless against Logia. Fall down. Letting Zoro attack crazily, Luo slowly raised his fingertips and pointed them at him, lightning flashing on his fingertips. Not good. He retreated quickly, but no matter how Zoro retreated, Luo's fingertips were always within 3 inches of him. 60 million volts. Advertisement. Pure thunder and lightning instantly attacked Zoro. The powerful thunder and lightning enveloped him, flashing with electric arcs. Under the terrifying attack, Zoro gritted his teeth to hold back his screams. Green algae head. Sanji came angrily. Defeat. Luo teleported and appeared next to Sanji, his angry and worried look solidified. He pointed at his temple with his pierced fingertips like a pistol. Here. 2 screams. Along with the 3 major combat powers of the Straw Hat Pirates, 2 of them were defeated. The 2 people were flashing with thunder and lightning, covered in black smoke, and fell on the ground covered with cracks and flashing arcs. Instant kill. Zoro, Kao, Yoshida, Usopp and the others shouted in fear. They had experienced this kind of despair before, with Shinji Admiral, but now the despair and powerlessness were no lower than when they faced Shinji Admiral. Zoro. Sanji. Luffy climbed up into the pit, looked at the 2 people who fell to the ground, shouted, and rushed towards Luo angrily. Usopp, take Zoro, Sanji and the others away quickly. We are no match for him, run away. Escape. This word is so unfamiliar to the lawless Luffy. Maybe this is the first time he has said this word. Yes, run away. After coming back to their senses, Usopp and the others rushed towards Sanji and the others who fell to the ground. Run away. Luffy stood in front of Luo. You guys run away. Do you want to fight me? Luo tilted his head and looked at Luffy. I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. I will definitely take everyone away. I will never. Second gear. Rubber rubber. Countless fists came in crazily, destroying Luo quickly. Body of. A random hit. Advertisement. Lightning struck Luffy, but nothing happened. Oh, I almost forgot. Rubber is not afraid of thunderstorms. The Straw Hat Pirates were completely defeated and all were captured. My lord, what shall we do with these sinners? Spandam asked flatteringly. Been cut in 2. Nico Robin finally said the scene in front of him. Luffy will definitely defeat Logia just like he fought with Crocodile. Yes, that must be the case. Killing. It doesn't matter. Just killing. It is estimated that Garp revolutionary leader Long and Red Hair will go berserk, without fear, but Luo Kai is not willing to deal with these troubles, and sends them to Impel Down to let Marine trouble. Luffy. Usopp lost all color. We are saved. The Straw Hat members, who fled with Zoro and others seriously injured, were pleasantly surprised that they were saved. The blade passed by, and Luffy was cut in half. His body moved, and the upper half of his body was separated from the lower half of his body, slowly passing by. Naturally, Luffy felt that he was not moving but that the earth and sky were moving. The space appeared, an afterimage instantly passed by Luffy, and the blade passed by. Luffy is not afraid of lightning attacks. How to resist? Luffy. Whoosh. Huh. How did I land? What? Are those my legs? Luffy was confused. Whoosh. What's wrong? Why are the sky and the earth moving? Luffy blinked stupidly. Grab it. Luo kicked it casually, and Luffy's broken 083 body was kicked away in front of the CP9 members, and then disappeared instantly. Advertisement. Sir, you are too strong. The already famous Straw Hat Pirates cannot survive even one move in your hands. In the office, Spandam fawned. Not far away, Usopp and the others finally heard their hoarse wails. No. Send it to Impel Down and leave these troublesome matters to Marine. Luo said casually, but Nami and Nico Robin trembled slightly. Can't resist. At this time, they stopped, and even Zoro, Sanji and the others, who were seriously injured, stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes and horror. Nami and others who escaped always looked back at the place of battle. Sir, they have been brought here. Khalifa brought Tu Wu Shen to the office, Nami and Nico Robin, but they became Luo's prisoners at this time. Appear in front of Nami and the others. Luo didn't care whether Luffy died or not, as long as he didn't lose Amazon. How? How is it possible? Luffy was. Zoro closed his eyes weakly. Finally, the upper body fell on the ground. The scene in front of him suddenly shifted, and the shifting sky left Luffy's unfinished words in his mouth. No, it can't be true. Nami held her head and shook her head in horror, denying that the scene she saw before her could not be true. Luffy couldn't help but smile. As long as he was not afraid of Logia's attack, there was hope. He said confidently. I said, I will definitely take everyone away. Everyone stay. Standing in front are the CP9 members after treatment. This is an attack during crushing, this is an instant kill. Room 119. Occupy Nami, Robin. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Where are the Water City prisoners? Let it go. Luo said casually. Those were just some boatmen from the Water City. But sir, those guys are prisoners, and there are also traitorous giants. They are just ordinary people who have no intention of getting involved in this incident, giants of betrayal. Is the world government correct? Luo glanced sideways at Spandam. If you keep talking, there is no place for you in Eni's lobby. Sir, what should I do with them? Are they also sent to Eni's lobby? Them. Luo looked at Nami and Nico Robin. Be mine. Question mark quote. Lu Chi came out with a cold look on his face. Although there was no provocation in his eyes, there was a sense of reluctance. Nico Robin, the son of the devil, her ability is extremely harmful to the world government, and she is also the sinner that the world government has been chasing. She. Universal pull. The terrifying gravity forcefully pulled Lu Chi to fly in front of Luo. Shinra Tenjang. Rumble. The powerful repulsion, a force more terrifying than the huge waves, slapped Lu Chi's already seriously injured body. His bones shattered, countless wounds spattered blood, and he flew backwards, smashing into the wall. He flew directly to the city wall hanging on the main gate thousands of meters away and fell unconscious. Advertisement. Who else has any objections? Luo glanced at the other silent CP9 members with cold eyes. No objections, please leave. Luo Chi didn't care what Lu Chi or CP9 thought. Anyway, he has no intention of really taking them back as his subordinates. Yes. In an instant, only Nami and Nicole Rosen were left in the office. Luo looked at the two women with a scrutinizing gaze. Nami was still a little immature, innocent and bright, but not fully open, while Nico Robin was cold and intellectual. Do you want to enter Impel Down? Or stay here? Luo asked coldly. The two women visibly trembled slightly. Bai Chi bit his lip and said nothing. Compared to the panicked Nami, Nico Robin seems much calmer. Maybe she has already lost her love. Luffy, are they really going to be sent to Impel Down? Is Impel Down a prison cell? Nami asked weakly. Impel Down is a deep-sea prison. Any pirate who enters it will never be able to come out. Nico Robin said lightly. It is called the deep sea hell by pirates. All color drained from Nami's pretty face. Nami mustered up the courage to say that she was sent into Impel Down with Luffy and the others, and the unknown fear kept occupying her soul. By the way, actually you have no choice. Luo stood up and walked to them. Whether it's a pirate or a son of the devil, it doesn't matter. Your results will stay here for the time being, stay with me. You can choose to resist or commit suicide, it doesn't matter. You can also accept your fate and continue to realize your dreams. Advertisement. Your purpose. Nico Robin looked at Luo coldly. Do you want us to serve you? Wrong. The ancient texts you can see are of no use to me. No matter what happened in history, it is just an era created by strong men. In the past tense, I always only look at the future and understand the past era. Why not create your own era? Luo's eyes moved from Nico Robin to Nami. As for your abilities, navigators are indeed very useful, but there is one kind of person who does not need to be afraid of the sea, and that is the strong. Luo walked towards the door. He turned back at the door and said, if there is really a purpose, but I just don't want to see you sent to the hell like Impel Down, and I let you go, you will die in your current situation. Think about it carefully. You can escape and resist anyway. It doesn't matter if you choose. Although beauty is good, withered beauty is also a kind of beauty, isn't it? Wrong decision. The price is very heavy. Snapped. # plus # equals. The door was slammed shut. The delicate bodies of the two women in the room trembled again. What he said is true. Nico Robin was sure that what the other party said was true and there was really no purpose. No matter what, he was a Marine and had to obey the orders of the world government no matter how strong he was. But the world government wants to take me away, can he still stop me? What kind of person is he? Nico Robin found that he could not guess the other person's mind at all. He could shoot away his subordinates without saying a word, and he could decide the fate of the Straw Hat Pirates with a wave of his hand. But he can freely let go of the members who invaded the water city of Enies lobby, and he can also let go of the traitorous giants. So contradictory. Why? Advertisement. Sister Robin, what should I do? Nami looked at Nico Robin helplessly. Nami, if you want to rescue Luffy and the others, you can only have a chance if you stay. Once you enter Impel Down, you have no chance at all. But, how to save? There's always a chance, there's always hope, isn't there? The Straw Hat Pirates invaded Enies lobby and committed a heinous crime. They were sentenced to be impelled down and imprisoned forever. Straw Hat Luffy was sent to the 5th floor of freezing hell. Pirate Hunter Zoro and Blackfoot Sanji were sent to blazing hell. Sniper King Usopp Pet Chopper is sent to the 1st level of Crimson Hell. The Inquisition pronounced the fate of the Straw Hat Pirates. In fact, it is useless for the Inquisition to decide. It is Luo's order to be sent to Impel Down, and to enter the level of hell of Impel Down, it is decided by Impel Down. Sir, the Straw Hat Pirates and their crew have been sent to Impel Down and entered the Gate of Justice. Spandam carefully reported the workload. Luo said casually. He doesn't care about the rest and doesn't care anymore. Just a random thought. Luffy is the son of the revolutionary Long, so his identity should not be exposed, right? Marine probably won't make a fuss about him, but I don't know if the red-haired man and the revolutionary can remain indifferent and send him to Impel Down. Is there nothing Garp can do? There was a smile on Luo's lips. Whether you can leave Impel Down depends on the lives of the Straw Hat Pirates. Enies lobby incident. CP9 reported to World Government and Marine Headquarters. The World Government was a little surprised, but not shocked. It was just a newcomer who was offered a reward of 100 million. It was not big news on the sea. This news would definitely not cause much sensation, but in the hearts of some people. Undoubtedly, a piece of bad news came. 120 Angry Garp. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Straw Hat Pirates are arrested. This news spread quickly across the sea. But it didn't attract too much attention. Straw Hat Luffy is a newcomer and the Straw Hat Pirates are a relatively unknown pirate group. Straw Hat Luffy has a bounty of 100 million Baileys. He is the only pirate in the pirate group who has a bounty of more than 100 million. The bounty is not too low and is already very good among newcomers. However, the Straw Hat Pirates have not committed any major events that shocked the sea. The only major event that defeated Crocodile was concealed by the world government. 100 million new pirates were caught, and all they attracted was some ridicule. Newbies dare to invade Enies lobby, aren't they just waiting to be caught? Are all newcomers so arrogant and ignorant now? After that, not many people paid attention to this matter. If they were caught, the outcome was already doomed. Red hair pirates. Boss, Luffy was caught. What? The redhead who was drinking spat out a mouthful of wine. Has that kid Luffy been caught? Yes, it was published in the newspaper and he was caught by Enies lobby. Many cadre leaders 797 were very anxious, and they had a good impression of Luffy. Luffy was caught by Enies lobby, this is not going to be good. The redhead pulled his hair, it's not going to be good. Revolutionary Headquarters. Advertisement. Long, the leader of the revolutionaries, looked at the newspaper blankly. Is Luffy's adventure over in such a short time? His fists could not help but clench slowly under the table, but his expression remained calm. Even the revolutionary cadres did not notice anything unusual about the leader. Marine Headquarters. This incident did not cause much of a sensation. After hearing this, Buddha Sengoku just smiled. Enies lobby Trafalgar Law exists. Even if the famous pirate invades Enies lobby, the ending will be like this, right? Zephyr, call Trafalgar Law and ask him to return to Marine headquarters. Yeah. Zephyr picked up the phone and looked at Garp with some confusion as he suddenly rushed out without saying a word. What's wrong with Garp? Go to Marine headquarters. Enies lobby. Luo was a little surprised when he received the news. Luffy's revolutionary son's identity has been exposed. Marine is going to make a fuss about him. Or has Ace been arrested? Both are possible. It doesn't matter. Let Sengoku go have a headache. He stretched himself. No matter how things developed, he didn't care. Even if it was a world-shaking battle, he would be happier. After practicing for so long, the only real battle is Doflamingo. There are too few battles, and there is no battle with the strong. There is no need to keep a low profile with your current strength, right? Hold it tightly, and your own strength is your biggest trump card. Feel free to walk towards the hesitation bridge. At the end of the bridge is the internal port of Enies lobby. From here, enter the Gate of Justice and reach the Marine headquarters as quickly as possible. The warships have already been prepared. Just as they reached the end of the hesitation bridge, a warship sailed out from the gap of the slightly opened Justice Gate and stopped at the port. A figure landed on the port with a bang and hurried towards the bridge. Garp. Luo Leng watched Garp passing by. Ha! The rushing Garp suddenly stopped and looked sideways at the figure passing by. Trafalgar Law. Advertisement. Vice Admiral Garp, what are you doing? Straw Hat Luffy, were you captured? Garp asked expressionlessly. Yes. Luo didn't hide anything. He knew about the relationship between Luffy and Garp, but so what? Is that you? Garp glared, and his fists clenched under Marine's coat. Watch Trafalgar Law. An unknown fire could not help but arise in Shunan's heart. Reason tells Garp that no matter what the reason is for Luffy to invade Enies lobby, he should bear all the consequences. Moreover, as a pirate, Luffy was captured by Marine, which is only natural. But it is impossible for a person to be without emotions and desires, and no one can be absolutely rational. Once Ace, now Luffy. Both of his grandsons were caught by Trafalgar Law in front of him. Although Garp was angrier towards Luffy Ace in his heart and hated iron, how could he remain absolutely calm towards the people who had captured his two grandsons one after another? Do I have to bear the anger? Luo looked at Garp indifferently, without fear. Although he knew that if he captured Luffy, he would bear some of the anger from Garp and even the redheads, but so what? It didn't matter. In terms of status, they are both Vice Admirals, although their status is only nominally equal. The status of a Garp Marine hero cannot be compared to that of Admiral. But what's the use of the high status? Although Garp has long been famous as a top powerhouse, and although Luo Zihai is not unknown, compared with a figure like Garp, his reputation is far different. Advertisement. But compared to strength, Luo is now fearless with Garp. Where's Straw Hat Luffy? Garp finally suppressed the anger in his heart. Send to impel down. Luo said indifferently. He knew that if Luffy stayed in Enies lobby, something might happen to him, so he sent him to impel down directly from the beginning. Even if Garp didn't have an absolute reason to go to impel down, it would be impossible. Take the prisoner away directly, unless he violates the rules and violates his own bottom line. Luo K didn't want Ace's arrest to happen again. So fast. Garp glared. The moment he learned the news, he immediately came to Enies lobby. Is it too late? The Enies lobby trial was not so fast, right? What's more, Enies lobby is a court in name only. Pirate trials are almost always ordered by the Marine headquarters. Before the order was issued, Enies lobby sent the prisoners to impel down without authorization, which was not in compliance with past rules. But on the surface, everything is correct. According to the time, Luffy and the others should have just arrived at impel down. Luo smiled at Garp and stepped onto the warship. Let's go. Quote. A heavy-looking Garp was left behind. Is it doomed? Garp stared at the retreating warship. At this time, an island on the edge of the sea was staged a war that was about to change the times and affect the future. Fire Fist Ace vs Blackbeard. Haha. Thief, darkness or light, who is the master? Endless darkness covered the world. Great Flame Ring. Emperor Yan. 121 The Supreme Sharp Knife. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. That's right. You haven't been corrupted by the lazy environment of Enies lobby. You are in good spirits. Zephyr looked at Trafalgar Law and patted his shoulder. You have a restrained aura. I can't even see how strong you are now. Luo smiled lightly and looked at Zephyr. Back at the Marine headquarters, unlike what he expected, there was no serious atmosphere and nothing major happened. What? Are you confused? Zephyr looked at Luo. If nothing happens, can't I inform you to return to the Marine headquarters? You know, the Marine headquarters is the home of our Navy. Zephyr smiled and walked into the house. Soon he came out holding the precious and simple sword box. This is. Luo's eyes lit up. Although Luo Ni is very low-key, he has made great contributions to Marine. The modified guns have reduced Marine's casualties by 30% within 10 years. Zephyr put the sword box on the table. Open it, you will definitely like it. Luo looked solemn, and he felt a cold breath in the sword box. He uses a sword. He also knows swords. Although he doesn't have the crazy passion for swords that top swordsmen have, he still understands how top weapons can improve his strength. Gotcha. The sword box opened. Advertisement. A sword blade over 1 meter long appeared in the eyes, double-edged, neither wide nor narrow, neither long nor short. There were no complicated and gorgeous patterns, there were no overly fancy hand guards, everything was ordinary but extraordinary. This. Luo slowly picked up the sword's edge and stood in front of him. In these years, he has never taken the initiative to look for the famous blade. Famous swords are hard to come by, and searching for them would be a waste of energy. Luo focused more on cultivation, and because he used more of his fruit abilities in battle, he rarely killed enemies purely with swordsmanship, and pursued nature with famous swords. Lower than other swordsmen. But it's not that Luo doesn't want to get the famous sword. CP9 also secretly paid attention to it, but he didn't find the famous blade. Shadow knife. None. The 12 skills of the supreme sharp knife. Zephyr revealed the origin and identity of this knife. I don't need to say more. Even if I don't use the knife, I still like it a lot. The 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword. Luo's eyes became brighter. Luo believed that he could easily get a good and fast knife with 50 skills if he used ordinary care. However, he did not like the good and fast knife with 50 skills, so he might as well use an ordinary blade. In Luo's heart, he would rather lack than overdo it, at least he has 21 skills. Luo didn't care whether his previous achievements could compare with the 12 skills of this supreme sharp sword. I didn't get this by chance. Shadow Blade was originally stored in the world government's arsenal and became the private property of the 5 elders. Sengoku spent several years to get it. It is possible that one of the 5 elders possesses the supreme sword first generation Kidetsu, but there is no absolute certainty. Teacher Zephyr, how did you get it? Luo looked at Zephyr in surprise. The supreme sharp knife cannot be obtained by having status and strength. It requires opportunities. Such a silent attack is a perfect combination of my abilities. I like it more and more. Regardless of space transfer, lightning teleportation, or his own speed, Luo is an extremely fast type. Advertisement. I never thought about taking advantage of Marine, but I also never thought about paying too much for Marine. There was no thought of rejecting this knife. Please give me flowers. He knew that the speed of his sword dancing was not very fast at this time, but the fact that he was able to reach this point showed that it was not the speed but the ability of the sword itself. Zephyr said, "This sword was originally given to you as a reward. With this knife, fighting on the top is more interesting." Luo couldn't help but smile. Then join me and become famous all over the world. It seems that I have been keeping a low profile these years, but I am actually rewarded with a supremely sharp knife. Me. Luo was a little surprised. Shadow Sword Wu. When the sword dance speed exceeds a certain limit, the shadow of the sword will disappear in the sun, and it will cut through the air without any fluctuation. Zephyr came out and explained. Phew. After getting the sword, Luo couldn't wait to experiment, and he came to the courtyard in an instant. The blade in his hand passed quickly, and the cold sword shadow filled the surrounding area, but the shadow of the sword became less and less, and finally disappeared. It is impossible for Luo to fight with a huge sword like Black Sword Yi and others. As for the 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword, he had thought about it, but he had never asked for it. But Luo didn't stop. Exchange a sword for the deterrence of an admiral, Marine will not lose. Luo knew that the battle on the top was about to begin, and he had no intention of keeping a low profile. He wanted the Admiral's position. Even if an Admiral did not take action, the deterrence of the sea would be it's also extremely scary. Looking at Luo, he continued. As for the Marine headquarters, what you were given to Luo was the rank of Vice Admiral. With your strength, you can get it without any merit. And your strength is almost all cultivated by yourself. It is not Marine at all. What you have trained is that even I only taught you hockey. What's more, without me, you can get hockey, just a little late. This supreme sharp sword with 12 skills is Marine's compensation for your past achievements. Advertisement. In history, there are only 12 swords. Even if you are familiar with the original work, you can be sure that there is only one supreme sharp sword, the Black Saber Knight possessed by Mihawk. Unfortunately, the Black Saber Knight is too big and does not match Luo's ability, so from now on never thought of taking it. Don't wonder, Luo, don't you know the impact of your modified guns on Marine? Whether it is making Empress Hancock become the 7 warlords of the sea, capturing Fire Fist Ace, or resisting the invasion of Doflamingo, it is all a great achievement. Zephyr continued said. And Luo, you have also shown potential beyond anyone else. The door seemed to be buzzing and shaking. As for the recent capture of the Straw Hat Pirates, in Zephyr's eyes, this is not considered credit. The Straw Hat Pirates are too weak. Luo picked up the blade. In his heart, he has never been loyal to anyone or any organization. Although he is Marine, he has always regarded himself and Marine as two parties of cooperation or transaction. With a swipe of the sword, the cold light cut through the solid wood table silently without using any force. Point 0. The supremely sharp knife that had never been a luxury, unexpectedly fell into his hands like this. As that's so. The raised sword. Admiral's highest combat power is also an invisible shock to pirates. Okay. Luo's eyes lit up even more. Shadow Blade Wu, this extremely fast and silent blade, is the most suitable for Luo. Unexpectedly, joy fell from the sky. 122 Ace was caught. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Ace, the Marine headquarters has arrived. This is your last chance. Do you really not consider it? Are you really not willing to dominate the world with me? A huge raft appeared in the sea in front of the Marine headquarters. Teach, I said who would be a man if he surrendered to force. What a pity, Ace. Blackbeard grinned with missing teeth, and the huge raft entered the Marine headquarters. Marshal D. Teach. Buddha Sengoku narrowed his eyes and looked at Blackbeard who walked in, and then looked at Ace who was caught by Blackbeard with a shocked expression. Buddha Sengoku, Fire Fist Ace, are they enough for me to become 7 warlords of the sea? Blackbeard grinned. Buddha Sengoku's expression became more solemn. Blackbeard, you are the traitor of Whitebeard's 187 pirate group, and now you have captured Fire Fist Ace. Aren't you afraid that Whitebeard will kill you? Buddha Sengoku said solemnly, this Blackbeard is really a mastermind. All broken. Doesn't he know Whitebeard's character? Ha ha ha, this has nothing to do with you Marine. Fire Fist Ace is my bargaining chip to become the 7 warlords of the sea. Blackbeard laughed, this was his plan. The location of 7 warlords of the sea can be given to you, but leave the Marine headquarters immediately. Buddha Sengoku said in a bad tone. For pirates and 7 warlords of the sea, Buddha Sengoku has always been resistant and even disgusted from the bottom of his heart. That's so heartless. Anyway, I have already obtained the 7 warlords of the sea. Ace will be left to your Marine. I wish you good luck in the Marine. Ha ha. Blackbeard walked out of the Marine with arrogant steps and a proud laugh. Building. Fire Fist Ace, I didn't expect you to fall into Marine's hands in this way. Looking at Fire Fist Ace, a famous pirate in the sea, and the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he should be happy to capture such a pirate, but the Buddha Sengoku has only heaviness in his heart but no joy. No need to say more, just kill me. Ace said fearlessly. Advertisement. He is not afraid of death and even desires death. Failure and falling into Marine's hands would be a shame for him, and it would be better to die. Kill you. Buddha Sengoku smiled bitterly. The pirates fell into the hands of Marine, especially the big pirates. If they don't die, they will be sent to impel down. This was the ending of 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. But the identity of Fire Fist Ace in front of him was too sensitive. Buddha Sengoku looked at him with a headache. Come here, escort Fire Fist Ace down and keep him under strict supervision. At the same time, order all Vice Admiral and above officers from the headquarters to come to discuss the matter. Yes. The figure passed through the forest of the headquarters, but there was no blade in the waving arms. Call out. An officer from outside the forest quickly rushed into it. The colonel officer quickly came to the interior of the forest and looked at the figures moving in the forest. He was a little surprised. It seemed that the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral was practicing his sword, but there was nothing in his hands. It can bring up all Luo's fighting spirit at this time. Vice Admiral represents the backbone of Marine. The sea can make Marine act like this, and only a handful of people and forces can do it. It's just that Smoker is in a very bad condition at this time, with bleeding from the corner of his mouth and a strong blow to his abdomen. Next to Smoker is an anxious and angry girl, Marine. Too arrogant, where is the strong Marine? Advertisement. An arrogant voice came from inside. Haha, thief, although this is the Marine headquarters, lousy as the 7 warlords of the sea. If you dare to block my way and force Lousy to leave immediately, what can you ordinary garbage Marines do to me? Quote. Whitebeard's power and terror left a deep impression on him. The elite Vice Admiral represents the top power within Marine. Has Ace been caught? Combined with time, it is easy to get the answer. Luo walked towards the Marine headquarters, as the battle at the top finally coming. All Vice Admirals. Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it just Vice Admirals? A large number of Marines blocked the doorway. Marshal Sengoku ordered you to leave the Marine headquarters immediately. Do you dare to disobey? Smoker stared at Blackbeard. Admiral-level officers are currently discussing matters. You actually want to break into the Marine building? It's impossible. Luo has been waiting for this day for a long time. Roko has not forgotten the invasion of the Whitebeard pirates. In an instant, the figure in the forest stopped on the tree trunk. His hand shook, and the invisible edge of the sword in his hand showed its sharpness in the sun. The Admiral represents the highest combat effectiveness within Marine. Admiral, I want it. This is Luo's goal. He will become Admiral after the war. This battle is the key. As Whitebeard. The behavior seems a bit strange. Just walk to the gate of Marine building. Although he was very curious about the strange sword edge, the major officer still carried out the order meticulously. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, Marshal Sengoku ordered, all Vice Admirals should go to Heguaoking Tower immediately. Advertisement. No, the Vice Admiral of the headquarters and all general-level officers above are here to discuss matters. I know. Luo nodded, and couldn't help but smile. It seems that something terrible happened, otherwise Vice Admiral and everyone above would not be allowed to go. It seems that the only thing is. Even if you are 7 warlords of the sea, so what? Don't cause trouble. By the time Luo returned home, put on the Vice Admiral's coat and came outside the Marine building, there was no sign of any other Vice Admiral along the way, and he had already entered the Marine building. The blade was sheathed, and he turned around and appeared in front of the colonel instantly. Gathering them all is equivalent to gathering the strongest combat power of the entire Marine. Marine stared at the arrogant Blackbeard with hatred. Blackbeard. In Marine, Luo Leng looked at the two sides facing each other for 0.9 seconds. The arrogant one is naturally Blackbeard's side. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Smoker. What? Do you still think you are Logia invincible? Didn't that blow just now wake you up? Last time, I didn't even have the strength for a head-on confrontation, but this time, let me see how strong the strongest man is. There was endless fighting spirit in Luo's heart, and there was only one person like Whitebeard. Luo also knew Marine, who was taking the lead on the other side. It's so abominable. Even if it's 7 warlords of the sea, this is the Marine headquarters. How can pirates be so rampant? 123 Floating Marine Coat. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Right now, the Admiral-level officers are discussing matters, and you actually want to break into the Marine building and inquire about Marine's confidential information. It's impossible. A mere Commodore dares to block my way. Blackbeard looked at Smoker with disdain. Dark water. The right hand covered in black mist presents Uzumaki. White fist. Call out. Smoker was forcibly sucked into Blackbeard's side, and Smoker was grabbed with one hand, preventing him from using the fruit's abilities. At the same time, Blackbeard slashed Smoker's neck with a powerful hand knife. With a bang, Smoker fell to the ground violently, vomiting blood and unable to stand. Ace is captured by Lousy. Lousy is going to listen to what Marine will do with Ace. Is there any problem? Blackbeard said arrogantly, without confirming Marine's next move. Blackbeard was still worried. This is related to his future plans and even his life. Don't even think about getting into it. Smoker grabbed Blackbeard's ankle and held on tightly. Go away. Kicked away. You are too bullying. Marine, the girl who had been following Smoker, drew her sword and pointed it at Blackbeard. Tashigi, retreat quickly, you are no match for them. SMO-22 shouted anxiously. It's so abominable, pirates are so rampant. The surrounding Marines stared at Blackbeard with indignation, all drawing their guns and swords, but they were only elite Marines, not top officers. Advertisement. Haha, the Marine experts are discussing matters now. Can you defeat Lousy if you come together? Blackbeard laughed arrogantly. He didn't take this group of Marines seriously at all. Whoosh. Tashigi drew his sword and struck Blackbeard instantly. Chang. Lafitte drew his sword and easily blocked Tashigi's attack, then grabbed Tashigi's shoulders and tied her up. Little girl, what's the future for following such a useless Marine? Why not follow Lousy? Blackbeard said wretchedly. Too disgusting. Many Marines couldn't bear it and started to attack, but all of them were easily defeated by Blackbeard's men. Are we still going to be bullied by pirates at the Marine headquarters? The Marines were furious. How long would it take for the officers to finish the discussion? The angry and powerless Marine gritted his teeth. Tashigi struggled angrily. The savior in her past, Smoker, was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Marine headquarters was bullied by pirates, which is indeed a shame. Give way. An indifferent voice came out from behind the Marine group, and a figure pushed Marine aside and stepped in. That flutters Hockey's Marine coat. The twin stars on the shoulders are so dazzling. It's Vice Admiral. Great, the Vice Admiral is here too. Marine seemed to have found a backbone and was extremely excited. No, that's all, Blackbeard and the other 4 members said disdainfully. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, there is actually a Vice Admiral who didn't go to discuss the matter. It seems that he is not a big figure. What is the use of a Vice Admiral who can't even attend the Marine meeting? Blackbeard kept laughing maniacally with his mouth full of bad teeth. Sorry, you're blocking the way, please give way. Luo walked up to Blackbeard indifferently. The 2 sides are so wide, can't you pass by both sides? Blackbeard complained. Although he was huge, the gate was big enough for 10 people to pass through. Although Blackbeard was blocking the middle of the gate, people could pass through on both sides. I'm used to walking in the middle, Luo said coldly. But Lousy is not used to letting then fly. The armed color teleported and hardened his fist, punched instantly, and struck Blackbeard's ugly face. Boom. The terrifying force instantly knocked Blackbeard away and flew into the first floor of the Marine building, crashing through several walls and screaming and rolling in the debris. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts me to death. Blackbeard screamed spinelessly and stood up unsteadily. Although I have no intention of conflict with the Vice Admiral, Marine will not teach a Vice Admiral a lesson and then leave. Do you care too much? Dark water. The gravity presented by Uzumaki's darkness in his hand enveloped Law instantly. Be careful, Smoker said hurriedly. Call out. Luo disappeared and appeared behind Blackbeard in an instant. Armament Hockey's hardened right leg hit Blackbeard's waist so hard that the bones made a cracking sound. Screaming, Blackbeard flew out from the Marine building and hit the ground heavily. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. It hurts me to death. On the ground, Blackbeard screamed and rolled on the ground in disgrace. Blackbeard, if you want to cause trouble here, it's too early for you. Turning around, Marine's coat fluttered and he walked deeper into the Marine building. Advertisement. Captain Lafitte and others came to Blackbeard. After screaming, Blackbeard staggered to his feet and stared at the figure disappearing down the stairs. Ha ha ha, boys, retreat. He turned around and walked out very spinelessly. It's not easy to have a big conflict with Marine now. Have you withdrawn? Marine was stunned and then 343 was ecstatic. Cheers aplenty. I was almost bullied by pirates in my own home. It was a shame and a big humiliation. Fortunately, the Vice Admiral took action in the end. Otherwise, today would have been a very embarrassing day. By the way, who is the Vice Admiral? Why don't I recognize him? I don't know him either. After reacting, many Marines looked at each other, but they didn't know the Vice Admiral. Could he be from the branch? Lo, Smoker, who gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty, felt the deepest feeling in his heart. When Luo entered the recruiting camp, he was the most immature newcomer, while Smoker was already the #1 player in the recruiting camp. When Smoker graduated, Luo was an unknown in recruiting camp. But now, have you been left far behind? Smoker smiled bitterly. Have you been left behind in terms of strength and military rank? Even the Straw Hat Pirates, whom he had been chasing so hard, were casually captured by the other party. Not much in the way of comparison though. But with comparison, there are differences. Is he, the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral? Tashigi will not forget the marine coat fluttering in the wind today, so hockey and shocked. 124 Waiting as Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Click. Marine pushed open the meeting door. The quarrel stopped, and everyone looked at Trafalgar Law, who walked in surprise. On the huge round table of the conference table, dozens of Vice Admiral and above people were sitting in sequence, and all the high-level officials of the Marine headquarters were gathered here. Luo, you're too late. Zephyr, who was also attending the meeting, patted the seat next to him. Sit here. Vice Admirals whispered. Trafalgar Law. Is he the legendary genius who broke all the records in the recruiting camp and became the Vice Admiral? Yes, it's him, but he has been a little low-key in the past 2 years. The genius with the most amazing potential in history. I don't know how strong he is now. Curious eyes fell on Luo's hands. Luo is indeed very unfamiliar to many Vice Admirals. They have heard of him, but few have seen him, let alone come into contact with him. Vice Admirals are also inevitably curious about the legendary figures of the same level. As this bastard back too. To Zephyr's left was Kizaru, who was staring at Luo with a very unkind expression. Feel free to sit down. The position where Luo was sitting was very close to the center. The center is naturally Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku, followed by Admirals and Vice Admirals of this level such as Chief Suru, followed by Elite Vice Admirals and Ordinary Vice Admirals, arranged in order of strength. The position where Luo was sitting was equal to that of Chief of Staff He. Advertisement. Some Vice Admirals are dissatisfied. No matter how amazing the potential is, after all, they are just newcomers. How can they be so close to Admiral? In the past, some people might still care about this matter. But today's matter is too important. Soon the quiet conference room became noisy again. A Vice Admiral slammed the table. It's not like you don't know Whitebeard's character. If you publicly execute Firefist Ace, it will be like poking a hornet's nest. Doesn't this force Whitebeard to go to war? That's right, Whitebeard is not that simple. There is no foolproof strategy and you must not mess with him. Indeed, many conservatives share this view. But there are many warring factions, and the same Vice Admiral angrily said, "Are we, Marine, still afraid of Whitebeard? Fire Fist Ace has been captured, should we still release him? Then how can Marine have the face to maintain peace and justice in the sea? Where is it? I will definitely not let him go. If he keeps being imprisoned, with Whitebeard's character, he will never accept that his son will be imprisoned forever. He will definitely come to rob the prison. Who is sure when he will come? Instead of passively defending day and night, it is better to take the initiative and publicly execute him. Fire Fist Ace, forcing Whitebeard to come. That's right, we Marine haven't used our swords for a long time. Over the years, pirates have been coming out more and more. There are more militant factions. But most of them were ordinary Vice Admirals quarreling. Even the elite Vice Admirals did not participate, and the Admirals remained silent. Oh, Luo looked in astonishment at Buddha's Sengoku, Wheel Status, Zephyr Admiral, Chief of Staff Crane and even Weasel Ghost Spider and other elite Vice Admirals, all of whom were higher than Luo. The outcome is almost certain, and the conservative Vice Admirals don't even have the courage to refute. It seems that there is no choice at all. The moment Fire Fist Ace enters the Marine headquarters, unless Whitebeard is really willing to endure in silence, this war will be inevitable. Qingji shrugged. Advertisement. In an instant, all the contempt and ridicule were loaded on Luo. That's Whitebeard. A shocking sentence. The Whitebeard pirates are a group of monsters. They are very scary. Kizaru's wretched old face was matched with a wretched smile. But monsters also die of old age. Hearing this, Luo couldn't help but smile. Akainu, what's your opinion? Sengoku did not express his opinion, but asked Akainu next to him. Even the officers who had seen Luo Dingfeng's power were speechless and shook their heads. There are currently 3 admirals, all of whom are in the main battle. Trafalgar Law, what do you think? Sengoku suddenly looked at Luo. All the officers looked towards Buddha Sengoku, he was the one who really made the decision. The scene instantly became quiet. I know everyone's thoughts and opinions. Arrogant boy, who do you think Whitebeard is? He is the strongest man in the sea and has the power to destroy the sea. Do you want to see his power? I'm afraid you will have to practice for decades more, right? If there is no war, I have no interest in attending this meeting. I am waiting for Whitebeard. A proud smile appeared on Luo's lips. The conservatives' faces are already ugly. Yes, start a war. Finally, it was discovered that both sides were angry, so they stood up. Advertisement. The status and strength of Vice Admiral and Admiral are far apart. It's time to prepare a grand funeral for Whitebeard. Akainu is an absolute militant, and the militant Vice Admiral suddenly smiled. The conservatives hesitated to speak, but did not dare to refute Akainu like they had just refuted other Vice Admirals. The quarrel between the two sides grew louder and louder. That's why there are more and more pirates in the sea. The battlefield is the marine headquarters. This is the Grand Route and not the New World. The 4 emperors can't help but be arrogant. Those conservative vice admirals, Zhao Nuohao, who were already dark-faced, found an outlet in an instant. They did not dare to refute the admiral, but they dared to refute the vice admiral at the same level. The conservatives retorted, forcing Whitebeard to come. They are afraid that Whitebeard will not only come. Who can guarantee that the other 4 emperors will not take advantage of the fire? You must know that there is a madman like Kaido of the beasts among the 4 emperors. Whitebeard is already difficult to deal with. If you add the 4 emperors from either side, how can you block them? P.S. 3 chapters will be updated at once. Friends who have flowers, please vote for this book if they are willing. Friends who have monthly tickets, please vote for this book if they are willing. The most important thing is that everyone must set it to automatically subscribe and beg to play. The smile that the conservative showed just now froze in an instant. Do you really think that amazing potential means strength? I want to fight Whitebeard right now, and I don't overestimate my capabilities. Even the officers of the main war faction looked at Luo in disbelief. Buddha Sengoku calmly listened to both sides' views. Kizaru, what about you? Shinji, what about you? The officers of the main war faction smiled even brighter. Throughout the sea, there are over 100 vice admirals, and in any era, admirals have never exceeded the number of 10 years. No one can convince anyone. 125 Shut up. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Zephyr secretly pulled Luo's sleeve. Luo, that guy Whitebeard is very powerful. Conceit is the most taboo thing in battle. Tisk, 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 that's scary. 2 years ago, Luo, you couldn't even take down Doflamingo. You needed my power. 2 years later, are you already considered Whitebeard's opponent? Kizaru looked at Luo contemptuously. Don't you want me to help you again? You're afraid I won't be able to save you in time. Shut up. Kizaru. You. Kizaru stared at Luo angrily. The anger he had suppressed for a long time finally broke out, and he stood up angrily. Since Luo you are so confident, then let. Advertisement. From now on, don't say a word in front of me. This is the 3rd request. Luo glanced at Kizaru coldly. Kizaru almost choked to death. The hand pointing at Luo was trembling with anger, it was too much. Request. Such a picture instantly aroused the curiosity of all the officers who did not know the truth. What order? Does Kizaru Admiral still want to obey his orders? Isn't it fake? In Marine, admirals only need to obey the orders of the Marshal, and can even refute the orders of the Marshal. When can a Vice Admiral order an Admiral? And such an order, such a ruthless mandatory order, even the Marshal cannot order the Admiral, right? Some Vice Admirals who knew the inside story looked at this scene speechlessly. Did he use the 3 requirements of a bed in such a funny way? Hearing the discussion, Kizaru's face turned pale, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. He snorted and sat back angrily. But his eyes kept looking at Luo mockingly, as if telling Luo with his eyes, are you worthy of fighting Whitebeard? You are not even qualified to fight Whitebeard. A weird scene. Instead, the Vice Admirals forgot to continue bombarding Luo. Marshal Sengoku, Just tell me the day of the decisive battle. Luo stood up and walked towards the door. He was not interested in the next meeting. At most, it was just some combat deployments and plans. Luo was not in the mood to participate. In his mind, the battle plan was very simple, that is, take action himself during the war. Advertisement. Quote. Question mark quote. Sengoku looked at CCED, Luo's back with a headache, and his head hurt again. It's so strange. Even the Admiral has to attend this meeting. One of the rules is leaving without authorization. Kizaru said in a strange tone. Shut up, Kizaru. Looking back, Luo glanced at Kizaru with cold eyes, his black broken hair not moving in the wind, and the marine coat on his back made a sound. Have you forgotten my order? Do you need me to let you understand what integrity is? Kacha. The door closed and Luo left. Luo knew that his behavior must be arrogant, and even ignorant in the eyes of the officers. It doesn't matter. Because Luo Zheng knows that humility is useless within Marine. A humble Marine without strength will not get respect and is only at the bottom. The same strength within Marine determines everything. And in the conference room, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Was that conquerors just now? Sengoku stared blankly at the closed door. He looked back with a cold look. He was not the recipient, but he felt the familiar yet unfamiliar aura. Advertisement. How? How is it possible, that guy? Kizaru's face changed in shock. He feels it most deeply, and he is the bearer. How could he have Conqueror's Haki? Kizaru couldn't believe it. Conqueror's Haki couldn't shock him, but Marine's identity as having Conqueror's Haki shocked him. There had never been a Marine who had Conqueror's Haki. Why should he own it? On the sea, there are definitely more Conqueror's owners than can be counted on both hands. Most of them are weaker than Kizaru and weaker than Admiral, but no matter how strong Admiral is or how strong the Marshal is, they have never possessed the Conqueror's Haki. Their status and abilities constrain them from possessing the qualifications of a king. Breaking another record. Sengoku rubbed his temples. I'm thinking wildly. If the entire army creates record holders, Trafalgar Law must be the Marine who holds the most records, right? Just having 2 devil fruit abilities, Marine has Conqueror's Haki, is enough to hold 2 records. Marine also has 2 records. No one can break it. Luo Ru left. But it made the Vice Admirals feel overwhelmed. Even Sengoku was silent for a long time before he said, continue the meeting. Kizaru was the only one who could not swallow this breath. Humph, since that guy is so arrogant that he wants to fight Whitebeard, let everyone see if you are qualified. Your 3 demands have been made, I won't help you, don't blame others if you die. Not long after Luo returned home, Zephyr knocked on the door and brought the final result of the meeting to Luo. Fire Fist Ace will be publicly disposed of at Marine headquarters in 1 month. Of course, there were more details discussed and decided at the meeting. Such as battle plan, such as Dawn. Elite Marines from all major branches immediately gathered at the Marine headquarters. At least 100,000 elite Marines would be gathered. The elite Vice Admirals who perform missions in the sea will all terminate their missions and return. Of course, some of the less powerful Vice Admirals in the headquarters will be sent to perform other missions and will not participate in direct combat. Zephyr also told Luo that he did not need to play the role of resisting all affiliated pirate groups of the Whitebeard pirates in battle with the elite Vice Admirals, but as a mobile unit, which meant that he could play freely in the war. Not even the Admiral enjoys such rights. Admiral serves as the main line of defense against Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard is scary, it may be an epic-making battle, but with Luo's power, I'm not worried. Zephyr patted Luo's shoulder. But it's best not to provoke that guy Whitebeard. Let the 3 guys from Akainu if you can't resist. There are still Sengoku and Garp, so you don't need to fight hard. Luo Qingxiao didn't promise anything. How could Whitebeard not participate in the final battle? 126 On the eve of the battle on the top. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The war is about to break out. The date of departure has been set, but the sea is calm. Fire Fist Ace was temporarily escorted to Impel Down, waiting for the day of Xingxing. Marine has begun to deploy war plans, and major fleets have begun to set off from major bases in the sea and gathered towards Marine headquarters. However, the news of Ace's public execution 1 month later was not immediately announced to the sea. Although with Whitebeard's arrogant character, he doesn't bother to rob the prison in advance, but to take precautions and temporarily block the news, even Marine's series of actions will definitely attract the attention of many people. Even if there is speculation, it is just a guess. It will be almost ready when Marine is deployed. And then announce the news of the trip. Buddha Sengoku became busy, 10 orders were issued. At the same time, a large amount of information was continuously reported to him. Report. G-25 base screened a total of 863 elite Marines, G-65 base dispatched 1065 elite Marines, G-12 base dispatched. No need to be so detailed, I only want the final data. Buddha Sengoku has no time to manage those details. The number of elite Marines dispatched by major bases has reached 81,265. Including the 20,165 elite Marines screened by the Marine headquarters, there are a total of 10,143 elite Marines. Very good, we will divide them into 10 teams, with each team having 1,000 people. They will be led by the Vice Admiral who has already been assigned to participate in the battle deployment and let each team Marine have a clear battle plan. Buddha Sengoku ordered. Yes. Reported that Captain Zon Momomaru of the Science Force had led 50 pacifists into the Marine headquarters. B. Too many details, too much information. Even with the assistance of a large number of intelligence agencies and general staff, Buddha Sengoku is still in dire straits. By the way, are you dispatched to inform the 7 warlords of the sea that the fleet has departed? In the midst of his busy schedule, Buddha Sengoku suddenly remembered the important point. Advertisement. Although the combat plan is extremely complex. But after all, what ultimately competes is the strength of the top powerhouses. The 7 warlords of the sea are an extremely important and terrifying force. The major fleets have already set off. Each fleet is led by the veteran Vice Admiral and will definitely reach every 7 warlords of the sea. Very good. Sengoku nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the battle plan, a confident smile appeared on his lips. This kind of deployment is enough for you, Whitebeard, right? Buddha Sengoku glanced at the sofa with his peripheral vision, and suddenly thought of Garp. In the past, whenever he had nothing to do, Garp would come to the office and eat senbei leisurely and eat. By the way, hasn't that guy Garp come back yet? Buddha Sengoku suddenly remembered that Garp did not attend the meeting. It has been several days since first left Marine headquarters. What did that guy do? Worried Buddha Sengoku rubbed his temples. He was not worried about Garp's safety, but Vice Admiral Garp is still impelled down. Is it impelled down? Buddha Sengoku had an even worse headache, and the fleet that was sent into Ace to impel down had already set off. That guy Garp, don't do anything stupid. The more he thought about it, the more Sengoku got a headache. Did he know that Ace was Garp's grandson? The more I think about it, the more worried I become. And impel down. Let me out. Let me out. On the 5th level of Cold Hell, Luffy, who had been imprisoned for several days, kept shouting, but his voice was slightly weak. Stop making noise, idiot. Get in, impel down. Don't you want to get out? Advertisement. If you have the strength to shout, why not keep it so you can endure the cold and hunger for a while longer? The feeble voices of other prisoners came from the cage next to it. This is hell. Let me out. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, wherever you are, let me out. Luffy, who was lying on the ground, was still shouting despite being weak. With seastone handcuffs on, where does he get the strength? And above the 5th level is the 4th level, blazing hell. Compared to the restless Luffy, Zoro has been silently enduring the heat in front of the coolies. Curse your eyebrows, haven't you thought of a way to leave? Zoro asked Sanji in a low voice while working as a coolie, who was also a prisoner next to him. The latter smiled bitterly. There is no way to escape. Even if you escape from this level, you can't escape. Impel down. This is a completely independent hell. How can you escape in the sea? Please give me flowers. Are we destined to stay here and wait to die? Zoro gritted his teeth unwillingly. And the 1st level is Crimson Hell. Chopper and Usopp have been hugging each other tightly, fear and despair torturing their fragile souls. Videophone bugs monitor headquarters rooms. Vice Admiral Garp, what on earth do you want us to do? The jailers were about to cry. They looked at Garp, who was silently watching the video feeds from various surveillance videophone bugs for so many days. It was so scary. A few days ago, I suddenly came to impel down. Then I came here without saying a word. These jailers were always on tenterhooks. The man in front of him is a Marine hero, and his status cannot be compared to that of the director. Advertisement. Garp remained expressionless, silently looking at Luffy in the picture. He had been here for several days. Always watching Luffy from here. But didn't actually meet Luffy. That kid Luffy. Garp showed a complicated and bitter smile, and finally walked out of the door. Take me to the 5th level of Cold Hell. Yes. At this time, a Marine headquarters fleet came out of the slightly opened gate of justice and came with impel down. Among the prisoners being escorted, Fire Fist Ace. The calm impel down is completely opposite to the tense Marine headquarters. Orders were issued one after another. Buddha Sengoku sat tiredly on the sofa, but soon received new news. Doflamingo agreed to join the war. Great. Gecko Moria agrees to join the war. Hawkeye Mahawk agrees to join the war. Weasel Vice Admiral reported that Empress Hancock refused to accept the world government's order. What? Buddha Sengoku, who had a smile on his face, froze for a moment, frowned and stood up. Did the Empress Hancock refuse? There is no clear rejection, but the country is closed. Vice Admiral, a weasel, reluctantly reported. Is it necessary to take coercive action? Buddha Sengoku slapped his headache-ridden head. Don't have any conflict with the Nine Snakes pirates for the time being. Yes. Sorry for the trouble, Guang. 127. I haven't done anything yet. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Empress Hancock, why did you refuse the summons? Buddha Sengoku asked with a headache. Haisha Jinbei has resisted the summons. Will Empress Hancock also become an enemy? The reason is unknown. Weasel said. If compulsory action is taken, a fleet will need to be dispatched. Buddha Sengoku has an even worse headache. Of course he knows the power of the Nine Snakes pirates. Contains all the combat power of the Amazon fighting nation, which is equal to the power of a country. Although Kai Sha Jinbei resisted the summons, he took the initiative to be captured without any resistance. Marine only lost one Shichibukai's combat power in the battle. But Empress Hancock is different from Haisha Jinbei. If we take forced action, is it equivalent to going to war with the Amazon fighting nation? The irritated Buddha Sengoku tugged at his beard. Not only did we lose 17 warlords of the sea combat power, but 97. Marine will also send a large number of strong troops. Go fight. Quote. The war with the Whitebeard pirates is about to begin, how can we spread our forces now? Is there really no way to make Empress Hancock listen to the order? Buddha Sengoku asked without giving up. If forced action is taken, it will be equivalent to losing twice the fighting power of the Nine Snakes pirates in the war. No way. Vice Admiral the Weasel looked helplessly at the Marines who had turned into stone statues on the deck. Is there no other way? Buddha Sengoku's eyes were cold. Although he was unwilling to lose combat effectiveness, he openly disobeyed the summons. If he didn't take action, it would be difficult to summon other 7 warlords of the sea in the future. Is military action the only option? Sengoku, maybe this matter can turn around. Chief of Staff Vice Admiral, he said from the side. Advertisement. Oh, what can I do? The reason why Empress Hancock agreed to become the 7 warlords of the sea, Sengoku, you won't forget, right? Let Trafalgar Law give it a try, maybe it will succeed. If not, let Trafalgar Law become the fighting force against Empress Hancock. He said, the Chief of General Staff. Buddha Sengoku's eyes lit up. The two don't seem to be contradictory. Ask Luo to go there. If he can successfully convince the Empress, everyone will naturally be happy. If not, then forced military action will be taken. With the power of Trafalgar Law and the Vice Admiral, can we defeat the Nine Snakes pirates? Buddha Sengoku hurriedly picked up the phone and contacted Luo. He didn't have much hope that Luo would convince the Empress for such a big thing. Since the Empress resists, no one else can convince her, not to mention Luo is still Marine. Do you want me to convince the Empress? At home, Luo Weibao asked. Does Hancock refuse to call Lang? Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, you set out immediately with the fleet. The order has been issued. But Luo didn't set off at all. Do you need to go to convince the Empress? Luo picked up the phone and started dialing. He was 100% confident in convincing the Empress Hancock. In Luo's heart, Empress Hancock is already his woman. How could he attack his own woman? Let the Kuja pirates go to war with Marine, Law will not let this happen. Amazon Lily Country. Snake Princess, you are too impulsive. Why did you refuse the world government's order? You should understand that Marine will never compromise on this matter. Do you want to go to war with Marine? Do you want Amazon to be destroyed? Grandma Z persuaded anxiously. Shut up, old woman. Hancock said arrogantly. This was my idea. I don't want to help Marine fight. Advertisement. But, throw her out, Hancock said impatiently. Wait a minute, Grandma Z said hurriedly. Shiji, with your strength, you don't have to worry about your own safety in the war. Even if you are perfunctory, you should go. But I just don't want to. Get out. Wait a moment. Grandma J, who had been forcibly carried by Hancock, quickly said, Snake Lady, have you forgotten? Trafalgar Law is a naval headquarters officer. If you participate in the battle, you can seeing him, and this time, Marine is fighting Whitebeard, and there are dangers everywhere. As an officer, Trafalgar Law may be in danger, don't you care? Moment. Hancock's jade-like skin turned red. Snake Lady, do you really not care about Trafalgar Law's safety? Don't you want to see him? Hancock seemed to be frozen in place. After a while, Grandma Yi threw her hand on the ground and strode out the door. Sheji, where are you going? None of your business, old woman. Walking out of the palace, Hancock ordered, prepare the ships immediately. Yes. The Amazon is in the calm belt and no men are allowed inside. A warship stayed thousands of meters away in the sea. Is there going to be forced military action? Vice Admiral, the only active weasel on the warship, was waiting for orders from the Marine headquarters. Advertisement. Suddenly, the Nine Snakes pirate ship entered the sea from the inland river, and the giant python pulled the ship at extremely fast speeds. Are you going to kill people and silence them? Vice Admiral's face changed with shock, and he clenched the blade of the sword with his injured and bleeding palm. It's difficult, how can I block Empress Hancock's ability? She has such an arrogant personality, I really don't know how Trafalgar Law used to be. This is how you survive the hands of Empress Hancock. Soon, the pirate ship and the warship met. Empress Hancock stood proudly on the bow of the ship. Weasel, I agree to accept the world government's order. Well, the weasel was confused. Before, I was dismissive and even took action. Why did I suddenly change my attention? Waiting for reporting to Marine headquarters. Buddha's Sengoku's eyes widened in shock. Didn't I just notify Trafalgar Law? Did I convince the Empress Hancock so quickly? Almost 0.4 wasted no time. No, it's so short, there's no time to convince. Then there is only one possibility. As soon as Trafalgar Law said it, the Empress agreed without hesitation. With such a big event, can the Empress Hancock change her attitude and attention with just one word? Buddha Sengoku's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that Trafalgar Law has a close relationship with the Empress Hancock. No, it's a very deep relationship. Interesting. Buddha Sengoku couldn't help but light up the 8 trigrams fire. But I didn't forget to use the phone bug to contact Luo. There was a burst of praise and a first-class merit, and finally the phone bug ended with the weird smile of Buddha Sengoku. Huh. Luo put down the phone and blinked in confusion. He had just dialed the number and hadn't had time to contact Empress Hancock. I haven't done anything yet. 128 brothers in distress. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although Marine tried its best to block the news, Marine secretly deployed various actions and could not completely hide it. Almost all forces with good intelligence discovered that Marine was acting secretly. Suddenly the sea became turbulent. Impel Down has always been a closed hell, and nothing from the outside world can affect it. I want to get out. Let me out. Luffy's feeble voice came intermittently on the 5th level of Cold Hell. From time to time, terrifying wolf howls can be heard. Dang dang dang. Some heavy footsteps walked into the cell in the snow. Is someone coming? Luffy opened his eyes suddenly and stretched his head out of the gap with all his strength. Who is coming? Let me out. Let me out quickly. There was a bang, and the head stretched out from the gap a hand wide in the iron door. Let me go. Ah, Grandpa. The visitor finally worked up the courage to look at Luffy's Garp after several struggles. Grandpa. Why are you here? Luffy's eyes flashed. If you are caught, Grandpa can't come to see you. 22 inches Garp sat cross-legged outside the cell, looking at Luffy who was in charge of the cell, heartbroken and angry at the same time. Grandpa, can you let me out? Luffy looked at Garp with eager anticipation. Grandpa, please let me out quickly. I want to take away Zoro, take away Sanji, take away Usopp, take away Chopper, and more. Get Nami Robin back. Advertisement. Grandpa, you are a marine hero. You can definitely let me out, right? Right. Luffy looked at Garp with a burning gaze filled with only hope. He has been held for several days. From the beginning, he was fearless and didn't care. After several days of calmness, he finally felt panic. This is a cold hell, there is nothing but coldness, and this kind of despair will slowly permeate the soul. After all kinds of efforts and shouting, Luffy finally felt scared. When he realized that he might never be able to leave, he might die in this cell, and never see his companions again, can no longer be fearless. Garp looked at Luffy even more heartbroken. Only those who have truly experienced despair will be afraid. Garp knows that his grandson's character is absolutely lawless. Now he finally understands that he is afraid and has some fear. Garp is happy from the bottom of his heart. He has finally grown up, but he is even more heartbroken. Luffy, I can't let you go on a business trip. Quote. Why? Why, Grandpa? Luffy roared in disbelief. Grandpa, you can do it. Tell me, you can do it. You can let me go, and you can let my companions go, right? Luffy, I'm Marine, how can I let you go? Garp's voice was heavy and depressed. Are you asking me to violate the bottom line that I have adhered to throughout my life? But Grandpa. But. Luffy held his head, various emotions covering his soul. Then Grandpa, what should I do? What should I do with my companions? Do you know you regret it now? Garp roared. Why did you want to invade Enies lobby? Don't you know that Ace once invaded Enies lobby and was captured by him? Why did you make the same mistake as Ace? Ace. Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief. Ace was also captured by him before. Ace was arrested before, but he hasn't been tried yet. It's not widely known yet. I can still help. But now, after I find out, you are already here. What else can I do? Garp said weakly. Advertisement. Now he has great power. But it can't change all this. Is it possible for Ace to lose to him? Luffy couldn't imagine it, shaking his head and denying everything he heard. In Luffy's heart, the redhead is the one he respects the most, but the one he admires the most is Ace. 3 years ago, Ace was also a newcomer. Just like you, Luffy, he was lawless. Only when he suffered failure and pain did he know how to regret. Why did you go to Enies lobby to provoke him? Garp roared with hatred. Both grandsons were defeated at the same place. I won't admit defeat. I will beat him one day. Luffy is full of fighting spirit and never admits defeat. Garp was so angry that he couldn't speak. After a while, he said angrily, Luffy, can you still come out? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Although I don't like that kid Trafalgar Law, I even hate him, but I have to admit that his potential is terrifying, beyond everyone I have seen. Garp said solemnly. Regardless of potential, just strength, I'm not confident that I can definitely defeat him now. Ah, Grandpa, can't you defeat him? Luffy's eyes widened. Growing up, Luffy grew up under Garp's fist. Advertisement. He may not understand what Garp means in marine and in the sea, but in Luffy's heart, he has a deep impression that his grandfather is invincible since he was a child. You are obviously not much older than me, how can you compare with Grandpa? Luffy didn't believe it. Chatted for a long time. 857 also chatted a lot. Garp also asked the jailer to prepare a large amount of food. Looking at Luffy who was enjoying the meal, Garp smiled bitterly and cruelly, not looking at Luffy's hopeful and expectant eyes turning away. Grandpa's retreating figure seemed to have taken away Luffy's last hope. Even my favorite barbecue has become less delicious. Garp gritted his teeth and left ruthlessly. Until he left the ice hell, his ears seemed to still be filled with Luffy's helpless shouts, and he weakly leaned on the wall. Luffy, I'm sorry. Garp shook his head helplessly. Wanting to save but not being able to, this feeling is more uncomfortable than defeat. But Ace is still there. Hope burned in Garp's eyes. Although he knew it was wrong to think like this, he was his grandson after all. Ace has grown up, and he will continue to grow. When he knows the news, he will have superpower. After that, I can't save him, but he can. With hope in his eyes, Garp took the elevator towards Crimson Hell. Ace is still there. There is still hope for everything. But when the elevator stops at the first level of Crimson Hell, the prisoners waiting to be escorted instantly caught Garp's eyes. His face suddenly turned pale. Ace. 129 Rampant Garp. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ace. Garp stared blankly at Ace being escorted. Completely confused and stunned. The dumb Ace had already lost his life, but when he saw Garp, he still lowered his head in shame. Why? Garp couldn't believe it either. Having just endured the reality that Luffy was caught and imprisoned, Ace became Garp's last hope and sustenance, but his last hope was shattered at this moment. The emotions that had been suppressed before suddenly burst out. Why? Ace, why are you here? Garp grabbed Ace's collar and lifted it up. The terrifying aura filled the entire Crimson Hell, and the guards and prisoners all crawled to the ground in fear. Gritting his teeth, Ace lowered his head. Face it shamelessly. Garp punched Ace heavily in the abdomen. In his rage, he showed no mercy. With such force, Ace flew backwards and crashed through the steel cell. Vomiting blood at the mouth, it was difficult to stand. Those jailers who wanted to persuade him were all trembling and did not dare to approach. Asshole. This insect. Garp roared angrily, like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, and rushed out of the impel down. He did not take the main road, ran rampant, crashed through a series of cells, broke through the impel down gate, and landed on the warship. Go back. 11. Yes. On the warship, Yinpu's body always exuded a terrifying aura. Advertisement. Even the sea seemed to dare not have the slightest ripple, and no one dared to approach the shocked Marines. It must be him. It's definitely him. Garp clenched his fists and made a clicking sound. As soon as Luffy was caught, Ace was caught. There is absolutely no such thing as a coincidence. A figure instantly appeared in Garp's mind, Falgaro. It's definitely him. Garp confirmed. He recalled Trafalgar Law's look when he passed by him in Enies lobby, arrogant and cold. Who else would be so lucky to capture Ace? Garp was completely convinced. He knows Ace's strength. He knew Ace's identity. How many people in Naval Headquarters can catch Ace? Only a handful. But the Admirals will never suddenly arrest the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division without authorization. The situation is too big. It must be him. Garp only thought of Luo. He had had conflicts with Ace. He also had the power to defeat Ace. Only that arrogant guy would do such a thing. Is it revenge for my rudeness in Enies lobby? Garp gritted his teeth, and a drop of blood flowed from Kakuzu's mouth. Ace has been sent into Impel Down. Then it proves that the trial has ended, there is no room for buffering, and the fate of the pirates sent to Impel Down has been determined. What a cruel guy. The warship quickly returned to the Marine headquarters with Garp's endless anger. Rumble. Before it reached the shore, Garp suddenly jumped to the shore and rushed forward violently, aiming for the town behind the Marine headquarters. What happened? What happened to Vice Admiral Garp in Impel Down? Why is Vice Admiral Garp so angry? Advertisement. What happened? The Marines on the warship were all Garp's subordinates. They looked at the back in shock as the powerful aura penetrated the distance. I have never seen Vice Admiral Garp so furious. Boom. While running wildly, a terrifying wave of air appeared behind Garp. Marine passed by on the street and hid in panic, looking at Garp's back in surprise. What's wrong? Running at top speed. At home, Luo's body was burdened with tons of heavy metals. Suddenly, a violent momentum crashed into Luo's home from a distance. The gate and the walls of the courtyard all collapsed, and the countless pieces of rubble that spattered shattered the door of the back room and shattered all the furniture inside. A leisurely small courtyard became a ruin. Trafalgar Law, get out. Amidst the flying sand and rocks, a terrifying and burly body suddenly rushed into the entrance of the hospital. The terrifying momentum instantly filled the air of the entire city behind. Garp. At this moment, many strong men in naval headquarters suddenly stood up and rushed out of their respective rooms. Garp is back. Marine Building and Buddha Sengoku stood up suddenly. What's going on? Why is Garp so furious? Is he angry? As a child, Buddha Sengoku had seen Garp get angry, rarely but every time it was extremely scary. We're in big trouble. Sengoku knew that once Garp got angry, everything would fall apart. In the strong wind, Garp glared at Trafalgar Law. Advertisement. Quote dot dot dot. Garp. He shrugged, and the 10 tons of heavy metal he was carrying crashed onto the ground. Luo looked at Garp in surprise. Everyone could understand Garp's furious mood at this time. Vice Admiral Garp, what's wrong? Luo asked with a frown. It seems like there isn't much hatred towards Garp, right? I haven't even seen each other in the past few days. Is it because Luffy died in Impel Down that there is such a big resentment? But even if he died in Impel Down, it has nothing to do with me, right? Luo was puzzled. Is something wrong? Garp laughed angrily. Trafalgar Law. Very good, you did a good job. I can't fault what you did, but I tried my best to violate the system today, and I want you to understand, don't be too much. Roared. The hockey that bursts out from Garp's body appears materialized, and the terrifying embodied black hockey energy surrounds the whole body. Rushing in anger, terrifying fists bombarded Luo. Boom, dahao jiao, boom. The inexplicable arrival and sudden attack, Luo hurriedly hardened his armament hockey hands and crossed them to block Garp's terrifying fist. Boom. Waves of air rose into the sky, and the waves instantly shattered the houses riddled with holes. Luo's home was not even in ruins at this moment. Boom. The terrifying power made Luo insist on being familiar with it, and he flew backwards in an instant. The sudden attack prevented him from using any ability. In terms of strength, he would definitely not be able to compare with Garp now. What's more, one of them has been furious for a long time. One is a hasty lift. Boom. Luo flew upside down at a very fast speed, smashing into houses one after another. Fortunately, a large number of people were moved out, otherwise no one knows how many residents would have been affected. In an instant, Luo smashed dozens of houses, and a huge wave of smoke and dust rose up in the city, plowing out huge roads in ruins. 130 V's Garp. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Time. Luo instantly turned into lightning, and the thunder and lightning disintegrated in the air. Call out. Countless thunder and lightning gathered in an instant and gathered into a thunder. Yeah, Luo groaned, trying to swallow the warmth in his throat, and Luo's eyes became very cold. He didn't know why Garp was so angry. But I know that I am in a bad mood now. No one would be in a good mood if they were suddenly knocked away for no reason. Room. The huge space instantly enveloped the surrounding kilometers of land. With a wave of his hand, in the house that had been turned into ruins, a blade disappeared instantly under the fragments and appeared in Luo's hand in the distance. Call out. Luo disappeared instantly and appeared in front of Garp. I haven't vomited blood yet, so that's good. Garp's muscles continued to swell, and his violent momentum continued to build. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you are a hero? Luo's eyes were cold, and his clothes rustled and flashed with thunder. Thunder God. Luo has never been a passive person. Advertisement. Boom. The terrifying fist collided with the Thunder God's giant 790 palm. The terrifying air wave instantly passed through the entire Marine headquarters, and countless boulders splashed out. What happened? Originally, Garp's terrifying momentum had attracted the attention of the strong men at Naval Headquarters. Such a terrifying confrontation now. The entire Marine headquarters was shaking, and no one felt it. A large number of strong men from the headquarters rushed here in an instant, naturally one after another. The general officers who arrived first had not yet approached, and the terrifying air waves pushed them backward. Then he saw the huge pillar of air waves that connected the sky and the earth directly. Countless pieces of gravel splashed out, overwhelmingly splashing all over the city. Not good. The officers' faces changed drastically. There are still many residents in the city, as well as many ordinary Marines and recruits. Call out. In an instant, all the officers took action and continued to destroy the overwhelming falling rubble. It's so scary. What's wrong? Countless light bullets burst out, destroying a large amount of rubble in the air. Kizaru stood on the distant roof, looking at the terrifying battle in the distance in horror. Mr. Garp and Luo, is that guy fighting? What happened? All the powerful people in Naval Headquarters gathered here. Buddha's Sengoku is also here. Although all the powerful men took action at the same time, they could not completely solve the overwhelming rubble. A large amount of rubble still fell in the city, causing serious damage. Some Marine residents began to suffer injuries. Why are Trafalgar Law and Garp fighting? Buddha Sengoku roared. Advertisement. The war with the Whitebeard pirates is about to begin. The battle was short, but if it were us, facing the rampaging Vice Admiral Garp, our performance would probably not be better than Trafalgar Law's, and we would be in such an awkward situation. Call out. Vice Admiral Garp would be so angry that he would attack. What happened? It looks like Trafalgar Law was seriously injured. The mocking eyes seemed to say. In such a short confrontation, in such an embarrassing situation, with such strength, you still naively want to fight Whitebeard. This guy who overestimates his own abilities, now he knows how much he weighs, right? Kizaru. Don't gloat. Zephyr glared at Kizaru. Garp has just come back, and Luo has been at the Marine headquarters these days, how can he provoke him? And Luo is never the one who takes the initiative to cause trouble, unless he is provoked first. Stop it all. Vice Admiral Garp attacks in anger and will definitely be injured. The sullen Buddha Sengoku took the lead and angrily rushed towards the center of the terrifying air wave. Normal Vice Admiral could not get close to such a terrifying air wave. Luo controlled Thor and had a crazy confrontation with Garp. You all should stop talking sarcastically and stop the fighting first, otherwise the Marine headquarters will be destroyed. Chief of Staff, he said seriously, CCEE. All admirals, join me to stop the fighting. The inexplicable battle is over. Boom. Call out. In the crazy battle between the two, Luo did not take a step back. It was an extreme practice. My shirt and short hair were wet with sweat. Then I hurriedly resisted and was knocked away. It was stained with a lot of dust and suffered some injuries. With Mr. Garp's character, he won't get angry easily, right? Xingji frowned and said, what on earth did Trafalgar Law do to make Mr. Garp take action desperately? Advertisement. Buddha Sengoku comes in anger and assumes the form of a giant Buddha. Vice Admirals were whispering around them. Garp, what are you crazy about? Zephyr's terrifying fist instantly met Garp's punch, and a terrifying momentum rose into the sky. In an instant, Luo and Garp were blocked by Akainu, Xingji, Kizaru, Sengoku, Zephyr and Chief of Staff Suru. With such obstruction, the two four emperors could not continue fighting. It's too bad to fight at the Marine headquarters. No matter what the reason, it's unforgivable. Akainu said coldly. Tisk, 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 it's very embarrassing. Kizaru looked at Luo with a yin and yang expression. The inexplicable battle made him feel very, very bad. Sengoku, you guys are here. Garp glared at Luo angrily, and his violent aura slowly subsided. You guys are here too early. A large number of Vice Admirals came here instantly, looking curiously at Trafalgar Law and Garp, who had stopped fighting. Any later, you will demolish the Marine headquarters. Buddha Sengoku roared. And now Luo looks very embarrassed. Who knows? Kizaru spread his hands and said, I guess that guy Luo's arrogance angered Vice Admiral Garp. The unbearable Vice Admiral Garp decided to teach him a lesson. Anyway, Luo's arrogant character offended people too much. It's normal, it's good to have someone teach him a lesson. But the blood that was suppressed by the injuries he suffered at the beginning was still in the battle where the blood was rioting. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. It was not serious, but he looked very embarrassed. The top Marine warriors are having a crazy fight at the Marine headquarters. What the hell is this? The three admirals also took action, and so did Zephyr. Neither of them are strangers to Vice Admiral. Shut up, Kizaru. Have you forgotten my order? Luo did not exude a violent and shocking momentum, but a chill that was colder than thousand-year-old ice penetrated his whole body. Kizaru looked at Luo sarcastically.